When you've spent years serving others, it's easy to put your own health on the back burner. At Precision Wellness Group, they are changing that. Founded by a former Special Forces medic, emergency medicine physician, and hormone and longevity specialist, Dr. Bosley's mission is to help veterans, first responders, and motivated personnel nationwide to take back control of their health. This is why I personally trust Precision Wellness Group in optimizing my health goals. With telehealth appointments available in nearly every state, Precision Wellness Group can offer you personalized hormone and peptide therapies straight to your door. Grab Dr. Bosley's top 5 supplement guide in the show notes to start fueling your momentum, and then visit precisionwellnessgroup.com to get started. Listeners, please mention Vanguard 50 for your 50% off your 1-hour in-depth consultation with Dr. Bosley. For our home viewers, you can also scan the QR code on the screen right here to directly lock in that Vanguard wall deal on your initial telehealth or in-person visit. Take a tactical approach to optimize your health at Precision Wellness Group. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. This one's going to be super cool. Today in the studio, we got Bob Ninja Porras. Bob was episode 45 and 46 on Sean Ryan. I think it was Sean Ryan's first 2-part episode. Great interview. I listened to that way back when. I'm not even sure how I found you. I must have been scrolling on Instagram one night, and I think I recognized
one night. Yeah,
drunk, something, I don't know. And I was looking through. I'm like, oh man, I don't know how I ran across you, but I sent you a message and you responded pretty quickly, man. So it was pretty cool. So I know time's precious, man. I know you guys drove a long way to be here, and that's not lost on me. So thanks for being willing to tell your story on a much smaller podcast than some of the other ones you've been on. But we appreciate that. So thanks for being here, dude.
Yeah, thank you for the invite.
Yeah, awesome. Well, before we super deep dive, I want to start off with an intro real quick. There are men who serve, and then there are men who spend their lives answering every call this nation has ever whispered. Today's guest is one of those rare men. Bob Ninja Porras is a former Delta Force operator, a senior special agent supervisor with CIA's Global Response Staff, and one of the most respected, quiet professionals to ever walk into a fight. If you follow this world, you already know his name. If you don't, you're about to understand why Sean Ryan himself said Ninja was one of the best interviews he has ever done and one of the most respected men to ever serve inside GRS. Bob's journey didn't start behind a rifle. It started in Los Angeles. Raised in a working-class home with a Marine Corps father who drilled one message into him: get a skill that still matters when the uniform comes off. He entered the Army as an engineer, but from day one, he was chasing something harder. The cool guy stuff on the recruiter posters, the Black Beret, 82nd Airborne jumps, and eventually the pathway into the shadow world. From the engineers, he hustled his way into the Ranger pipeline, battled through Army bureaucracy so broken it literally listed him as AWOL while he was still in formation in the Ranger Regiment, and then clawed his way into the unit, 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, where his real career began. There he served through small-scale conflicts of the 80s, Desert Storm's aftermath, and the opening chapters of the global counterterrorism, rotating constantly from direct action to hostage rescue to protective operations. Its DD-214 reflects it all. Multiple awards, Airborne, Air Assault, Military Free Fall, Special Forces tab, a career few ever glimpse. But Bob didn't stop there. He retired from the military only to launch a second full career with the Central Intelligence Agency's GRS, the organization tasked with keeping America's intelligence officers alive in the most dangerous places on Earth. That's where men like Sean Ryan served under him, and that's where Bob earned the reputation of being the guy who could blend in anywhere, move in permissive and semi-hostile environments with total calm, and make every call count when lives were on the line. From Panama ambushes to Baghdad in 2004, to carrying team members who weren't being listened to walking unarmed into neighborhoods most people avoid even while armed. Bob became a master of what he now teaches: mindset, awareness, real-world concealed carry, and the ability to feel something's wrong before the threat even shows its face. He's the rare man who has lived all 3 lives: soldier, operator, protector. And now, after decades in the shadows, he's sharing the truth, the lessons, and the human cost with all of us. So today, the Vanguard Wall podcast audience, it's an honor to sit across from a man who has seen America's wars from the inside and who has carried the weight of decisions few will ever understand, and who still chooses to serve by teaching everyday people how to stay alive. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Ninja Porras.
Thank you for that.
Before we dive too far and get this interview, we have a couple things we wanted to give you. So Uriah Pop over at 6'8 Medical, who retired from U.S. Army Special Operations Command in a medical capacity, makes some of the best medical kits that I've seen thus far.
Huh.
And so I know that's important to you. So we wanted to give you one of these.
Oh, thank you. And this is 6'8" medical, you said?
6'8" medical, man. Yeah,
All right.
Uriah's a great human being. We just did a YouTube review on it, so we'll be able to post that review on our YouTube channel as well. It kind of shows everything that's in there.
Yeah.
And then we also got you. I don't have gummy bears, man, but we got you a custom made knife. So these are pretty hard to come by. And it's got our logo laser engraved on it.
Oh man,
couldn't think of somebody better than to give a warrior's tool to, man, especially with all that you've done for the country. So.
Oh, now I gotta go hunting so I can skin something.
Yeah, we were gonna get gummy bears, man, but we couldn't get to Buc-ee's in time to get some good gummy bears.
This is nice.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Before we dive into kind of your life story, and we're going to do a whole bio on you, one of the things, I've listened to a couple of your podcasts, but nobody ever asked, where did the call sign Ninja come from?
Ninja, yeah. So that was you're given call signs at the unit. You don't get to pick your own. And so I showed up and had a call sign, but it's just they ask you, where's your call sign? And you start out with one, and it started out with Black Sheep. That was a call sign of mine from years back in the infantry days. Black Sheep of the family, only boy in the family, so that's how I got that one. And then it changed. I get to the unit and have a ski trip. It changes to bobsled because on my ass down a downhill ski slope on my ass the whole way, and got bobsled as some people still call me that. And then team debriefs and stuff like that. So that's how the ninja thing came up. So it wasn't anything to like ninja skills, right? Any combative stuff. But team sergeant's in the team room, and he's giving us the debrief at the end of the day, like what's hot, what do we need to be aware of before we leave, right? Load your bags for this kind of thing tonight, be prepared tonight to do whatever, right? And so we do that, and that's like, periodically throughout the week and throughout the days that we're getting those intel updates. And that was just daily life at the unit. And it's like, okay, cool. And some of the times I wouldn't be there because I, as a team breacher at the time, when I got the call sign, I'd always be doing other things with building charges, doing some research or something like that under charge or whatever, downrange, doing, blowing shit up, doing my job. So sometimes I wasn't there. So not a big deal. My team sergeant would just say, okay, we'll just make sure he gets the information before he leaves tonight. And okay, that's how it was. So sometimes though I was there, but he got used to me not being there occasionally. And one time he came into the team room, and everybody's around the team room. It's a small team room. And we're sitting around the table taking notes, and what do we need to be prepared for? What do we need to pack our bags for? And if the pager back then, if the pager goes off tonight, it's probably this. And I was there, standing right next to him. And when he looked up from his notes to say, hey, where's bobsled, right? He looks up like this, but I'm standing off to his right. And does that really quickly. And everybody on the team's looking up like, dude, he's right there. Right. But they didn't say that. They didn't say anything. They just looked up like, what's going on? And one of my teammates said something about, he's here. He hears everything you're saying. He must have just popped ninja smoke, right? Yeah. And you just can't see him. So that was one of the things that was said. And that's kind of where the call sign came from. So, and then it was like another time it happens. It's like, well, he's like a ninja. He's here, but you just can't see him. So that's twice this happens. And inside the team room, and then it's stuck. And it was like one of those things like, after the second time this happens, he's like, ninja. And then it's stuck. Yeah. It's like, all right, that's my call sign.
So you were the true gray man, dude.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us that try to be the gray man. I've tried it many a times. I'm like a bull in a china cabinet. It never really works out well. Describe your upbringing, man. You grew up in Los Angeles. Tell us a little bit about your childhood.
Yeah, grew up in Los Angeles in the suburbs in the San Fernando Valley. Public school education the whole way through. Pretty, Southern California, San Fernando Valley. That's during those times. We're talking the 60s and 70s. So that's all the stereotypical stuff is happening during those times. The Valley Girl stuff and all that. Those movies are coming out and all that stuff. Pretty much lived a regular childhood. so regular for me in LA, San Fernando Valley, right? So there's a mix of we're living in the same neighborhood, and it's not so middle class upbringing, and but we also lived in the same neighborhood, and I didn't know it at the time that we're living around like actors and stuntmen, people in the industry, and that's the big thing in LA, right? I thought I was going that direction too at one point, but that's kind of just you're around it all the time. And you run into actors or they're filming a movie on your street in a neighborhood street or something like that. So it's kind of just that's normal in the San Fernando Valley. I thought I was going to get into the stunt world kind of thing because there was a stuntman who back in the day, if you remember the series $6 Million Man.
Oh yeah.
So all the stuntmen that were in that, yeah. So they're right down the street. So there was a stuntman who lived down the street, and so subsequently you see all the other stuntmen that are there. All the guys that were in those things. I've seen them at one point or another. Met Chuck Connors, the rifleman. But I was a kid. I was like, man, I've seen you on TV, right?
We just watched you yesterday.
Yeah, I was like, okay, cool. It wasn't like Starstruck or anything like that. Another guy on one other Western lived there. Never saw him, but my dad said, hey, that's where, I can't remember his name now. He was on Bonanza or something like that. That's where he lives. I was like, oh, cool. We live in the same neighborhood. That's kind of cool.
There's people are going to hear this podcast like, what is Bonanza?
Yeah.
That's how you know we're old, Bob.
Or Chuck Connors.
Yeah.
The rifleman. What's that?
Yeah, next you're going to talk about Little House on the Prairie.
So that was it. The exposure I had. And the stuntman, so he had stuff out in his backyard. He had like trampolines and stuff to practice, his trade craft in stuntman world. And it was just fun stuff. He's riding motorcycles, he's riding dirt bikes, and so we did the same thing. We replicated his stuff on the streets in our neighborhood and doing jumps into bushes, on our bicycles. And,
That's awesome.
like we're trying to replicate scenes that we see stuntmen in.
Yeah.
And a lot of us thought that's the path we were going to take. Did not happen that way.
You guys just wrap yourself with bubble wrap?
No, we didn't do that. Yeah, there was no protection that we had. So back in the day too, we were doing these stunts, replicating stunts on. If you remember the old toy, the big wheel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, ride those down hills and do those kamikaze runs like stuntmen, then crash it at the bottom of the hill. So it was just. So
you guys were doing all the Jackass stuff before Jackass became the movie.
Right. Yes.
Getting in a shopping cart and going down a hill and just crashing.
Yeah. So that was what we did, being kids. And so we're talking 60s and 70s. So then it was, get out of the house, go play, right? And then you had to come in when the streetlights come on. That was your key to go home, right? So you went out and you played outside. You came home from school, did your homework, and then out you went. Come in for dinner, get back out, and streetlights come on, then go home. So that's kind of the upbringing. And then Los Angeles and San Fernando Valley, there's all that other stuff. As you grow up in the junior high, middle school, and high school, you start getting exposed to the criminal element side of LA because there's gangs, and then you have to either participate or somehow avoid it altogether. I managed to navigate all through that stuff and not associate myself with any gangs or drugs during that time frame. A lot of things contributed to that, I think. I use it as an excuse, I think, but I really did. So my mom dies when I was 10. So all of us, so from myself and my two older sisters, so middle kid in a family of all women, 2 sisters older than me, 2 sisters below me.
Oh God, your poor dad, man.
Yeah.
Thank God he had you, bro.
So that's one of the things he says. I don't remember how old I was, but I was young, and he used to say, you're responsible for your sisters. Don't let anything happen to your sisters. He said that early on, and then when they get into middle school and high school, and I'm 2 years behind my next older sister, so we went to middle school and high school together. So I took on a role as her protector, right?
Whether she wanted it or not.
Right. But in middle school, I'm the little guy having to deal with these taller kids, bigger kids, and so everybody's going through the growth spurt 2 years ahead of me, And I'm having to confront these guys, like, leave my sister alone.
Yeah.
And they're looking at me like, oh, that's cute, right? But I get it. Good for you. And yeah, we won't bother your sister. And it was stuff like that in high school, same thing. So that was some of the things that, some of the advices, I call them like my cup of joe with my dad kind of conversations now, because that's what we do. Still has that, he's still a dad, still being a dad, and still giving the advice and those kind of things. So how to carry yourself, how to walk, how to be a gentleman, those kind of conversations, which probably don't happen enough, I think, these days, opening doors for women and doing the gentleman thing, being gentlemanly. But those are all the things he still talks about all the time.
How did, you lost your mom at 10 years old. I don't really want to just glance over that. How did that affect you, man?
Oh, yeah, that was devastating. So my uncle probably died in a car accident about 2 years before that. So that was my first exposure to knowing somebody that close who had passed away. But he's my uncle, didn't live in the same house. We saw him regularly, but not like every day. So I saw that was the first exposure to losing somebody like that. And then, yeah, my mom died. That was devastating to a lot of people. And I was 10. So I had, at the time, just one younger sister. She's a year and a half behind me, I think. So really, it was me. I don't know, maybe it was a coping thing. I don't know. I still don't understand that stuff. But I was helping her, right? That in my mind, I was helping her like cope with the loss. And my older sisters were doing their own thing. They were dealing with it in another way. So I always had somebody like that, I think, to think about instead of myself. So I guess that was kind of a common theme, really, when I think about it now, that, throughout the career that I had, that's kind of what helped me get through a lot of things. It's like thinking about somebody else or being responsible for somebody else.
What kind of dynamic change did you guys have in your house after that? I mean, like, it's, you come from a Hispanic family, and I know, like, that's a very tight family knit unit. Like, how did it change the house dynamics?
Oh man, yeah, that was so. My dad he's traditional Hispanic Mexican, with some, I guess, thoughts of how things should be now, right? Because he was always like, okay, women have a role, men have a role, and all that stuff in a family dynamics. And now mom's gone. What do you do? So literally,
And I'm sure he wasn't prepared for it.
Oh, yeah. He figured it out. And of course, he made mistakes along the way, but he's also not, unlike me, unwilling to seek help from anybody else. So we kind of share that little similarity there. But so he wasn't reaching out to people like, I don't know what I'm doing. He never said that I know of. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. It was more of I'll figure this out, right? Whatever's happening, I'll figure it out. But yeah, so dealing with that, yeah, he still talks about it today. Still, just it was devastating to him and a lot of folks, and myself included. My sisters are dealing with it. I mean, it was disruptive on many levels to the rest of our lives, really, positively and negatively.
At what point did you kind of stop telling yourself, like, you're going to get used to it?
Haven't done that yet.
No.
Yeah. So
I think there's certain loss that, we process, and certain losses that we just never process, man.
Yeah. And there's subsequently, I lose both my older sisters also. They passed young. I want to say the next older sister was maybe 22 or 3.
Really?
I was in the Army at the time. I had just joined.
What happened?
Cancer, all of them.
Wow.
My mom, 2 older sisters, all cancer. And I think there were different forms. I'm not sure exactly what they all died, what cancers they had, but ultimately it was their cancers. I think they weren't. One was breast cancer. They were all different.
So both your older sisters?
Oh yeah.
As well?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was at the unit when my oldest sister died. That was the next most devastating like death in the family.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that when we get to that, because I remember when we podcast prep, that was very impactful.
Yeah.
Your dad was in the Marines.
Yeah.
And I think you had some other family members serve.
I think everybody did.
Yeah.
Yeah. All my uncles, all that generation, they were all somewhere. Mostly Marines, but Navy, Air Force. I have a couple cousins went in the Air Force.
Was sports a big part of your life in high school?
Yeah, I tried that. Wasn't very good at it. So I was very I guess focused on things, and my dad was very supportive. I think to his fault, he's like, whatever you want, son, right, kind of thing, which is okay, cool, but it's like how to get better at something, right? So I was like, well, everybody's playing football, let me try that, right? And yeah, I got it, but it wasn't. I guess it wasn't challenging enough, or I'm not sure what the deal was there, but yeah, I tried it, and it wasn't exciting enough for me to want to get better at it, kind of thing. And I didn't know that's kind of how I felt. But it's like, okay, I'll do this, and did okay, but I wasn't still in I want to excel at this. And same thing with a lot of academic stuff too. It's like nobody told me nobody gave me the whys. Why are we learning this? Like, how is this going to impact my life? And they're like, trust me, you're going to learn it. And so still to this day, like all the math classes and stuff, it's like, okay, I still haven't used that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's kind of funny. I don't think anybody that's come on this podcast that went to the unit or in the Ranger Battalion or Oregon Special Operations was a straight A student in high school. I don't think that correlates.
So I did well in school, but there was no motivation for me to do straight A stuff. I was like, C's good enough. So good enough, right? And that's what I did. So my mind went somewhere else. I'll focus that much attention to this and then do other things, right? And
did you start working early in high school?
In high school, yeah. It was summer jobs, weekend jobs, yeah. Summer jobs, that probably started in middle school. So there's a time in middle school where summer is your time for training camps for baseball and football. So you're out of school, and then you have all these training camps. So I did a lot of that during the summer, part-time work, and it was all mostly construction on sites, and it's like the labor stuff on construction sites when you're a kid. Mm-hmm. All you can do is whatever, clean up after whatever's happening that day. So it's that kind of stuff. I was always working. And especially in high school, part-time jobs during the day, weekends, summers, definitely. So yeah, that's sort of early.
What, you graduate high school, how did the military kind of come on your radar?
Totally just out of the blue. Yeah.
Because I think you were working at like Toys R Us, right?
Yeah. So in high school, you see the ROTC folks, and it's like, nothing's motivating me there. It's like, okay, that's like way too much control of your life, right? And then you see the Marine Corps recruiters, because that was a huge thing in LA. They're all over the place.
I'm a SoCal guy, dude. Those guys were better than used car salesmen.
Yeah. Well, and it's a uniform, right? It's like, that's awesome, man. It's a cool ass uniform. We got the blues on and walking. Yeah, that's cool stuff. Got me too. I was like, that's all I knew. And I knew some of the ROTC kids in high school. One guy, he was convinced that he was going to be a special forces guy, right? I didn't know anything about really the military, the Army. The Marine Corps has cool uniforms, and that's the extent of my knowledge. And all my uncles were in the Marine Corps, Navy, or something like that. And okay, I've seen movies and all the World War II movies and John Wayne and all that stuff. I was like, okay. Yeah.
Did any of your uncles go to Vietnam? Because that was
yeah. So my dad's youngest brother, he was in Vietnam, and my dad was in between the break between Korea and Vietnam. So another uncle, he was in the Marine Corps and then entered the reserves, Marine Corps reserves. But my dad's youngest brother and they're the only two alive of that group.
What did anybody ever tell? Did you guys ever talk about the military at your house or Vietnam, or was it just kind of like a quiet thing?
No, yeah, never talked about it. The only other Vietnam vet that I knew was a neighbor of ours, and we grew up with him, and he was probably my oldest sister's age, probably 5 or 6 years ahead of me. And at one point, he disappears. We're not really, we don't know what's going on. So my older sisters, they're friends, and I'm hearing their group of folks saying, they're going to Canada and all this other stuff. They're trying to avoid the draft because there was a draft then. And I was thinking, well, that's not right. I mean, that was kind of in the back of my head too. This whole time is like, well, okay, I guess that's what I'm doing because you have to do it. And I wasn't really putting any effort into it and finding out what it's all about. But then the draft goes away. But that was the conversations I was hearing as a kid in the late 60s, early 70s, when there was still a draft. And all my older, the friends of my sisters were talking about like going to Canada and stuff. And I was like, well, that's not right. That's not what you're supposed to do. And my dad was more of a patriot all the way. And he said, if you do it, he said it once, I don't remember. I was young, high school or junior high. If you want to do that, great. If you don't, that's fine. And he's the first one who told me, it's like, it's not for everybody. And I didn't know what that meant at the time, but I was like, okay, sure. And then filed that away. And it didn't happen until right before the last 6 months or so of high school. I was like, well, everybody's got their paths already. Like some kids are getting scholarships to college, and some guys are getting athletic scholarships and they're going to wherever college you're going to. Some guys are moving away to somewhere to do some sort of work, and a lot of it was construction work. You had to go to different places. And I was like, well, let me find out what this business world is all about. And I had part-time jobs, so I was familiar with, getting a payroll and filling out forms and stuff like that, and the application and how to get a job and stuff like that, interviews, and so that wasn't that big of it. Everybody was scared about that in high school. It's like that was like one class they went over that, like how do you write a resume, how do you conduct yourself in an interview and that kind of stuff. And it was like there was college prep courses, there was those life skill courses and stuff like that I was taking. And I was like, well, I'm not getting a scholarship. Can't afford tuition. There's no way. So when I found out, I was like, holy crap, that's a lot of money. And so I looked at the military and entertained the question with my dad again. He's like, okay, if that's what you want to do, I totally support you. And that's when he told me. But he's like, but if you do, I think he was an MP or something. I'm not sure exactly what his job was in the Marine Corps. And I don't know why it was. I think it's MP. It's either he was in the stockade.
Yeah, he either got in trouble a lot or he was an MP.
Yeah.
One of the
Or
two.
he was an MP. And maybe both.
Yeah.
And I'll have to ask him that question. I keep meaning to ask him all these years. But he said, get a job skill. Whatever you do, have them give you a job skill. So a marketable skill when you get out, you can do it in the civilian world.
And I think you were working at Toys R Us and you were like going through a management program, and I think you finally realized like maybe the toy store is not going to be, fast forward is probably a good move. I think Toys R Us went out of business.
Yeah. And they have I think there's some sort of their company still alive.
Oh.
I can't remember what it is, but the storefront went away.
Yeah. So what did your dad tell you when you didn't join the Marine Corps?
I don't think he had a reaction to that, because I said I'm going to see a recruiter, and he assumed it was the Marine Corps.
Yeah, the whole
I did
family's
talk to
Marines,
them.
yeah.
I talked to them. I talked to them all, and that's what I knew. And I remember the uniforms and all that stuff. So I talked to the recruiter. And it was like one of those things. It's like, so what I was doing also in the summer jobs I was working on construction sites. So that was what was in my mind about what job skill I'm going to get. So I asked them, all the recruiters, about what do you have in the engineer side of the house? I want to be an engineer so when I get out, I can come back and go to work. And Marine Corps was like, well, we'll make you a Marine. How about that? I was like, okay, sure. What do I do engineer stuff? and really the office is all, Globe and Acre stuff. It's the Marine Corps symbols everywhere, and it's all, gold and red everywhere. And cool, Semper Fidelis flags everywhere. And it's like, oh yeah, this is kind of cool. I can do this. And he never really got to the point where he's going to guarantee me some sort of job skill. But he did say that. Well, I'll guarantee you be a Marine. That's your guarantee. I was like,
I'm like, everybody in the Marines is a Marine.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, well, he goes, so when can I set you up for the test? I was like, well, let me think about this for a little bit, and I'll come back. I mean, I got to, think about a few things.
And those dudes don't like that because they're like timeshare salesmen, bro. They want they smell blood in the water. They want you to swear that day.
They're like, wait, don't go yet.
Yeah.
So I leave, and the shopping center that I was at had all the services there. This one building had all of them in it, and so I'm talking to everybody. I did the same thing with the Navy. Navy described the CBs and the CB program, and they said, when I asked about the engineer stuff, they said, I got something for you. And then they mentioned the CB stuff, the dozers, the front end loaders, and the earth movers. And I was like, oh, that's exactly what I want. And then he started talking, and I didn't know what he meant by all this stuff, but he's like, you got to go on like floats. And you're going to have to do time doing that. And I was no clue what he's talking about. It's like, what does that mean? And what do your deployments look like? And ultimately, it's like you're living on a ship for that whole time, not doing your job as an engineer. So that's the only thing I was computing. It's like, well, are we moving dirt, right? Yeah. And no.
There's no dirt on the ship.
There's no practical application of the job skill that I'm going to get better at it so I can get out and apply it. So I was like, okay, well, timeout, check fire on that one. Let me go check somebody out. So talk to the Air Force. And they said the same thing. They have engineers and stuff like that. And so they gave me the spiel. Off to the Army I go. And in the Army, so all the offices on all the decorations on the wall and the plaques and the flags and stuff, I walk into the Army recruiting station, and they had their shit together with all the cool photos and the posters on the wall. So we're talking, 1980 or 79 maybe. So no technical stuff. So they have these little, I don't even know what they're called, the videos.
You put them in a VHS, dude.
I'm not even sure it was a VHS.
Yeah, you're older than me. You might be eight tracks, dude.
But it was something, it might have been a VHS. So that they just slide this little thing in the machine,
and you're watching it on a big,
TV.
It's like a TV that comes in on a roller.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it's same thing they had in the high schools, right? Mm-hmm. And so I watched a few videos, and all the posters on the wall. And I just went to a range up north in northern Missouri, and they had the old photos. Like and so there was like the Green Beret photo poster with the guy has a rope on, like a 120 rappel rope and a rucksack, and then the guy standing over him. They both have AK-47s, both have rucksacks on, and I was like, that looks cool. They're all camoed and stuff. Yeah. It looks cool. Tanks doing something over here, and guys jumping out of planes, and pictures of airborne dudes. And I was like, it's like, yeah, man.
The Rangers are on Zodiacs, dude.
Yeah. And the commercial on TV at the time, the recruiting pitch the Army was putting out was "Be all you can be," and it was the Ranger coming home on leave. So he's getting off the plane, and he's got his black beret on, because at the time they were the only ones wearing berets or black berets, and then there was SF with the green berets. He gets off the plane, he's in his greens, has his beret on. I was like, that's badass, right? He looks tough, right? And so all that's what I wanted. That was what was grabbing my attention. Of course, then there's the whole engineer thing. They didn't have any pictures of the bulldozers and stuff. So I said, so if I could do that and this is exactly what I want. And he's like, well, let's set you up for a test, and we'll see where we can place you, right? And he doesn't really advise me on what's going to happen. Okay, engineering, I got it. That's what you're interested in, and he just needs to get numbers, I guess. So he gets that information. He wants to be an engineer. Okay, he already knows, like where I'm going to place in the test, like what he's going to offer me. So he's like, okay, so he likes the infantry stuff. Okay, if he scores low on the test, he's going there, and if he scores high, he might get his engineer stuff. But also for SF and some of the other stuff, a little bit higher on the test, the aptitude test that you're taking, the ASVAB, and. So I don't know all that. He just like, let's go take the test, and we'll set you up for that, and then we'll find out where we're going to place you. So he comes, we get back, take the test, scores come back, and he's like, this is awesome. You took the test, and you got the high enough score on here. He was actually able to offer me the engineer stuff, which is, good for him, good for me. But I wanted to do all this other stuff too. And,
well, I get to be able to do that. Oh yeah, you'll be able to do all that.
that's when it started, right? And so now you can sign up straight off the street, like get a Ranger contract and all these kind of things, and you're guaranteed to go that direction. And then if you pass all the training to get there, then you're in. That wasn't available. You just join, and you get an MOS. You get a primary and a secondary choice. And so my primary was engineering, and I wanted to do this while I'm jumping out of planes, while I'm wearing a black beret, and while I'm driving tanks, right? and of course that's not possible. And so sign on the dotted line. I'm going to be an engineer, and basic training I go through basic training. You get to advanced individual training, AIT, to get your MOS skill training, and we do the earth moving stuff and the engineer skill stuff, and we're doing that. And it's like, okay, what's next? I mean, when do we jump out of planes, right?
Well, this bulldozer doesn't really fit in a plane. Yeah. So, did you ever feel like when you were joining the military, like you were running away from something or running towards something, or was it just you're seeking adventure? I mean, I would imagine there was some trauma that was induced when you lost your mom, and I would imagine that you kind of lose, a little bit of yourself at some point. I mean,
yeah. So, and really, what I remember about that whole time frame was earning a living. So as I get out of high school, and I'm learning right away that the job that I have at Toys R Us, and so I'm getting the management training program and all this stuff. So there's opportunities there for progression and more money and all that stuff, higher status in the company and all that stuff. But I was like, man, I'm now being aware of the cost of things. And so I still have my little sister. So the one that was a year and a half behind me, she's doing her own thing. Her experience through childhood wasn't the same as any one of us. She got into drugs and just lived that way as far as I know until I joined the Army. So she was always doing her thing. Hardly ever saw her.
Was that, you think, attributed to probably some of the loss?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, because we were, as young, before that, we were very close. We didn't go anywhere. So it was me and my little sister always. And then my mom dies. She gets, not right away, but she was the baby of the family at the time. Or the baby of the family is younger than her. So I think that was another issue that she had. She's not the baby of the family anymore when my youngest sister is born. It's 10 years apart. So she's the baby of the family for most of her childhood until my youngest sister is born. That was one thing.
Did your dad get remarried or?
No, with my mom. All five of us, same parents. And then my mom dies. So now there's another baby in the family, and she was literally maybe 2 years old. Wow. So my youngest sister was 2 years old when my mom died. So she has very little memory of her. So now she's catching up on who she was, how she was, and all this other stuff. I think both those things contributed to her, how she dealt with things. Yeah. Because also the sister ahead of me, she got involved into the same dark side of the drugs in LA, right? And more of a partier. She was more of a partier, more outgoing and stuff like that. The one behind me she wasn't a. Yeah, I mean that it's a party where you're doing that stuff, but she was more of a like a medicinal user, right? Just trying to escape life. And then my oldest sister, she joined the Army pretty early on. She was probably 18, 19 when she joined. Her and a friend of hers did some sort of buddy program or something like that. Yeah, I think we all went through that whole time frame, totally different. And for me, it was I always had somebody to take care of. So I think that's kind of how I kind of navigated that.
So you were kind of joining the Army. You just needed to make sure that you could have something stable to help
provide more, right? So I was always taking care of my little sister, buying her, bikes and clothes and skates and all the kid stuff. Every once in a while, I'd give her something. All the cool kid stuff. And since I worked at Toys R Us, all the like the easy bake oven stuff. I think that's what it's called.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, so I'm getting all these things, for her. So I felt good doing that and just getting her stuff, clothes, bikes, whatever it was. And I think it was, I'm getting more aware of, just adulting really, paying bills, helping out around the house now, electricity, food, water, groceries, all that stuff. And it was just a matter of how do I do this better? How do I get better at providing? Right?
How did losing your mom kind of shape how you treated like your own family, but later like the men underneath your command?
Probably just more understanding, right, of where they're coming from, which I think helped me out later on with my leadership style. And seeing my dad caught hell because, of course, he's not doing it right, based off of from our own family members. It's like whatever some of the however he's helping us grow, right, being a father. Of course, he wasn't doing it right. He got that a lot from our own family members. And I saw that and I heard it and I didn't really understand it at the time. But when I look back, it's like, holy crap.
Can you
dude's
imagine?
Raising 5 kids on his own.
4 girls, and a son on your own. I can't even imagine, dude.
Yeah. And we have a big family, so they would help. And we're in the San Fernando Valley. Everybody else is, we had 2 other families living in the valley at the time, or 1 other family living in the valley at the time. Eventually, there's 2 families. 2 of his brothers moved to the valley, but everybody else is on the other side of the Santa Monica Mountains. They're in Santa Monica, Culver City, and the other side of LA, right? So, and then my mom's side of the family lived in some of them in San Diego, some of them in Culver City, a little bit further away, but not, still in the LA kind of area. So they helped out. They showed up on the weekends and helped cook meals and stuff like that. Get us try to, I guess, provide some sort of stability through that whole mess. But they can't do that forever. They have their own families. And so all of our families, like we had 5 kids, 6 kids in another family. So the big families, everybody's got 5 and 6 kids in each one of their families. So they got a lot of kids to take care of themselves. But, we have one of my aunts provides a housemaid for us to help out cleaning the house, doing chores, cooking meals, and stuff like that. And missed opportunity there on learning Spanish, right? Because she didn't speak English. But she's trying to teach us, but she doesn't speak English either.
You are one of the whitest Mexicans I know.
Yeah. That's one of my other potential call signs was coconut. Yeah. Brown on the outside, white on the inside.
That's hilarious.
And I still don't. I have understanding of Spanish. Still can't speak it.
And that's going to come up later when we talk about you being in the unit. It'll be that's
more missed opportunities.
Yeah. Talk to me about arriving. So you enlist as an engineer, and you get to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, a beautiful place. What was basic training like for you?
That was cool. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. It was everything I thought it was going to be. So back then too, in 1980, 81 or whenever I got in, So I joined delayed entry from my last couple years, last couple months in high school, and then went in the following year. Yeah, it was everything I thought and expected. They're still yelling at you and harassing you and doing that kind of stuff. And the only like last minute, I guess, pretty close to before I leave, my sisters were still writing, like literally writing letters back then.
She was in the army in Germany, right?
Yeah. So there's no email and all that stuff. Cell phones, still not a thing.
Payphones I remember with base training, you give you a quarter, man, go call your mom.
Yeah. So that's how I get all these letters. It's like, so like literally what's daily life look like, right? And she loved Germany. Once she got to Germany, she didn't want to come back to the States. And then she made a point back to what I understood how you get around in an army. She's just moving from camp to camp in Germany, right? And just so she can stay in Germany. And so she does that. She's like, you have to get to Germany. And I was like, well, I already signed it. That was one of my options to go overseas, but not my first duty assignment. And she's like, missed opportunity. You can't change that now. So then she's telling me, well, when you get to your first spot, she's the first one that tells me that when you in the letter, she's like, when you get to your first station, just request to go to Germany. I was like, okay, that's the other 4187 that eventually does nothing for me.
We'll be talking a lot about 4187. The audience is going to get a firsthand look on what a 4187 is and how it shaped your career.
Yeah.
So you go to basic training and then you go to, where's AIT for you?
Same place, Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Okay. And then where was your first duty station? Did you go to Drum or Fort Bragg?
Fort Meade, Maryland.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which is where NSA's at. I had nothing to do with NSA.
I was about to say, what are the engineers doing at Fort Meade?
Yeah, that's what the Army said too at one point.
Painting the rocks.
So I actually lucked out, I think. So they did actually have a job, and you're actually working your job because on Fort Meade it's a small base too, and there's not a lot of training areas. But it's Army base, so there is training areas. So the roads and trails on Fort Meade and the range area, we did those. We graded and improved the roads, laid asphalt on some roads. So we had an asphalt team, like a road construction team is what it was. And everything that you see anywhere else where they're building a road or asphalt road somewhere, it's exactly what I was doing. So the pavers and all that stuff. And we were actually doing our jobs, which is I thought was great. It couldn't ask for any better place to be, doing the job, working the skills, and that kind of stuff. And then during the winter, when you don't do asphalt and all that other stuff, road work, and when it's raining and inclement weather and stuff like that, usually on the civilian side, you're not working. Those are days that you're not being paid.
Not the Army, bro.
Yeah, not the Army, because what happens in Maryland too is that it also snows there. So guess what we did? We were on the snow clearing team, and now we've become from a road crew to a snow clearing. So when it snows, ices, you have the truck with the ice, spreading the ice and the sand and all that stuff, so that we're back on the roads again, doing that. But that's now the main post area and the housing areas and stuff like that. So great work. We were actually fortunate enough to be able to do our engineer jobs, which doesn't happen a lot. So we're talking peacetime Army too.
Sure.
So we're not at war anywhere. So those opportunities were very far and few in between to actually do your job. Fort Drum. So this is when Fort Drum is going to. So big Army's thinking big things. And new 10th Mountain Division is coming, and they're going to be at Fort Drum. And I'm not aware of the big strategic stuff going on.
Did they move from somewhere to Fort Drum?
No, that's where they were activated. Or reactivated, because they deactivated them after World War II and then reactivate, and now they're going to be stationed at Fort Drum, or Camp Drum is what it was called then. And so they need engineers to go to Fort Drum to do the initial land clearing and all this other stuff. So another great place to be an engineer. And I don't know who else. I don't think there was another engineer battalion that did that. I don't remember new people being there. But we have to move to Camp Drum and literally be on a construction crew. And on the construction crew, because some of the areas, or most of the areas then, we're building the roads that everybody's going to use eventually. They were there, but they're just so, it's a camp, hadn't been used since World War II and all this other stuff. That's a National Guard, I think, reservist training camp, and 10th SF group used to use it for their training base or their exercise. So there's a company of MPs, a really small cantonment area, and we're the first major, like a full battalion of engineers, first major huge unit to be there.
So they PCS you guys up there?
Yeah, and then most of the stuff on it's just like a regular construction job, literally, but it's Army construction job. So you camp out on your construction site. So GP mediums go up, and you live on your construction site. And so you're never in the cantonment area. And even then, like the PX, to give you an indication of the activity that was on the base, it was like a single wide trailer. And it only opened when National Guard or reservists were training there or something. So it was never open. And it only had like a handful of snacks, crackers, and beer, right? And so that was kind of...
You were at a FOB before it was called a FOB.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and back in the day, we're eating C rations, not MREs. Oh. So a little trick to the trade there as an engineer on the exhaust pipes coming out of a D5 dozer, D10, whatever we're working, is exactly the size of, or it's a little bit larger, the diameter of the exhaust pipe, which is vertical, is a little bit larger than a C ration can. So to heat your rations, you kicked up the throttle a little bit, so you can drop the can inside your exhaust pipe, and it's hovering right there in the exhaust, heating up. Then you goose the gas a little bit, pop your can out, catch it, and you got a hot meal.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude. I never heard that. How long were you at Drum?
Probably at least survived 2 winters there. Oof. Yeah, and probably a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Fort Drum, I think it's in northern New York, and it gets cold there.
Yeah, that's lake effects. That's when I figure out what lake effects are all about. Lake effects, snow. That's yeah. You're a survivalist if you're living in that part of New York.
Yeah, it gets biblical cold out there. Where did you end up going after Fort Drum?
Fort Drum. Well, I tried to get to 1st Ranger Battalion.
Oh, this is a great story. So you got to tell the story of you guys were doing something. You saw like an airborne operation.
Yeah, so that airborne operation was in AIT, and they march us out to this at Fort Leonard Wood, and they jump in the 82nd, and they're the engineer battalion from the 82nd, and that's when I'm asking the question. It's like, oh, cool, I can't wait to get this next, right? And no, and I didn't sign up for that, and there was some guys that I was training with that actually did sign up for that, and they were actually going to the 82nd. I was like, oh, nobody told me about that. I was like, how do you do that, right? So that was like another thing I had to do later on and did. But yeah, Fort Drum, that's where so 83 time frame, that's Grenada and all that stuff, right? And I'm hearing about this in probably Gung Ho magazine or Soldier of Fortune or something like that. And I see that's really the only place that you see pictures or anything, Rangers jumping, pictures of the Ranger jump, and Rangers in their OG 107s and old steel pot that didn't do anything. I still don't know why we even wore those things. Useless for anything, really.
You make soup in them.
Yeah.
Scramble eggs.
Make soup and shave, I guess, out of it. Yeah, that's it. And so those are the things I remember. I was like, yeah, those are the dudes on the poster, right? That's like, I want to get there. And so everybody that's asking me, or everybody that I'm asking, all the senior NCOs and stuff, and they're telling me, it's like my sister, well, just don't tell anybody, because they're not going to let you do it. Like if you tell them, they're not going to say, yeah, just sign out here and go sign in there, because they don't want to lose a body. So, on the down low, right, just go to the staff duty desk at night after hours, and then you and your family head to wherever you want to go and get going. And they did it. They were doing it going back to Germany because that was the popular place to go. And
so let me get this right. So back then when you were in, You could just go to your company and sign out and then go sign in to another company?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but you had to do it after hours because your first sergeant or anybody like that would not allow that.
Yeah, I would assure most company commanders would be like,
Yeah.
yeah, just sign out and go wherever you want. When you told me that story when we were podcast prepping, I think I asked you like 4 more follow-up questions because I was like, you did what? Like,
Yeah, so you had to do it after hours because then you're only signing out, and they really don't. The NCOs and the lower enlisted guys like I was, they don't care, and they do the same. They know the process. They're like, all right, hey, Roger that,
but that's not something that was like talked about a lot that you could do, was it?
Not overtly, no.
Yeah.
It was always like, if you really want to do this, you can either try this 4187, and if that doesn't go, then just after hours sign out.
Explain to our audience the magical 4187.
I still don't understand that thing. I don't think it was a thing. I think that was just like a hope, wish, and a dream. But it was a document that
It still is documented, to my knowledge. Well, I'm dated as well, but I mean, they were still using it when I was in too.
and it's your official request form for either training or PCS moves or anything really. MOS changes or MOS, any other MOSs you want to get. It's a document that it's your official request to do whatever it is you want to do. You want to go to jump school, you want to change your MOS, or you want to get additional MOSs. So as an engineer, I think I ended up with like 3 or 4 engineer MOSs. Same thing. I don't want to get rid of my primary S. I want another MOS. This is what I'm requesting. And then that document goes forward, and it's your official request to do that kind of stuff. PCS changes, which is permanent change of station. If you wanted to go somewhere else, you requested where you wanted to go, when you wanted to go, and all that stuff on that form. And so that was the official answer I got. It was fill out a 4187, DA form 4187, and it let it go through the process, and it'll get approved or not. And I actually tried that, and it was denied.
To go to Ranger Regiment?
I tried Ranger Regiment, and then I tried jump school and the air assault. So there's another school. So there was other schools I actually filled that form out. I knew about it. So that's how I got to air assault school. That's how I got to jump school, actually. So that was a change of MOS. All these things, the air assault and jump school, airborne school, those are temporary duty, TDY, and return kind of places. So when I requested Ranger Battalion, that's a one-way trip that I'm asking the Army to do.
Tell our listeners about how I think you were on CQ and you get the phone book and you decide, hey, I want to go to the Ranger Regiment.
Yeah, I think, and I think it was, so there's CQ and the company levels, and there's staff duty at the battalion level. I was in the battalion office, and that's why I even have access to this phone book.
Well, and just so you guys know, CQ or is it charge of quarters or change of quarters?
Yeah, charge of quarters.
Charge of quarters. I think they still do it in the military today. Every company, battalion, division, brigade, there's one person, like if you're in a company, there's one person that's up for 24 hours, and then there's always somebody on CQ. It's a 24-hour thing where you
24/7
sit during the day, you answer the phone, log people in and out, whatever. They still do it today in the military. So you'll have a staff duty NCO who, is in charge for the brigade, after hours, whatever.
Yeah, I think at each major command there's that person, and even at division level on bases. So I was probably a PFC maybe. At most
E3
when I did that. Yeah. So I was cleaning the building. That was my job that night. Mopping, buffing the floors, cleaning coffee pots and all that stuff. So at one point I'm done at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I go sit down, and what am I, it's boring. I'm reading Gung Ho magazines and Soldier Fortune magazines, looking at all this cool stuff going on, and I'm missing out. I'm missing out on this stuff. That's where I wanted to go. I should have been there, right?
I've already drove dozers, man. I don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah. So that's really my career. It's like I see pictures that guys are doing stuff. It's like I should have been there. Why wasn't I there, right? Or that's my first exposure to like that. I know that's what I want to do. And so as I'm looking through these magazines, and there's the Army phone book. And everybody is in this phone book. And that's when I just started flipping through. And I didn't know I'm just looking at, okay, where's that? Where's this? This is in Germany, and this is in wherever it is. And I get to the 75th Rangers, and there's 2 battalions at the time, wasn't a regiment at the time. And 1st Ranger Battalion, there's 1st and 2nd Ranger Battalion. 1st Ranger Battalion is first in the list on the phone book because they're first, right? It has the number 1. But also that's all I read about. That's all I'm exposed to. They're in Georgia, and that's real. I don't really know. I don't remember hearing about 2nd Ranger Battalion in Washington or anything. So it was always 1st Ranger Battalion. 1st Ranger Battalion also is in Desert 1. So you hear about them then, and those are the guys who were there then. So through Soldier Fortune magazine.
1st Ranger Battalion was at Desert 1.
Yeah. Company or something like that.
That was the failed hostage rescue in Iran.
Yep. So airfield seizure. They were securing the airfields and stuff like that for all the
makes sense.
The cross loading and all that stuff, the FARPs and all that stuff. So they that's just where I wanted to go. It was just in my mind the coolest thing ever. And so as I'm flipping through the phone book, I was like, oh, they got phone numbers. I was like, here's their phone numbers. How cool is that? So I'll start making calls. It's like, let me see if they answer somebody. I'm not wise enough to think that there's somebody like me sitting on the other end of this phone, right, at 3:00 in the morning. Because, I think I'm the only one up in the world, right? And I make a phone call, and the PFC or whoever it was that answered the phone, Ranger somebody, 1st Ranger Battalion. And I was like, holy shit, I got through. It's like, hey, how do I be a Ranger? I want to be a Ranger.
I'm trying to be just like you, bro. How do I get there? Yeah. Can you give me this? Can you give me the roadmap at 3 a.m?
I wish I could remember those calls because it was a little. I remember it like silence for a little bit. Like, I can only imagine they're like, what, what, and so and it was like a hold on a minute. I get the NCO, and then it's like, okay, where you at? And I said Fort Drum, and at the time nobody's at Fort Drum. So not a lot of people know about Fort Drum, and 10th Mountain isn't activated yet and on Fort Drum. So a lot of times it was like, well, where's that? I was like, upstate New York, and yeah, how do I get there? How do I get to Georgia and 1st Ranger Battalion? And it was a wait a minute, hold on. And they said, well, okay, hey, call back in the morning, and I'm pretty sure they said, and that was another. Those are other notes I wish I could find because I know I have them somewhere. Because I was writing these notes when I talked to Sergeant Major Carpenter the next morning, and because I called back in the morning like they said, and I said I was told last night I talked to Sergeant so and so, and he said call back in the morning. I need to talk to Sergeant Major Carpenter, and these are all other Spec 4s, E4s at battalion headquarters and Hunter Army Airfield.
You can't wonder too, man. They gave you the sergeant major's number, like they were messing with you. They had to be.
Yeah, because you didn't do that. You didn't talk to sergeant majors and colonels, your battalion level leadership. They gave you a spiel every once in a while, and that's all you saw.
Yeah.
Right?
As an E3, you don't call especially not in the 80s. You don't just call the command sergeant major for 1st Ranger Battalion.
Yeah.
Who Sergeant Major Carpenter was a legend.
Yeah, yeah, and the conversations that were happening to get to him, I finally get, so an E4 gets an E6, E6 gets an E7, and E7 says, hold on a sec. And actually, the next guy is Sergeant Major Carpenter. And that seemed like, first of all, it was a surprise to me that I'm on a phone with Sergeant Major, 1st Ranger Battalion. And I was like, okay.
I did.
Hey, Sergeant Major, how
I did it. I
want to be a Ranger. How do I get to where you're at? How do you get in the 1st Ranger Battalion? And his again, I'm going to just from memory. It's like who is this? And where are you at? And PFC, Porras, Fort Drum, 76 Engineer Battalion.
You can't wonder what's going through his. Like, why am I talking to a private in Fort Drum who's an engineer?
Yeah, 76 Engineer. What? And he's like, okay, so he's
was he cool on the phone?
He was. So
awesome.
And he knows as a sergeant major, big Army staff, and so he's like, so an engineer, what are you, the only engineer, what kind of engineer are you? And then he explains, he knows about 12 Bravos, combat engineers, because he's got buddies who are combat engineers. And he's like, are you a 12 Bravo? I was like, combat engineer? I was like, that's one of my MOSs, but I'm a construction engineer on equipment. And I started explaining that. He's like, well, we don't have those, but 12 Bravo, we could take you as a 12 Bravo. And also, post Grenada, right? Guys who I eventually, the unit that I go to in the 82nd are actually on the jump team that go in with First Bat into the airfield to clear all the engineer equipment on the airstrip. So that on those things I read about in Gung Ho and Soldier Fortune. And so he understands that. That's probably his reference too about what 12 Bravos were. But he said he knows some other friends of his that were 12 Bravos. So he was like, okay, so this is what you got to do. I'm ready with my notepad. And I started scratching down these notes. He's like, first you got to get to jump school. Because he asked me that. Are you airborne qualified and all this other stuff? I said, negative sergeant major. And he's like, okay, well, here's the deal. Go to get to jump school. He mentions this 4187. Get into jump school. And we'll just start there. Then you're going to have to change your MOS to 11 Bravo. And I'm, okay, scratching this down. Okay, yep. Airborne school, 11 Bravo. And
11 Bravo's infantry for all of you out there.
4187 this,
Yeah,
4187 this.
Fill out the magical form.
I was like, oh, this is too easy.
Yeah.
This is too easy. And after my conversation with him, he's like, and do you have any more questions? I was like, negative sergeant major. I was like, appreciate your, time on the phone and all this other stuff, all these niceties. And just the conversation he had, he just sounded like an old, like hard grizzly guy, right? I was like, that's exactly the guys I want to work with, right?
Yeah.
And I started doing it. And I actually get into jump school. And
so you put in a 4187 and got to go to jump school?
And got jump school. And
nice.
that wasn't a well, here's a person that was I had to contact to do that though. So I put in a 4187, it gets denied. And it was just go to airborne school. I didn't know that once you go to airborne school, you can't just go to airborne school, go back to your home unit. You're going to the 82nd Airborne, which is fine with me, but I didn't know that was just like the thing, right? So when it was denied, that was why it was denied. We were there in Fort Drum to do a job. We can't lose anybody, and you can't leave until whenever the job is done. I didn't know all those kind of things. Again, the strategic plans of the big army, I was totally clueless. And that's why I'm getting denied all this stuff. So I write my congressman, who's in California, who's congressman, or it was Leon Panetta.
He was your congressman?
Yep.
That's hilarious.
So I write him and say, hey, I'm having trouble doing what I want to do in the Army. I've talked to my chain of command. I've done all this other stuff. It's been denied.
I didn't even know Panetta was a congressman.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He was doing that for a while before he got into the Clinton administration.
So you write him a letter and he does what? You get to go to jump school?
Somehow, I don't know what happens, but it gets approved for me to go to jump school. And I was like, all right, check one off the list. I'm going to jump school. And I go to jump school and get my orders to go to Bragg, and everything's going as planned. And I was like exactly how I should be proceeding.
Got the sergeant major's checklist.
Right? And I get to jump school, get to the 82nd. As soon as I get to the 82nd, it's like, when do I get my 11 Bravo MOS, right? And so it's a replacement detachment. You go to 82nd replacement detachment where you do all your in processing, you get your beret issued and all this other stuff, which is kind of cool. I'm thinking, yes, I'm where I want to be, right? Jumping out of planes and stuff, doing engineer work. So I was still an engineer, and in airborne engineer, all the equipment's just smaller. It has to be, at the time, there's C-130s and C-141s are the heavy lift airdrop, like fixed wing aircraft the Army has or the Air Force has to do that kind of stuff. So they're small. I guess if there's a reference, the Seabees in the movie, the Green Beret, you see the small equipment they're doing to do land clearing. So it's all D5, the small stuff, D5 dozers and, all these little pieces of equipment. Drop them out of a plane and build an airfield or roads. And the guys that jumped are still there. The guys that jumped in Grenada are still there. And so I was like, oh, these are the dudes that jump with the Rangers. Like, that's what I'm going to do next, right? kind of thing. So I'm hitting them up. So
So you get out of replacement and get assigned to an engineer unit in the 82nd?
Yeah. So there was at the time, it was the 307th Engineer Battalion, and the 618th Engineer Company is where I went to. So the 618th Engineer Company is kind of a separate entity of it in and of itself, almost like a direct attachment to the 82nd. The 307th Engineer Battalion had, all the other 12 Bravos, combat engineers, and all that other stuff. So it was kind of in what was considered unofficially the bastard brigade of the 82nd Airborne, like all the direct support units. So I got to go jump out of planes. I'm with the grunts. I'm with, doing all this other stuff. I'm actually doing also the combat engineering, which is more explosives, demolitions, minefield clearing, all those kind of things. And but you're working directly with the grunts. So on all the exercises, we're breaching huge obstacles, and then the grunts come through our breach.
You guys
point.
using Mikliks back then, or like Bangalore's, or?
Oh yeah, Bangalore's. Yeah. Yep.
Can you explain to the audience what a Bangalore is? There's a lot of people probably don't know. It's kind of.
Oh, that's been around forever. Yeah, in the Army inventory. So in Saving Private Ryan, the initial scene in there, the engineers have Bangalore torpedoes, and so these are long tubular poles filled with explosives, and then you can attach them end to end, and however long usually it's a mine wire obstacle, but it could be anything. It could be berms, could be anything. So you attach these things as long as you need it, and then at the end of it, there's a dummy piece, and you're just attaching dummy piece just so you can get some distance from it, and then it's explosives. It's a pipe, like a 3-inch, 4-inch pipe filled with explosives, and you just keep shoving that, just shove it through whatever obstacle you're trying to breach, and prime it on the end and clack it off.
That's a big old explosive.
It's huge. Yeah. I can't remember the weight, the net explosive weight of one tube, but usually there was more than one tube that you use on any obstacle, just because of the length.
Yeah, I started my career in a mech unit, and we would see the Mikliks. A Mikliks is like a big tank, except it's got a rocket, like a launcher on it, and they would launch like 100 feet of deck cord and then just like level a minefield. I remember seeing those at NTC. And then my buddy, who's a Marine that was in Fallujah and Ramadi, they used to shoot the Mikliks down the street, I think in Fallujah, and like blow the whole street up. So when you were talking about doing like combat clearing, that's where my brain goes.
Yeah, and so since I was only light infantry, I guess you can say it, so airborne infantry, light infantry, I've never seen the Mikliks, since those are always in armored units.
Yeah.
But Bangalore torpedoes, definitely.
They say like a 12 Bravo initially, like on a full assault breach, their like life expectancy is like 7 seconds, especially if you're doing like an armored engagement, because the engineers go up, clear the minefield, and then like of course the enemy's trying to shoot everybody that's trying to breach, and so it's a dangerous job.
Yeah, it's direct support to the infantry, but it's really you're with the grunts. So all that stuff, this was perfect. This is exactly where I want to be. Not quite. It's not 1st Ranger Battalion, but I'm on my way, right? And I'm getting the skills that I need to be in 1st Ranger Battalion. And then I do this also back then. We're talking early 80s. Get to the 82nd, and there's guys in the engineer company that I'm in who were grunts, and they ETS'd for a more marketable skill to get out, and so they're going from infantry to engineer, and I get there, I'm an engineer, I want to be a grunt.
How do I be like you?
So,
like, bro, you don't want to go there. No, man, I'm trying to go there.
That's what they're telling me, and they're like, that's not what you want to do. I was like, no, that's exactly what I want to do. And so they eventually hooked me up with the their former unit, which is 3rd Battalion, 325th Infantry in the 82nd. And they're running what's called a expert infantry badge testing and train up and a testing. And back then, also, you can change your MOS by either the 4187 request that you go to school, whatever school that is, to get your MOS, your military occupational specialty, or you can do it OJT. And then there's some other classes you can take, correspondence course too, to help you get another MOS. So OJT and correspondence course, there was always a criteria of what correspondence courses to take for your MOSs. A lot of the soft skill MOSs were more applicable to correspondence.
Well, back in the day too, you had to take correspondence courses to get promotion points as well.
Yep.
Because to get promote E5, E6,
Yep.
depending on your MOS, you needed those.
Yep.
I remember those, dude. I hated those things. There was like a million of them, man.
Yep. And so I did those, and my buddy in the engineer company hooks me up with 3rd Battalion, 325th, and during their EIB prep and testing. So I go over there, and that was the culmination. If you were going to change your MOS to 11 Bravo at the time, they were going to hack off on you. It's like you do the train up. You were with us for the train up. We're talking like about 3 months worth of train up, and at the end is testing. And so everybody's going through their expert infantry stuff, and I'm right there with them. I train with them, pass the EIB. I'm still an engineer, so I can't be awarded it though. So because that was another thing that they were, I guess, first time they ever were exposed to that too. Like, okay, it's like you can't be awarded this because you're not a grunt.
Yeah, for all of our listeners out there, especially if you're 18, 19 and you're just joining the Army, everything that Bob did, I highly wouldn't recommend to do. That times have changed since then, but it's definitely a route. It was definitely Bob's route.
Not the most efficient way to do things, but yeah, I got there.
Dude, you didn't take no for an answer. I mean, that's
Right.
That's
the secret, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so I get that, and then as they're finding out how to award me the expert infantry badge, so I can finish my in my MOS and get it officially on my records and become a grunt, then I'm out going for Ranger Battalion, going to Hunter Army Airfield to sign in.
I got the checklist, bro. I got the checklist.
And so everything comes back, and people are checking for me. The personnel, NCOs and officers that were helping me do this processing, they eventually tell me that, well, you can't get your MOS that way anymore. You have to go to schoolhouse to do all these MOSs, including 11 Bravo Infantry. And I was like, okay. So,
like, bro, I've been doing that for the last 3 months.
When do I go? I already qualified, and I already did everything.
You got your EIB, but you got to go to infantry school.
Right. And Big Army wants me to go to Fort Benning to AIT, essentially, with all these new Army dudes that just went through basic training, right? So that was another thing for the infantry school, to have me as probably an E4. There was a couple of us. There was an 11 Hotel who was a tow gunner who wanted to change the MOS to 11 Bravo. There was there was an 11 Mike who was a Bradley driver. He wanted an 11 Bravo as primary. So we're all, I think that dude was actually E5. We want to be 11 Bravo. So we show up at Fort Benning, and
did they know you're coming? Like, you put a 4187, or you just sign out of your unit?
it was an official move to do the training, and so it was a TDY and return. So we're supposed to go to Benning, get our MOS, and come back. I thought I was going to 3rd Battalion, 325th, and I just always thought that it wasn't a permanent change of station. It wasn't PCS. So TDY and return. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to 325th.
Also, you don't have orders to go to base training. They just put you on TDY.
No, yeah, well, it's TDY orders to go there specifically to change your MOSs, and there's 4 or 5 of us there. There's a couple 11 Mikes, the 11 Mikes, Bradley drivers, Hotel. He was also from the 82nd. We actually went through EIB training together, and we were in the same pipeline. And we show up, armored guys. They look armored guys, right? Just whatever. Not quite the tip-top shape and all that stuff. So me and my buddy from the 82nd, we have our berets, we have our shaved heads and all that stuff, starch BDUs and all that stuff. We show up at Benning, and we're like, yep, reporting in, right? And they know that we're coming, and they're still trying to figure out where to place us. Like, because basic training for grunts, basic training AIT, there's no separation. You don't stop, like for us, there's a definitely stop in basic training. You move to another barracks, and then you start your skill training. Infantry they go straight through, and so they were trying to figure out, well, we can't put you in. We can't put you in like in the second week of basic training. They're still learning how to march, right, and all these other things. So eventually, we lucked out. So me and one of the 11 mics, my buddy that came with me, the hotel, they put us in like the end phase where they're doing their end of cycle testing is what they called it. It's like EIB training again, EIB testing, and that's really what it was for us. That's how I kind of equated it. They're getting ready to take their test to get their MOS is the 11 Bravo. So we get there about 2 or 3 weeks before the end of their whole training phase, and yeah, just really we didn't. When we went to the training, but the drill sergeants that were there, it was kind of benefit to them because we already knew how to march troops and all that stuff. So we took the companies to training every day, marched them to training, and then marched them back. And the drills were there, and they checked on us and all that stuff. But they were happy to see us there, and we just kind of just ran the platoons and the companies through the training. And that was kind of neat. I kind of had a pretty good experience with a lot of stuff. And they were asking us the whole way because we were already, and it's not like we were learning anything because we already knew what we needed to do. So the classes that we took, weren't that hard. How to throw a grenade, which figured out how to do that, right?
Oh, yeah.
So throw those things and qualify on all these things. And for us, it was like we just did this to get our EIBs. So it's like, this is what you guys are doing. So this is how to, kind of, you can't really game that kind of training. But just relax. It's going to be fine. It's not hard, that kind of stuff. So being the older guys there, just ran them through that whole thing, got our MOS and graduation, all that stuff. Graduations, you get your blue rope, infantry cord, and all that stuff at graduation. And the hotel that was with me, the guy that came from Bragg with me. So I think I'm going back to Bragg too. And everybody's getting their orders, and I was like, oh, I already know where I'm going because they're calling off everybody. Last name, 11 Bravo. You got, congratulations, you're going to Fort whatever. And somebody else, 11 Hotel, congratulations. You're going 11 Charlie's, the mortar guys. Yeah, congratulations, you're going to this base. And yeah, they call my name. Specialist Porras and Fort Ord, California, 7th Infantry Division. And I was like, what? How did that happen, right? I was like, oh, there's got to be a mistake. So I get my sheet, and I'm thinking, I don't even know that there's an Army base in California, first of all. And the 7th Infantry Division was just activated. So I don't know anything about the 7th Infantry Division.
Before we dive into this story, let's take a quick break. When you've spent years serving others, it's easy to put your own health on the back burner. At Precision Wellness Group, they are changing that. Founded by a former Special Forces medic, emergency medicine physician, and a hormone and longevity specialist, Dr. Bosley's mission is to help veterans, first responders, and motivated personnel nationwide to take back control of their health. This is why I personally trust Precision Wellness Group in optimizing my health goals. With telehealth appointments available in nearly every state, Precision Wellness Group can offer you personalized hormone and peptide therapies straight to your door. Grab Dr. Bosley's top 5 supplement guide in the show notes to start fueling your momentum, and then visit precisionwellnessgroup.com to get started. Listeners, please mention Vanguard 50 for your 50% off your 1-hour in-depth consultation with Dr. Bosley. For our home viewers, you can also scan the QR code on the screen right here to directly lock in that Vanguard wall deal on your initial telehealth or in-person visit. Take a tactical approach to optimize your health at Precision Wellness Group. Picking up, man, you're graduating basic training for the infantry. You think you're going back to the 82nd Airborne Division, and all of a sudden they call your name and you get orders to Fort Ord, California, 7th Infantry Division.
Yes.
What's going through your head, dude?
Something's wrong. Again. And that's not the path I thought I was going to take. So I'm already thinking, well, I should be going like Georgia to Georgia transfer, or at least go to Bragg and then to Georgia back to Hunter Army Airfield, right? But also big Army stuff. 75th is now a regiment because after Grenada, they get a 3rd Battalion, and now it's a Ranger Regiment. And 3rd Battalion and Regiment Headquarters is at Benning. So when I see this thing, and they,
3rd Battalion's, I thought it was 1st Battalion I thought 3rd Battalion went to Hunter Liggett.
no,
could be
1st
wrong.
Battalion's at Hunter Army Airfield
Oh, I didn't
still,
know that.
and 3rd Range Battalion is at Benning, and 2nd is in Washington State. And Regiment Headquarters is at Benning too. Ranger Memorial, everything's at Benning. Home of the Infantry. And yeah, so I see the 7th Infantry Division, Fort Ord. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it. Been in the Army for 4 years. I should know everything at this point, right? Spec 4. So specialists, Spec 4s know everything. And
E4 Mafia.
they run the Army, right? And so didn't hear about it. Don't know what it is. That's not where I wanted to go. Nobody I'm talking to knows what that is. So no, I'm not going to do that. So I'm back to what I know, and I just go sign in. I'll just find wherever regiment headquarters is now and go sign in there, and I'm good. And so when we graduated, signed out, got our orders, and we're supposed to go home, plan for a PCS move and all that stuff. And I just literally took a cab, and then walked to what was now the new headquarters of 75th Ranger Regiment, and
hey guys, I'm here.
signed in, right? So there was this janky. It was a barracks. So it was a 3-story old barracks where they first started the headquarters, and in the Cantonment area, it wasn't far from jump school, and I don't even think those buildings are still there anymore. They've done a lot of reconstruction on Fort Benning, on the main post, kind of Fort Benning, but it was a 3-story building. It's like a regular barracks. Building was their headquarters. That's where I signed in, and the only way you can recognize it was there was a fence with the green little whatever the coverings are, so you can't see in, but you see everything from the outside. So the pull-up bars and everything else, Ranger skulls everywhere. It's like, yes, this is where I need to be, right? I'm going down my checklist, and push the little button on the gate to get in, and it's those janky little
Intercom
speakerphone thingies, and it's like it's sparking. I mean, it was just like janky. And it's a chain link fence with the green screen around it. So it's kind of like who's there kind of thing. Who's there? What do you want? Over the intercom, Specialist Force reporting in. Want to be a Ranger, and then silence, and then you hear the little metallic thing release, like click, like I'm in.
Yeah.
And then it was more of a questioning. It's like, wait a minute, I need to talk to you face to face. So as I approached the steps to the barracks, NCO comes out, and she's like, "It's like, what is it you want?" And I was like, "I want to be a Ranger." I want to be a Ranger Sergeant. I'm addressing him, appropriately. But as he's doing this, right, he's putting on his beret. I was like, this is it, man. I'm there. I'm here, right? This is the beginning of where I wanted to be. I'm getting ready to check that off on my list, right? And he says, wait a minute. He goes back inside for a sec, and he comes back out, and I guess there's a small little smoke session that's going to start, and unbeknownst to me at the time, I'm getting all motivated. He's back, and he's got a clipboard. And I was like, all right,
That
cool.
clipboard says front, back, go.
Yeah. I start, he's just smoking me, doing push-ups, so I can't do push-ups anymore. And if you really want to be here, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what he's saying along the way. And I'm doing push-ups on the stairway, upside down. Obviously, my head's on the low side, my feet are up, and I'm qualifying myself on the tree that was in the courtyard. I'm doing pull-ups, push-ups, And when I can't do that anymore, I'm doing the dying cockroach and all this other stuff. That's the resting position, right? And all these iron chair things. And it was really, so I wanted to be there so bad. And I wanted to do all these things really in my career so bad. It's like, in my mind, I'm like, you can't do anything to me right now to discourage me, or I'm not going to quit. It's like, if I die, then I don't have any control of that.
Yeah.
But I'm not quitting. You can do anything you want. In my mind,
You got
I'm
Rangers
doing all
in
these
heaven. I'll
things,
just die and then fucking try to Ranger school in heaven.
and they made sure I was at muscle failure on everything that I was doing. And so there was never enough push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups. Oh man, duck walks. They had me doing all kinds of stuff, and donkey kicks and everything else. And
It's just you and this dude with the clipboard?
yep, he's like a staff sergeant or something like that. And the whole time he's calmly asking me, as I'm, in my resting position in the dying cockroach, and my hands and legs are just so worn out, I'm shaking. You really want to be here? And I'm just, Roger Sergeant, and Rangers lead the way. I'm doing all the, the right things and all this stuff. And just in my mind, I was like, whatever you got, bring it, because this is where I want to be, right? And eventually, he stops and he says, on your feet, and I'm standing there at parade rest at the bottom of these stairs, and then it's E7 comes out. He's the personnel officer, and he's going to sign me in. I don't know who he is or what he's doing, but that's eventually what happens. And as we're walking into the building, it was either like, how bad do you want to be here, kind of thing. Like, are you serious? You know what you're getting ready to do, kind of stuff, and you know where you're at. And I was like, Roger, Sergeant, I'm exactly where I want to be. And then he told me to get on the ground and start low crawling. So I'm low crawling through the barracks floor. It's an admin floor, right? Where the administration's offices are. And people are walking past me like that's nothing. Like, they're not even paying attention to me. I'm low crawling floor. They don't look at me like it's okay, that's weird. Or, oh, somebody screwed up. Somebody getting smoked, right? They just look at me. They don't even pay attention to me. They're walking like normal business, just going on. And I was like, everybody's walking around, and I noticed the Ranger scrolls and they're wearing high tights at the time. I think they're more relaxed grooming standard, I think, right now. But back then it was high tights and all that stuff. And I was like, whatever it takes. And I get to the desk where he's going to sign me in, and he says he's standing at a desk or a platform or like a countertop, and I'm low crawling up to the countertop, and I stop there, and I'm laying down like I should be in low crawl, and he's like, sign here, sign on whatever line it was, tells me something like that. I'm trying to think, how am I going to do that if I'm down here in the prone? And he starts yelling at me like, get on your feet, what are you doing? So then that was the end of the smoke session, and I sign in, and he said, okay, so regular sign-in procedures. I'm signing all this stuff and signing for stuff. And the first thing that has to happen is you go to RIP, Ranger Indoctrination Program at the time. It's called RASP now. So I have to go to RIP. And because I was at E4, I have to go to what was called ROPE. So Ranger Orientation Program was ROPE for apparently E4s that were going to be promotable. I'm going to go in a leadership position, so I got to go to ROPE and RIP. RIP first, then ROPE. And it was right across it wasn't too far from there, actually. It was Cardiac Hill is a place, everybody who's been in that part of Fort Benning, I think they run it in jump school too. Cardiac Hill, that's where the RIP detachment was. And so I get a ride from the staff duty driver that was there. I get a ride over there, and in process, get stuff issued.
Same day?
Yep. I'm gonna go enter this RIP class and start training. And to me, man, I was just the happiest person ever. I finally made it. And I don't know which battalion I'm going to go to. But I asked that question too. I was like, so, and then it was just like, well, you got to get through this first, and we'll talk about that later.
And are you married at this point?
Yeah.
Oh, so you got a wife?
Yep.
Any kids?
I have my daughter, and at the time too, when I was at Fort Bragg, I had another daughter, but she passed from SIDS. So my wife and daughter are there at Benning, and that's even how I find out that I'm AWOL eventually. So I go through rope. I'm living in town in Columbus, Georgia.
Oh, let's not go too fast. This is so she comes out with you to Fort Benning while you're at Airborne school, and then you go sign into the regiment, and they put you straight into RIP. How long before you get into the RIP class?
So when I get to RIP and rope, that's when they moved to Columbus.
Okay.
So because I thought I was going back to Bragg.
Yep.
So I thought that was a easy thing, whatever this Ranger indoctrination program. Okay.
How long was it back then? 3 weeks?
I think so. Yeah, and rope was 4 weeks, I think.
Are both of those we've had other Rangers on here. RIP's just a smoke session and with some patrolling. How was it?
Yeah, it's do you want to be here?
Yeah.
3 weeks.
3 weeks of do you want to be here?
Yeah. Couple of jumps and normal stuff like that.
You guys do any patrolling or anything? Any of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So small unit tactics. You do a little bit of that just to see how you're going to be able to perform and function. And literally, it's the minutia things. At the time, we're wearing load bearing equipment, LBE stuff, the old suspenders and the belts, and
canteens, ammo pouches.
Yep. Yeah. And it was double basic, so you had 4 ammo pouches.
Oh, really?
Not just the regular 2 like everybody else.
Yep.
So then it was like, yes, this is where I need to be, right? And the smoke sessions and all that stuff. So in my mind too, though, I was like, whatever, bring it. This is exactly where I want to be, and you can't do anything to discourage me at this point.
How many people were in your RIP class? Do you remember? I mean, you probably don't remember exactly.
No. It's probably a company worth of people, so 120 maybe.
Attrition.
Several platoons worth of people.
Was the attrition high?
Yeah. If they left, from what I recall, they left in the first week. Then it was just a standards thing after that. Then it was like 1s and 2s that were just like, hey, you're just not getting it. Or you're not hanging with whatever. It was mostly physical, like endurance thing. Yeah, constantly. Yeah. So a lot of guys left after the first week. And so some of those guys too, though, signed up to do that. And some of them signed up or volunteered, because you can volunteer in infantry school for Ranger or Airborne options. So if you didn't do it when you first came in, you still had an opportunity, and they gave you opportunities to do that. That didn't happen to me when I was an engineer. So some of them came in and they volunteered once they got to basic training or AIT, whenever that was offered. Go to jump school, go to RIP, go to Ranger Battalion. They didn't have contracts direct like that yet.
What was the biggest difference between RIP and rope?
So rope's more of a leadership thing. You're going over policies and Ranger Regiment, a lot of policies, SOPs, and tactical stuff. More or less getting you. So if you left Ranger Battalion at the time and you went to regular Army and then you came back, and that was pretty common. If you wanted to make rank and you had to do, usually it was platoon sergeant time when you got to that level. You got to do platoon sergeant time, first sergeant time, sergeant major time, if that's what you did. Sergeant Major Guerrero was one of those guys who was there at the time. So he left to get his E8, E9 time in the regular Army, because there's not enough space in the battalions at the time. So he leaves, does that, comes back, and I think he was going to be regimental sergeant major at the time. So all those kind of people. So all the officers, they're going through this, that are trying to get in the Ranger Battalion, they're going through the same thing. Whether they were there first time or they're coming back from somewhere. And very academic. Standards, protocols, SOPs, and policies and stuff like that. Missions, type of missions. This is how we do it here in Regiment. And that's very academic. Of course, you had your normal stuff, normal morning PTs and all that stuff. Very almost daily life kind of stuff. RIP was just.
Are you living in the barracks, or are you living because your wife's moved?
To RIP and rope. I think I had moved the family. I think I had an apartment at that point. But during that time, I was there. You lived
you stayed
there. Yeah, in a barracks. And Yeah, I'm almost positive they were living there at the time, in Columbus. I know I had an apartment. During that whole time frame, I didn't spend a lot of time there, so that was I didn't realize it then. But this is like daily life in a Ranger battalion, and it would have worked out, or it wouldn't have worked out the same way because we ended up getting divorced anyway. So I don't think it was anything that the Army would have done that created that. Maybe contributed somewhat, but that was really just our relationship. I mean, if you have a relationship, you do or you don't, and I don't really put a lot of weight on the lifestyle doing that because we have a good relationship. It's a good relationship regardless. But that was probably part of her concerns. I mean, you never hear, you never concentrate, you never hear when you're here. You know, mentally, you're never here when you're home and all that stuff. So I'm sure that's
something we've talked a lot about on this podcast. It's hard to be really good at both. It's hard to be really good, in the military and be really good at home because at some point they're competing for your time. So some dudes figure it out. Like I know it's a struggle though to be.
Some dudes, yeah, they do. So there are people who are able to do that.
But I also do think like
it's not always pretty either though.
No, but to your point too, man. I mean, the wives, I think sometimes they don't know what they're signing up for versus the wives who know exactly what they're signing up for and they're super supportive,
Yep. And here's a thing too. And there's a movie that kind of captures this thing, and it was about a firefighter, but it's like so when I think you fortunate enough for me and lucky for me, I guess I've been able to learn from the good and the bad things that I've done, good and bad. Owned it, take responsibility for it, be accountable to myself for it and to my family, or if it's my family or my teammates, right? Be responsible, accountable for your actions. And then kind of, so that requires you to do honest assessment of what just happened, right? So you have the formal things you do in the military after action reviews and stuff like that, where you reflect back on what do we do good, what do we do bad, what do we need to do better next time, right? Or if it's the same thing, then okay, it's the same thing. It was all good. We're going to do the same thing again. So when I think about it, and I hear guys talk about it now too, it's like, so getting to where where I got to eventually, it's like I put total 100% concentration, effort, everything into that to get to where I went. But if you think about it, some of the guys that I heard along the way that didn't try out for certain things, either SF or the unit or something like that, mostly it was SF, or why didn't they do certain things? And they would say, well, kids and family were more important than my career. And so they did the same thing for their families that I did for the Army and myself, really. Selfishly, this is what I want to do. I was so focused on that and really the whole way through my Army career. How do I get to be a better soldier, right? I'm already where I need to be. And every step of the way, I guess the commonality too of all the unit guys that end up there, they're the best at what they were doing all before they got there. So, and everybody says that about them. So and they're not all grunts, they're not all SF guys, and they're all Rangers, and they're coming from across the Army in different skill sets. But they were the best at that job, and everybody says that. It's like, well, it's a no-brainer. It's like, oh, that's not surprising. He was the best guy we had, right? And so those guys are the ones who end up at the unit. It's not always the best grunt. It's not always the best SF guy. They were the best at whatever it is they were doing. So even on the support side, those guys that end up on the support side of the unit, they're the best at what they did. Administratively, whatever it is, they're the best. They're mechanics. They were the best mechanics in their previous unit, and they wanted to be better. And so everybody across the board, that's the I guess the single most thing that you can say about the unit. It's like everybody there, no matter what their job is, they are the best at it.
So you finished rip and rope, and then you get assigned a 3rd battalion?
I wish. So that's when so I'm at E4, and I can't go to a battalion unless I'm got my Ranger tab. So I finished rip, rope.
So that's how it was back then? You'd finish rip, rope, and then you had to go straight to Ranger school?
Yeah.
So would they put you in like a holding area to the next school, or?
I just stayed at rip detachment. and then entered. So I ended up going to, since Ranger School starts and ends there, I would go to the each Ranger class, and then I didn't have a slot. I just went there and waited for somebody to fail out the PT test, and then I jumped into their slot. So,
yeah, tell us that story. What's that like? You went to Ranger School like 3 times or 4 times, or
yeah, I think 3 or 4, something like that. So there's back in the day, and I met one of my cadre. The first couple of times I go, they had what was called the Morgan team at the time. And so it's the first couple of weeks that you're at Benning and you sign in. You go to the Morgan team. That was like the first week so it's like a hell week kind of thing. And the Morgan team is the one who's doing it. And it's just smoking you all the time. And whatever you're doing, it's an opportunity to smoke you. That's those guys all screaming at you, hollering at you, and stuff like that. And I remember this. I always remember this one guy. He's a black guy, had glasses, and just because of that, he stood out. And he was a pretty hard dude, man. He was an ass, and but it was like, okay, bring it. I can do so many push-ups, and you're doing hundreds of them. And it's like, well, until I fall on my face, I'm going to keep doing it.
So tell the story, because you never got kicked out of Ranger School. This is where your Army career starts. All of these signing ins and signing outs and 4187s. This is kind of all where it comes ahead. Tell that story of like
screeching halt.
Yeah, tell the story of coming in and out of Ranger School. Like what was going on? What was
happening? There was 2 classes. I want to say 2 or 3 classes I had been in when this happened. So I get in and the first one goes by, and I'd already, while I was in Rip and Rope, already finding out that I'm not getting paid and stuff like that. But okay, fill out this form, go to main post, get paid. There's a term for that. I can't remember what it is. So I'd do that, and a couple times. It's not a big deal. Okay, I'm transitioning, I'm moving around and stuff like that, and okay, we'll wait for that to catch up. And that's what they're saying too at the pay cages and stuff like that. Don't worry about it; it'll catch up to you. They'll eventually you're going to get paid out of regular.
But you would go to Ranger School and make it to like a certain phase.
Yeah.
Explain
the first
TDY
city
thing.
week, so I couldn't leave Benning. So there was the Morgan team city week, which is a lot of the initial entry into patrolling and communications and stuff like that. You're learning all the individual skills, like EAB testing again, and then you do the Darby Queen, and the obstacle course at Ranger School, PT pits, the Bear pits, the hand combatives, all that stuff. So you go through all that. And then you go to, at the time, I think it was like you had desert phase, Florida phase, and mountain phase. And at the time, I think it was Dugway. It was either Dugway or Bliss. So in order to leave there, so the guys who are airborne qualified jump into the next training site. And then if you're not jump qualified, because there are people that go to Ranger School who aren't airborne qualified, they get some truck transported, however they get there. That was never my situation, so I don't know how they actually do that. But so probably on the plane that everybody jumps out of, then you just land and everybody gets out that didn't jump, walks off the plane. So I do that 2 or 3 times, and then the class that I'm in, the last class I'm in has it's during a Christmas break. So everybody actually naturally gets a Christmas break.
Let me explain, because you say casually, you did that 2 or 3 times. So 2 or 3 times you actually walk onto Ranger School, pass the PT test, get smoked, go through the whole first couple weeks, and then try to go TDY to Fort Bliss, and you can never go TDY because they can't figure out your orders.
Yep. And that was finally what's told to me, but it's told to me. So I go to Christmas break, and my wife and kid are in Columbus, Georgia now. And she's the one that told me again. It's like, okay, we didn't get paid again. It's like, okay, let me go fill this paperwork out and fill out the paperwork. So we're on a Christmas break. So I'm back in my OG 107s, starched, black beret, shaved head, got my spit shine jungle boots on, and I fill out the paperwork and go to the pay cage like I have been doing. And there's an issue with paying me. And so the PFC or E4 at the window starts this process of getting, well, there's something wrong here. I need to get somebody else. I need to get my boss. NCO comes out, looks at whatever she was looking at, and looks at me, looks back, like, hold on a sec. So this happens another time, and eventually a major comes out, and papers in his hands, and he's looking at what everybody's, what's your issue here? And then he looks at the paperwork, looks at me. So high and tight.
And you've been in the Ranger Regiment for what, like 10 months?
Yeah. Oh, easily. I think it was longer than that.
So in between you going to Ranger schools, you're still going out and doing exercises with them, training.
Yeah.
It's like you're in the regiment.
So when I'm waiting for the Ranger schools, the Ranger classes I'm in, it wasn't back to back. So it was like, well, okay, we'll put you in the next class. Okay. And then so do exercises and jumps and everything else there on Benning and regular daily life stuff. And they're trying to figure out. So they were trying to figure out too that where they were going to put me. They were saying, well, once you get to Ranger school, and there was they didn't have a name for it yet. So it was new in the regiment at the time. The Ranger Reconnaissance Department Division,
RRD.
RRD, right?
Yeah.
So they were
I think
still
it was
trying
Ranger
to
Reconnaissance Detachment, if I remember.
Yeah. And they were trying to figure out what to name it because it was like long range surveillance detachments is what 82nd and 101st had in their divisions. So that was an actual structured organization, and they wanted to be different, right? So it was like, what are we going to call this thing? So that was during that time frame. They're like, well, once you pass Ranger school, we'll talk about it. And those are the guys I was hanging out with on these exercises because it's like, who am I going to be attached to during this exercise? And it was going to be a battalion, so it was going to be the Ranger Regiment, and so it was RRD guys. So I'd do the jumps and train with those guys and just hang out with those guys while I'm waiting for another class. And yeah, eventually it was so, I was there in my mind. I was like, I finally made it, right? All my boxes on my sergeant major list were checked. Right?
Yeah.
I finally made it.
So you're at the finance cage. You haven't gotten paid a couple times. You've had to go to the finance shop a couple times to get paid. You go there to get paid. You're on Christmas break. The E4's like, hey, we're gonna have to call somebody else.
Yeah, and then the major finally, and so it's a finance office. It's a pretty busy place, and there's a lot of people there, and there's MPs there. That's where MPs are because it's a finance pay cage area. So it's not an unfamiliar thing to see MPs in the finance offices or parked out front or something like that, and the major finally says, you're going to have to go with these gentlemen. I saw them walking in. I just thought they were here like everybody else, either pay something or it's like police officers at, anywhere else. That's where they hang out. So you're going to have to go with these gentlemen. I looked around. I was like, what? Like the MPs? And the one dude grabs behind my arm. It's like, what's going on here, right? And they take me to the MP station.
Did you get cuffed up? Did they put you in handcuffs in the whole 9 yards?
They didn't cuff me.
Oh.
Got a ride to the MP station, and then that's the first time they tell me. Oh, that's the first time I hear that. What's happening? Right? What's going on? What did I do? And then eventually they tell me, well, you're AWOL. You're whatever that list is. There's I guess I equate it to like there's a warrant out for your arrest kind of thing.
No,
right?
literally, that's what happens when you go AWOL. Yeah. For those of you out there that are listening that don't know what AWOL is an acronym. It's absence without leave, and it's a pretty big deal. It's basically you're absconding from the Army. So what happens nowadays is they actually issue a federal arrest warrant, and you get prosecuted. Yeah, it's a really big deal. I can't imagine back then it was probably an even bigger deal. So here you are, you been in the Ranger Regiment for over a year, and now you've been trying to go to Ranger school 3 or 4 times. And I don't know if you explained it, but what happened was every time he'd get to a certain phase, they couldn't pull your orders, right?
Yeah. So every move you make in Ranger school, it's a TDY. So it's a TDY and within a TDY. I couldn't be on official. They couldn't cut me orders because of this glitch. What the
But
glitch is,
nobody-
they know they can't cut me orders because I'm on AWOL status, but that's not being described to me. That's not being explained to me. I just can't get orders.
So the Ranger Regiment, like nobody up at the personnel section was ever like, "Hey, dude." Like you never. By the time you're like third or fourth time in a Ranger Squad, aren't you like, "Hey, bro, I'm getting tired of doing this."
Well, everybody's thinking what they think is happening is you're transitioning, you're PCSing or whatever it is. You're in transition, and that's a common thing too for you to miss a couple of paychecks when you get to your duty station because finance has to catch up with you. So that was kind of common, and so that's what everybody thinks is happening. So they're not digging into why that I'm not getting paid, I'm not getting my direct deposit and all that stuff. Nobody's checking into that. They're just like, okay, that's normal. You're moving, you're in transition. They'll catch up to you. Don't worry about it. You'll just have to keep doing this, unfortunately, till it catches up to you. Or until they arrest you for being AWOL in my case. Yeah. And then as I'm sitting there in the MP, I didn't get it processed into a cell or anything, but I'm sitting there waiting to be processed. And so I don't know what AWOL soldiers look like, but I'm pretty sure I didn't look like one. And with my starch OG-107, spit shine boots, high and tight haircut, my black beret, Ranger Regiment scroll on my shoulder, and all this other stuff, jump wings. I got the whole thing going on. I don't think I would look like a typical stolen valor soldier, but I was in the MP station, and since I was attached to the RIP detachment, headquarters regiment, they're the ones who came to the MP station and said, he's not AWOL, he's been with us the whole time, humana, and we'll get you the paperwork that you need and all that stuff. And then took me back to regiment headquarters. And then that's when they started figuring out, like, okay, we need to dig into this because we know where you've been this whole time. So we just got to figure out what they're seeing. And eventually what they're seeing is, I'm at the or whatever you call that, branch headquarters, 11th Infantry branch headquarters there on Benning. And so most of the NCOs and officers that were checking into my situation, they thought, okay, this is an easy one. I'll just go to whatever floor, talk to this person, and we'll get it squared away. So that's what they told me, and they did that. And they were like, and they came back eventually. Several attempts of that happening, and they eventually came back and said, well, there's a thing that we don't have clout to pull you from where they want you to go, which is 7th Infantry Division. And right now, that's the priority in the Army. They're even losing guys from Ranger Battalion, Ranger Regiment, 82nd Airborne Division to go, I guess, start the cadre for these light infantry divisions and stuff like that. So 10th Mountain and 7th Infantry Division. So they're losing guys because of that. So I'm the new guy. So I'm probably the first one on the chopping list. Like, you got to give us 10 guys. Well, we're not going to get rid of our most experienced guys. So let's get these guys in limbo and send those guys. So that's eventually kind of my take on how I ended up in that position.
So basically, they tell you got to go to forward. There's no getting out of it.
Yep. And your AWOL status can't be cleared until you get there. So I was like, I don't know. The coercion, I guess. I don't know what to do. Do this for us or you're not getting paid. It's like, okay. So I out-process. Everybody's very good at regiment headquarters there. The RIP detachment NCOs and all that stuff, they're like, hey, man, this kind of sucks. And they're telling me all these things. And, hey, when you get to your unit, well, and you want to come back and you're thinking, do this 41A7 and ask to come back and all that. And very good. They were good to me.
Were you, when you had to leave Benning, were you like pissed or
Yeah.
like what was it?
Yeah.
I
I was pissed.
You spent a lot of work to get there.
Yeah. Dreams dashed, done, just snatched away from me. I was pissed. And I didn't know what 7th Infantry was. Did
that kind of change your idea on the Army? Like, were you mad enough to like, hey man, I might do something else or?
No. So still thinking, okay, this isn't what I want, but this is what I have to do. Let me get this out of the way. And as soon as I get there, I'm going to still try to get back. And that's some of the NCOs that were in charge at regiment headquarters are saying too. They're like, well, okay, well, you got to go do this. You don't have any other options. You got to go do this. So you're going to have to go there. But they will welcome you back if for some reason you get there and you request to come back and it's approved, then we'll take you back. I was like, so that was good enough for me to, I guess, stay motivated to try to get back. Little did I know I wasn't going to be able to do that.
If you had to summarize the lesson you learned from being like the invisible AWOL soldier into one sentence for young NCOs, what would it be?
Oh, now, probably doesn't happen as much as it did then. I don't know. Don't quit, I guess.
Don't quit. Ask more questions.
I mean, for me, if you want to do something bad enough, there's nothing that's going to stop you. If you're that motivated and it's really what you want to do, there's nothing that can stop you. And that's my mindset through the whole thing.
How did that like event shape how you deal with, run, whatever, when it comes to like admins or records for your men later on? Like, did you have your own personal checklist? Or, because now you've really starting to find out how the Army works.
Yes. So guys in the 7th Infantry now that I'm in charge of they're asking, there's those guys just like me, like, I want to go to jump school. How do I do that? I want to go to Ranger Battalion. I want to go to Ranger School. How do I do that?
Just hand them a phone book.
Now, I am supporting them wholeheartedly on their attempts to get there, but through the official thing. But I'm also talking to the approving officials and saying, I know we're going to be at a loss for one soldier, but we'll get another one. And this guy, this is where he needs to be. He's got the motivation, the skills, the drive to be where he needs to be. So, and I talked to several levels up, all the way to like brigade level, on approving these things for guys to go to jump school, there's a couple guys who went to, not necessarily Ranger School, because that was another selection process. 7th Infantry had to get slots for Ranger School. So you had to go with they had their own pre-Ranger course and all that stuff you had to go to and pass. But I helped guys pass all that stuff. And a little bit more wiser now from my situation, I was assisting those guys through their process.
When you got to 7th Infantry Division, are you still in E4 or did you make E5?
No, I was E5, I think. E5 and 6 while I was there.
Did you go to PLDC while you're at Ranger Regiment?
No, I was in 7th. I think I was actually at E6 when I finally went.
That's funny.
PLDC, BNOC, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I might have been. Oh, no, I probably couldn't get 6 unless I did. That was the deal. I couldn't get 6 unless I went to PLDC. So that was from 5 to 6. Yeah, it was interesting. But really, I learned everything that I had needed to learn on leadership was there in 7th Infantry Division. Because of the environment, because of the soldiers that I had in charge of and saw other people, and saw different styles of leadership and what was working, what wasn't working. Yeah, I was never something I wanted to do, didn't know I was going to be there, but learned a ton of stuff.
It's probably extremely informative as a NCO too.
Yep.
So just so the listeners out there, I know we got a huge military audience, but for those of you that weren't in the military, every time that you get promoted on the enlisted side of the house, so sergeant, staff sergeant, sergeant first class, master sergeant, and then sergeant majors, you go to a course. So back then it was called PLDC, Primary Leadership Development Course. So you would go to that course when you either became an E5 or back then you probably got waivers and you could go to it after it. Now, yeah. I remember when I was in, I had to go to PLDC before you could get promoted. And then BNOC, it's called something now. I don't know. They changed everything. I think BNOC's now ALC, but back then was to make E6, you had to go to the basic non-commissioned officer course of BNOC. So I just want to make sure that I get accused sometimes of getting lost in the military acronyms on these podcasts for people that didn't serve. There's a lot of them and we kind of speak our own language and I forget that. So I wanted to. So when you showed up to 7th Infantry Division in Fort Ord, which is up in Northern California, I think that base still exists, but we don't have active duty components there. Mm-hmm. Were you a squad leader or did you start off as a team leader?
Eventually, yeah. I started out as a team leader, as an E5. So it was very structured, we were there to provide the cadre. So E5s were team leaders, E6s were squad leaders, and E7s were platoon sergeants. So it started out that way. Over time, like any infantry unit, that doesn't work out.
Yeah, because everybody's serving up one rank because everybody's short.
Yeah. Or you lose regular losses through injuries and time and promotions and stuff like that. So, team leader, and my first squad leader was a 2nd Ranger Battalion NCO. So he was actually trying to help me to get back to Ranger Battalion, but he's trying to get me to go to 2nd Ranger Battalion. I was like, nah, I don't want to go that way. I want to go east.
It's a different gang.
And so nothing wrong with 2nd Ranger Battalion.
Oh, we've had 3 275 guys on the podcast.
If I ended up there, I'd be just as happy, right? But from day one, I was trying to get to first bat. So that was always in my head. I got to get the first bat. So it worked out. So we did that. My squad leader at the time, 2nd bat guy, we start reorging things because we're getting losses, and squad leaders are getting it, whether it was an admin thing or injuries or promotions or whatever it was, we're starting to lose, all the people that are structured into state. So ETSing too. So it was difficult to maintain that kind of structure.
Well, now we get to really dive into kind of, this next level in your career. So, Operation Just Cause, Panama. We ended up going into Panama. Where were you, or do you remember kind of, your thought process or what happened when you found out you guys were deploying to Panama to support Just Cause?
Yeah, I don't remember the initial thing. It was like a call out kind of deal. So formation, that was a call to formation. And so we had been to so that was the second group of cohort. That was my second group of folks that I took to Panama. So I do the first group, first 3 years, second 3 years. This is where Panama happens.
So the first 3 years, were you guys going to Panama and training, like jungle school and all that stuff?
Yeah. You do all that as an infantry unit, right? You do the jungle warfare training and all that stuff. So pretty sure we did that with that first group. And then the second group, definitely. And then in 89, that summer of 89, before the actual Just Cause thing, we were in Panama. We go to jungle warfare school again. I mean, that's just what you do. As a cycle within like the cohort unit, that's one of the things you do. You do all these things, and that's one of them that you do: jungle warfare training, winter warfare training, all that kind of stuff. So we had done that, and then as it's fallen apart in Panama, the situation there, we go back to Panama we're training with while we're there, we're training with the 7th group, 7th SF group. We're doing, load, unload helicopters and that kind of stuff, and hot LZ kind of drills and stuff like that.
Are you doing that with the Panamanians or just U.S.?
No, just us. So it was just our unit plus the 7th Infantry guys teaching us, or the 7th SF group guys teaching us. At the same time, we're starting to escort the convoys. So convoy security for all the things in Panama, and mostly it was going up and down from the Gulf side to the Pacific side. So there's convoys of regular stuff, people, supplies, and logistics, and all that stuff. So we're starting to escort those things. So for the deterioration of Panama, we had Apache gunships, covering our movement and all that stuff. It's pretty bad.
So you were there as the country started deteriorating?
Yep.
Before? What did that look like? When you say deteriorating, was it like getting lawless, or like were convoys getting raided? Like, why were you guys protecting convoys?
So people were stealing things from the logistics convoys. They were hitting, not hitting like ambushing explosive stuff, like IEDs and all that in Iraq and Afghanistan later on. But they were just ambushing the logistics convoys up and down the canal. So for whatever it is they had, I don't even know what was in those things, but arms and ammunition and explosives and all that stuff, but also just regular logistics stuff, food, supplies, and all that kind of stuff. So they were just stopping them and then taking their stuff. So we go in to provide security for the convoys. And so there's a lot of things going on that escalated to the actual deployment. So there's Americans being hurt, kidnapped, I think. So there's all these people that are getting shot or shot at or something like that. So it's kind of getting a little wonky.
Yeah, and so the listeners out there can understand, especially the younger listeners. Operation Just Cause was when the U.S. pretty much invaded Panama, and we captured Noriega, who was the dictator of Panama, and pretty much prosecuted him. And I now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of things that have to do with Panama, like back then with the Panama Canal. So we control the Panama Canal with the Panamanians, and so I would imagine, I think Noriega was threatening to either remove us. I can't remember. I was younger when all that happened, but I know that was a big deal, and that's why the U.S. was involved down in Panama. We kept a base down there is because the Panama Canal controls the only shipping route from the Atlantic into the Pacific.
Mm-hmm. I think he was deciding at the time to walk away from U.S. support, which we're the ones who put him in power anyway.
Yeah.
So he was going to walk away from all that, and I don't remember who it was that was going to step in and control the canal at the time, probably China or Russia.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I think we're talking about taking it back from him.
Yeah. So didn't want that to happen. So it was.
So you go back from Panama when it's starting to stabilize, and then how do you guys find out that you're going back to invade?
No, it wasn't stabilized. We were going back on a regular rotation.
Oh.
So I don't remember so it was probably the 7th Infantry Division. I was just in that realm. So, but we're getting ripped out by other units, other infantry units to take over. So it was going to be a consistent thing for a while.
So we had like a whole, so there was a whole rotation going in back then. Okay.
Yeah. So we go home on a normal rotation. So this is probably around Thanksgiving, November that year. So a month before the actual invasion. And
so you guys were already scheduled to go back to Afghanistan, or I'm sorry, Panama anyway.
Panama. Yeah. And so we go back, we do, Thanksgiving. And then for that break, what happens in the Army now for all these units. So we're going to go back and we're going to take it, I think it was 2 weeks. So they call it block leave. So leave during Christmas. So the week before and the week after is what the block leave was. And so a week before Christmas, that's when so it was a huge deal. So you had to inventory, like a soldier in the barracks, you inventoried everything in their room. You abandoned and locked their lockers until they came back, so everything's secure. And huge, just inventorying their whole stuff and locking up their lockers and their.
So did they call you guys off block leave?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we were so the 20th, we would have been like a couple days into our block leave. And I didn't leave. I hadn't left anywhere. So my family was in L.A. So our plan was just we're going to stay there, and we'll go down to L.A. for Christmas and spend time with the family and stuff like that. I was on leave, but I was there on Fort Ord. So for those of us that were like that and still hadn't got on planes yet, still hadn't left yet. So within that 2 weeks, you're on leave. If you didn't leave the barracks right away, then at one point you were going to take a flight to wherever they're coming from in the world, and go home for Christmas, come back. And so we're probably a couple days into that block leave, and there's a formation of the people who are there, and I'm at home. So I get called and say, hey, there's an emergency formation or something to that effect. And so I go back there, and there's not too many people left that are still there. One of the was a lieutenant. I can't remember his name. He's the one that told us because he's our commanding officer, our CO. They're all gone. They're all on leave at wherever home is, and he talks about really general things about the division has been called to deploy to Panama, and we're thinking, oh God, not Panama. Okay, whatever. But when are we going? It's like another rotation thing. So we're thinking this didn't need to be like an emergency formation. But then he starts describing about he doesn't use the word invasion, but the deployment or something like that. And the deteriorating things. And and we were there for some of that stuff that happened. He's like, remember this, that, and the other thing? Well, it's escalated to we're taking over a more offensive posture in Panama, something to that effect. And we're recalling everybody from leave. And if you have their phone numbers, if you're in touch with them, call them, tell them to get back. And so it was all called to people who were there. Like if you know your friends who are leaving, if you got their phone numbers, call them. If you know where their home is, give them a call and tell them to come back.
So did you really process the fact that, hey, dude, we're about to go invade a country, or it sounds like he talked around about it?
Yeah. So it was kind of like, okay, whatever, and we're thinking in terms of like another rotation, like something happened and we just have to go replace these guys, sooner than later, or off rotation cycle, all this stuff. So it really wasn't like getting ready to get it right. And during the process, when guys are coming back and we're able to call their homes, because there's no cell phones yet, so we're having to, if they're en route in transit, they're getting the message when they get home. They're like, hey, some Sergeant so-and-so just called and said, you got to turn around and get on the first thing smoking back to Fort Ord. And then that call comes back and we're all answering the phones. And it's like, yeah, we're deploying to Panama. Yeah, get here as soon as you can. And yeah, we're just waiting for guys to come back from leave during that. Easily a couple days, and I'm sure there had to have been somebody who missed the boat on that one. Because so we're talking guys who spent like they barely could afford the plane ticket home for leave. Now they got to come back, and that's money that people don't have. So it's like, oh, well, I'll get back when I get back, right? So I answered some of those calls. I was like, yeah, absolutely, give us a call. We don't know when exactly we're leaving yet.
So when you guys had your initial muster, they didn't say like, hey, dude, H1s this day.
No, we didn't get that until the best. So there was a certain percentage of people when we were able to deploy, right? When you're combat effective, right? So once we hit that number, company commander, everybody's coming back and they're unbanding and getting their wall lockers out and they're getting their clothes and we're packing bags and rucksacks and all this other stuff, and we're getting ready to take off when we hit this threshold of, okay, now we're combat effective, we can go. So commander, we get to that point, commander I wish I could remember what he said, because I remember it being like a very motivational, like we're getting ready to get in it speech. And so that was the first time we actually knew what was happening. And so he lays it all out and he's like, everybody comes back kind of thing, speech, everybody's coming back. We're going to do good things. You guys are ready. You've been there before. We've been there all summer. This is just, so when we were doing the escort stuff, so it was live ammo, jocked up. You get you get frags and all that stuff too, but you had to tape up the spoons and all that stuff. So super secure, super safe stuff. So that's kind of what I remember of that speech. Part of it was like how he kind of defined it for us was like, we're not taping up frags on this one kind of thing. And I was like, wow, this is a cool speech. This is like,
how long was it from the time that you guys got called back from muster and, tell everybody, hey, dude, come back off leave, till you actually guys went?
So maybe 2 days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. On the third day, we were on planes going. So
what were you telling your guys right before you left?
Wasn't a whole lot of stuff. So inventory, pre-mission planning stuff. So I'm inventorying rucksacks, inventorying, their kit, their go-to-war stuff. So we had a duffel bag that had to be packed with certain stuff that gets thrown on a pallet. Rucksack has all this stuff in it. In my mind, in that moment, when we just had this speech, I was thinking we're getting ammunition too. It didn't happen.
Oh yeah, that's a funny story.
Yeah. So everybody was thinking that.
Yeah. What was your relationship with your platoon sergeant? Did you get along with him?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember anything. Let's see who there was. So when I was a team leader and then a squad leader, I was in 2 different platoons to do that. And I knew the one that I came from personally better than the new guy. Well, not a new guy. He'd been there the whole time too, but I hadn't worked with him. I hadn't been in the field with him. We had different concepts of kind of how we should go about training and what should we do in our daily lives. He wasn't like an NCO that I looked up to, but okay, he's E7, he's in charge, kind of thing. No issues with the guy personally. I just didn't have, wasn't motivated.
So you guys are getting ready to roll. You guys get on the plane. Do you guys have your ammunition?
No.
Getting on the plane. Tell that story.
Man, yeah. So what we're used to doing too is our alert holding area for our most of the 7th Infantry units is at Travis Air Force Base, and we used to go there when we were on a alert cycle, deployment readiness force cycle. We part of a platoon or company would go to Travis Air Force Base and you pull guard duty on your stuff. So that's where it's where all the ammunition is and all that stuff. So we're just thinking, okay, we're packing up here, go to Travis, we'll get all the ammo and stuff, load up magazines and all that stuff and go. It's like, this is how it works. This is what we know how it works. We get to Travis Air Force Base, so we bus to Travis Air Force Base, get off the buses, planes are waiting for us, and I thought, we get any bullets first, and positive thinking me. Well, maybe it's already loaded on the plane, and we're going to load it on the plane, right? No, that wasn't the case. And then as I'm running around trying to get ready, get my guys ready. It's like the last word I got about that was, we'll get it when we get on the airfield in Panama. I was like, that doesn't sound good. But what can you do?
You guys had what, like 2 magazines apiece or something like that?
Not even yet. So at Travis Air Force Base, we don't get anything there. And we leave Travis, and we're Travis Air Force Base. Next stop is the airfield in Panama. Can't remember any of the air base. But we're going to cycle in there. And then, okay, well, I guess we're going to get it when we get there. And fortunately for us...
So you guys literally went to invade a country with no ammo.
Yeah, almost. Well, so en route, we're up in the air, and at one point, they come over the loudspeaker, and the pilots are talking to us that situation on the ground. They're giving us sit reps, and they say the airfield there that we're supposed to land in is being attacked. We're going to divert to, I think it was Lackland Air Force Base, somewhere in Texas. And we got to get grounded there and we can't land in Panama. And we got to go there first and sit tight for a sec until it's secure in Panama. So we stop there. We offload the things. We go into this hangar, and we're like, okay, well, let's try to get ammo here because it's being attacked at the airfield that we're going to land. So we get some stuff, like the machine gunners got, I don't know, it wasn't a full, I don't think, basic load of machine gun ammunition, maybe a magazine or 2, and I'm divvying what we get amongst the squad. And so since I'm a squad leader, I'll probably do the least amount of shooting, so I'll give all the ammunition to the guys as much as possible. So that's kind of what happened, going to invade a country with like 2 magazines of ammo.
And this is was this a company or a battalion? Or were you guys flying out as a...
It was a battalion. So yeah, it was a lot of guys. We had enough. I can't remember if I had, all the guys that in my squad made it back. And most of those guys I was able to talk to myself, personally. I was like, typical squad leader shit. Hey, get your ass back here. We're deploying, right? Yeah. Roger that, Sergeant. They're smoking. And, don't ask any questions. Just get your ass back here. And then pretty sure everybody made it back. And so we get some ammunition in Texas when we're there. And then it's like, okay, well, it's all clear. The air base is secure, safe. So we take off. Next stop was Panama, and it was that night, hot as shit. So it was the same thing. So as soon as those ramps open up and you're in Panama, just the wave of humidity and the smell and everything just.
Did you guys fly in at night?
Yeah. Yeah, it was at night. So that was always the intent to land at night so you didn't get shot at and all that kind of stuff. So it was at night. And then as we spread out on the airfield and we're in our secure positions, just securing the airfield, but also just getting in the perimeter so we can start loading everybody up with ammo. So then it was just waiting around for the next night now to get. So my thought process was we're going to land there. It's probably, I don't know, it was late night. Let's just say midnight. I knew there was, in my mind, there was time enough to get ammunition, get everybody jocked up with ammunition, full load, double basic load for everybody, and then insert into Panama City, which is where our area of operations was. And so we shared Panama City, sliced it in half. 82nd had one side, we had the other side. And so sun's starting to rise, and I'm thinking, okay, well, I guess we're not infilling tonight. We're at the airfield on the other side of the canal from Panama City. And just hearing all the stuff that night, the gunfights and all that stuff, we're like, okay, well, I guess this is it. We're really just watching the show across the canal, like tracer fire and all that stuff. I was like, all right, this is real. And then when the sun came up, excuse me, the guys are thinking, that night you really got a sense of, okay, we are loaded for bear now. And
So you guys get ammo when you land?
yeah. So we finally get that. But I mean, I have to go look for it. So there's those little the mules they used to load on aircraft. There's little 4-wheel things you can actually load on a Huey, and they have trailers. So I got one of those. We're driving around to wherever this ammo is, and there's pallets of stuff all over the place. So that was my thing. I'm asking my platoon sergeant, because that's kind of his job and the first sergeant. And they're supposed to be, getting us stuff, bringing it to me. I distribute it to the squad, and so for me, it wasn't being proactive enough. It's like, hey, we need this now. It's like because this airport was just attacked last night. It's secure now, but we're here now. We might be responsible for something, and so get the stuff now. He wasn't proactive enough to do that. I got the little mule in the trailer and would go get some ammo, and I'm bringing it back to the squad. And I parked it. I'm starting to issue all the stuff, and everybody's like, "Oh, it was like a feeding frenzy, right?" It's like, hold on, 50% security, for the machine gunners, get your AG up here, and then we'll keep you here, and you come here and get ammo for your buddy and all that kind of stuff. So I started doing that. Start issuing out frags, grenades, and they're asking because what they were used to was taping frags, right? Taping the spoons on the frags. And it's like, nope, we're not doing that here. This is for real, man. You're taking it as is, put it in your pouch, and go back to the perimeter. So we finally did that, and then my platoon sergeant came, who's seen me do this, and he's like, "Where did you get that?" I was like, "Well," and I'm thinking, what? Well, you shouldn't be asking me that question. You should be knowing that question and getting the stuff for everybody else. So I said, "It's right over there. You can have this little mule right after I'm done with it." I get done with it, and he goes to start distributing ammo to everybody, and then really we just sit around an airfield waiting until nightfall to infill into the city that night.
What was the mood in the squad that night when you landed?
But noticeably nervous. And when the sun came up and I was getting ammo, there was a Jeep and a trailer with guys who were with patients, and because they were on litters on these Jeeps and trailers, and they were going to the cache at the airbase, so nobody knows why they were there and what happened, and we just think, oh, that must have been from the attack last night, right? But there were heat casualties, and so all you see is their naked feet hanging off the litters as they bounce by. Their feet are jingling in the Jeep,
been shot up,
and everybody's like, oh, this is real. And I was like, hey, what's up with those guys? And medic that was with us, he's like, oh, those are heat casualties. And they're going to the cache to get IVs and stuff. It's like, oh, cool. I was like, all right, guys, calm down. They're heat casualties. Drink water.
Yeah, all of it now.
Start drinking. Yeah, that was a moment there that I noticed a little bit of nervousness.
Yeah, you talked about having guys kind of stare at you on that deployment like, hey, what do we do now? When you hadn't even been to war yet either. In that exact moment, what did leadership mean? I mean, giving orders, not just letting them see you hesitate. Like, how did you realize, hey, man, not necessarily have to step up your game, because I think the Army does a good job of preparing, but war's different, right? Like those of us that have been overseas, like training and then being in a combat zone and being in combat, it's different.
Yep. I don't know what it was, but I had an answer for anything that was asked me. So, and I don't think I intentionally thought about like how I need to address them to, one, get the message across, but also not alarm them, not make it worse than what it was. And I did say a few times, but like more motivationally, like, this is the shit, right? This is what we've been training for, that kind of stuff, motivational stuff. And so usually back in Fort Ord, though, you know, I'd call them a name or something like that. You know, don't ask me stupid questions, kind of stuff like that. I didn't do that there. I just had an answer, say, hey, this is what we've been training for. Yeah, and that's kind of the mentality I had. Always had an answer, and it was always I don't remember intentionally trying to be positive or like aggressive, like motivationally aggressive, but that's what I needed them to be, and that's just where I was, I think.
What were you guys doing on that trip? What was that trip like? You know, you guys get there, you land, the next day starts. What was the battle rhythm?
Yeah, night falls, and it was very disorienting because we're loaded on these. I think they were like deuce and a halfs or something like that, and you know, face out. Everybody's all faced out and stuff like that. I'm trying to keep my bearings, looking where we're going, and following on the map. And we get a briefing. This is where we're going to go in Panama. It's going to be the drop-off point and or the debarkation point on the ground, and then we're going to patrol from here to there, occupy this area, all that stuff. So we get that briefing, and it was very disorienting because the convoy, or the trucks, the convoys that we were in, had to divert routes and stuff like that. So it was really me trying to keep up with it on the map. No GPSs and stuff at the time, so we're map and compass everywhere. So, yeah, it was very disoriented for me. Sights and sounds, all that stuff. Firefights, sporadic firefights everywhere, gunfights everywhere.
What was the mission that was being told you? Like, what was your company, your battalion? What were you guys doing? Was it just occupy or
occupy a position, a corner of the city, and defend it in place, and then follow-on missions were going to be. You know, like not necessarily an HVT hunt, but like that, right? Since based off of whatever intel, then we'll start branching out from our defensive positions. So defend the jungle side of Panama. So that would have probably been the east side of Panama City, which is on the jungle, and then 82nd had the coastline in. And
were you guys expecting resistance, or was the battalion pushing info like, hey, man, there's these guys that could attack? Or what was the battle, what was the battle situation?
In that first night, when we're rolling into town, we get word that, so the Battalion 2000, those are the guys, that's the enemy. And there's the Battalion 2000, and then there's sympathizers. So very common in any conflict that we've been in. So there's people in the city, just normal civilians, who are sympathetic to the cause, the Battalion 2000 guys. So there might be that. There might be a one-off guy, one-off person that we have to go after or something like that. But the Battalion 2000, they have vehicles, they have armored vehicles and all this other stuff. That's what the main effort is going to be towards defending. So it was like whatever comes, right? Like, okay, then be ready for anything. All right, roger that. So it's like, okay, so as we get in there, we get up, and at one point they said, the good news starts spreading about the Battalion 2000 has left the city. And so now all we got to worry about is the sympathizer types. And it's happening. We don't get involved with anybody that night, but that's who we're like looking for now. That's what we're watching for, and so we offload the vehicles, and the first anything that was happening, car comes. So there's a curfew also. So martial law is in effect and all that stuff. So car comes. Probably just somebody trying to get home, but who knows? I mean, we're all jacked up, and everybody's all we just get off these trucks, and everybody's, the sights and sounds were just like, all your the machine gunners, belted ammo, and this is what you're hearing, and positioning guys in defensive stuff, defensive positions, just ad hoc, hasty positions. Car comes screeching around a corner, and we hear it, and there's a wire, concertina wire across the road, which they probably didn't see until they ran into it. Because nothing was marked, nothing was delivered. It's just like...
So you guys are posted up. You guys have gotten to your
stuff.
point, and it's like a hasty defense.
Yeah. So there's hasty things going on. So that triple stand, it was like two or three strands of barbed wire across the road. And car comes up, gets tangled up in that stuff, so screeched to a halt. And I could have swore he threw something, and everybody else said that. Did he throw something? I hear this, like, hey, did he throw something? And we're thinking this is the one-off guy who's going to start to do his thing. And he got shot at from a machine gun from some other platoon on the perimeter. And it was like one of those things like, oh, shit, like, oh my God, this is it, right? This is how that happens. And he gets shot up. So we expected, point at this frag, we expected what I thought I saw him throw was, okay, he just got tangled in the stuff. He's going to continue to fight and through a frag. Nothing ever exploded. So I don't know if that was a frag and he just didn't pull the pin or something happened. It was a dud, whatever. But that's what I thought. And I saw him get shot at. So I was like, holy crap, that's what we got to be watching for. So he ends up surviving. So we asked that when we were getting ready to redeploy, as we're thinking back, like, hey, whatever happened to that dude, that was in the barbed wire the first night?
Oh, nobody ever went up and checked the car?
Yeah. Eventually they do that. That wasn't us though. So we're starting to like, okay, let's go, go. Let's get to our positions, because they're starting to fight back. And yeah, he was eventually hauled off, medevaced at one point to wherever he was medevaced to. And I was just a random thought when we're now downloading everything back at the airfield, and we're getting ready to go back home. When I asked the question, and everybody's like, as we're reflecting back, like, oh my God, that was badass or whatever. We're just, now we got more stories, and we're like trying to hide things coming back, because there was an inspection. No war trophies, nothing that was in Panama you could take home. So we're going through those kind of inspections, and we're just standing in the hangar waiting to get inspected. The dogs are going through everything, and MPs are all over the place searching bags and all that stuff. And we're just talking about that. And that was like a random question. It's like, oh, dude, hey, whatever happened to that?
So that was all on the first night, though, right?
Yeah.
So you guys finally get established, and then you guys started going looking for Panamanian Army dudes.
Yep. And so we make it to our defensive positions. And as far as I can speak to like where our company was, and the rest of the defensive positions in the battalion, I'm not sure, but our company had this section, and in the company platoon and then squad where I was at, had my little thing, and I ended up to be on the most probable access that the Battalion 2000 was coming down, and when I get that word. So they have this little meeting, commanders and the lieutenants and all that stuff. And the lieutenant came out to me, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna plus you up with another gun team and 2 other guys and ATVs or AT4s and all this other stuff, and anti-armor." And I was like, "All right, cool." And then he got to the why. He said, "Because this road that disappears in the jungle there, that's where the Battalion 2000, or a large element of the Battalion 2000 is reported down that road, reorging, refitting, and they're going to come back that way, because they're going to retake the city." So I was like, all right, cool. I was like, be careful what you ask for, right? Because
Yeah.
I am right there. And so that night is really just preparing for that. We did all kinds of stuff. We were patrolling behind us, clearing the houses behind us to make sure nobody's in those homes. And if they were, it was just, if there was any guns and stuff like that. Come to find out, it was a Panamanian Defense Force Battalion 2000 officer housing area. So we see all the plaques on the walls from even training, Airborne school and stuff at Fort Benning and stuff like that, and School of America's certificates and all that stuff, and uniforms in the closets and stuff like that. It's like, oh, this is, hey. And so I report that out. Hey, we're in a military housing area. We need to do more clearing for all the. If you're not doing that right now, I was telling, reporting to my LT, maybe the other squads need to do this too. And I was just doing it just because I had my little piece. And let's clear the backside. And so we did that. Cleared some houses. Talked to one of the occupants still there. A woman and her 2 kids, and they ended up giving us breakfast. But as we were trying to talk to her, I'm not like a human collector or anything like that. So it was more like, hey, what are you doing here? Who's your husband and where's he at?
Like,
All kind of shit.
We live here.
Yeah.
This is our village.
So it's like, so how many other houses are like yours with all this military stuff in it? And she said, she actually was very helpful. And she said, well, my husband is in the military and he's part of the Battalion 2000 and all this other stuff. And this whole area this is the officers, all the officers in this area are with his unit. And so we start clearing all his homes. I reported it up, and that was kind of how it ended. There was no males left. They were all gone. So it was either an empty house or women and children. And so we let everybody be, women and children, just, okay, stay in your homes, don't come out, and we'll be fine. But just so you know, there might be a firefight out here in the morning.
Yeah, stay down.
So don't go to your back windows, when the sun comes up or whenever, right? And so those were the conversations that we're having that night with everybody. And that was just build hasty barricades, things that put things in the roads, like obscure any vehicles that were driving, relocating whole walls onto the street. And it was just stacked blocks. So no mortars that were holding the walls. It was all stacked blocks, cinder blocks, or cylindrical concrete.
So you guys are just building like hasty roadblocks. So
yeah. Just anything really in my mind.
Is that the night that you guys had the van come through?
Yeah, that morning.
Yeah.
And that's when I got shot at that night when we were building the backside like barricades. And it was pretty good. So my thing was we I asked for concertina wire and other things, and it wasn't. We had some concertina wire that arrived and stuff like that, but then we just tied that into all the other that we were putting on. Tell me about
when you got shot at. It's actually kind of a funny story.
Yeah, it's
funny now.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just trying to not seal off, just kind of like discourage people from driving on the road that was behind us. So it was a neighborhood road coming off, so 4-way intersection, and right behind us was a residential road, and it was the row of houses behind us was the officers' housing area. So I just wanted to block off or discourage people from driving up that road. So just maintain some sort of control of the area and channelize everybody into the main street, and we can deal with them there. And I'm trying to get the gun teams in the right positions and all this stuff. And so that barricade was just trash cans, patio furniture, and stuff like that we're finding on people's back patios and stuff like that. So as I grab a couple guys and give them this little quick briefing on what we're getting ready to do. And it was like 4 guys. One guy I'm going to have with me to take stuff out because some of the stuff was heavy, and park benches and all that stuff. And 2 guys are going to be on security. So kind of like a ranger scroll of the road kind of danger area kind of thing. So get on the side of the road, face out, and we're going to go put these things in. So get 2 guys, dig in the dirt right here, face that way, shoot anything that shoots at us. And if they do. And we go out there, start dumping stuff, picnic tables and lounge chairs and trash cans and everything else. And the first time I'm going out there with something, I got a bunch of stuff on my shoulder, and I start running out there. And there was a street light, but it's kind of masked by the vegetation and the trees. And so it's kind of dark. So I'm running out there, and as I'm getting ready to dump this stuff, I hear the little snaps over my head. And then I was like, like, son of a bitch. And somebody's shooting at me. And I ran across the street. I just continued across the street, dumped the stuff off my shoulder, ran across the street, hit the ground, and looked in that direction, looked back across the street at my guys. And I see them looking in that direction of the shots, but no shots are fired. And I'm just yelling across the street. Now we're split up, and there's somebody shooting anybody trying to cross the road. So I didn't, thought about it for a minute. It's like, well, do I need to call those guys over here, or do I need to go back there, kind of thing? And I said, well, we got to go back. Me and the guy I had with me, we got to go back. I was like, so scroll the road kind of stuff. Hey, you guys look in that direction. We're coming across, and 1, 2, 3, go. And we take off running. So we take off running, snap, snap, snap. It's like, the son of a bitch. And still no, my guys aren't shooting. And I could see them like actively trying to, get behind their guns. Like, where's that coming from stuff, right? But they're not pulling the trigger. It's like, shoot them or something. What do you see? And then they couldn't see it. They couldn't see anything. No muzzle flash, nothing. They heard it where it was coming, but they couldn't see anything. And that happens a couple times. So I was like, well, we got to seal off the street because this might be part of the whole thing. And we got to seal this off. So I'm going to go out there again. I'm just going to go by myself now. I'm not going to take anybody out there. We need more guns facing up the road to try to shoot this dude. And so I grabbed something. I'm going out there. I'm just going to go out there, dump it, come back. Every time I went out there, I get snap, snap, snap. It's like, holy crap, dude. It's like, and I'm starting to get upset at my guys. It's like, come on, man, shoot that dude. We got to get this stuff done. It's going to take us forever. If I'm the only one taking one piece out at a time, that's where my head's at. And they're like, oh, we can't see him. We can't see him. They're apologizing. They can't see him. They can't. So they're not going to pull the trigger and all this other stuff. And the last time I was like, okay, well, we've done this enough times. There's enough stuff on the street. I'm happy with what's out there. And I'm going to go one more time and put this out in the middle of the street, done, and call it a night for that barricade. And I was like, let's try to shoot this guy because he's going to be behind us all night. And we need to find out where he is and then go, in my mind, we're going to get a little raid patrol really quickly and go get this dude if we don't shoot him now. Because we can't have him inside the perimeter all night behind us. So that's where my head's at. So as I go out there running and don't hear anything. And I was like, okay, well, maybe he's gone. And I stopped in the middle of the road. So kind of a street light masked. So it's dark, but I'm in wherever the illuminated portion of the road is. And I look up where this is coming from and nothing. I was like, okay. Well, and really quickly, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe he's gone on to other places. And then snap, snap. And then I run off the road. I'm like, what are you guys doing? And they were like, we can't see him. And, we can't identify where it's coming from. We can't see muzzle flash because we're talking about that. It's like, just look for a muzzle flash. Shoot at the muzzle flash because whatever that is, it's not good. And but they never saw it from their position. So that was it. We went back to the perimeter. I reported the location of this dude, potential guy who's got a gun and he's shooting at us, but we can't get at him. And so I don't know what ends up happening. We don't get the task to go search for this dude and raid this guy. This guy is wherever he's at. But we just start focusing on defending our sector from the big assault in the morning. We run into another guy. Could have been that same dude later on that morning. It's still dark, and that's when one of my guys on the perimeter calls me at the perimeter, and I low-crawled to his position. He was at a loss for words for Spanish on drop your gun, get on the ground, all this other stuff, bajo to armor, all that stuff. He forgot it. We had been practicing that stuff all summer, and he's like, "How do you say stop, get down, drop your gun in Spanish?" And we're whispering, and because he's like pointing the enemy thing, he's like pointing, and I look through the woods, the brush, and I see this dude walking. He's got a rifle in his hand. I was like, "Oh," he's like, "How do you say get down, drop your gun, all that stuff in Spanish?" I was like, I'm at brain lock too.
Yeah.
And then I just jump out. I was like, "Cover me." I jump out and I said, "Get the down," as I'm pointing my gun at
Everybody
him.
speaks M16, bro.
Yeah. And he went boom, right on the ground, dropped his gun flat on the ground, sprawled out. And I said, "Well, I guess that's how you say that in Spanish."
Yeah.
And I got a cover guy. We searched the dude, took his gun, processed him in the company area. And then whatever happened to him after that, I have no idea. But then it was pretty uneventful that night. We were listening to the Spectre gunship nearby, and he's tearing somebody up down the road. And you don't know, the roads are so kind of, they're really, it's not like a gridded area. So especially the roads that are going into the jungle, they're just, they turn in. So we're like, well, maybe they're shooting. That's the best case. I mean, that's what we're thinking. That's what I was thinking. Well, maybe they're shooting at the group that's refitting and reorganizing to come into the city. So in my mind, I was like, yeah, you should do as much damage as you can, because whatever's left is coming my way.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought. Whether that was true or not, I have no idea what they were shooting at. But it was Spectre gunship. So at one point, the 40 millimeter, we heard all their guns going off at one point throughout the night. They disappeared at one point, came back. So at one point, they're Winchester. They go reload, rearm, come back. So I was like, yes, absolutely. Pretty happy about that.
Then you had that van show up in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Well, the sun's starting to come up, and down this road is also it was whatever time it was that the curfew was lifted. There's a few people on the street still, and they're starting to come out and drive their cars to wherever it is they were going. And so we're stopping everybody, and the orders were, nobody gets through here. Every car gets searched. Everybody gets out of their cars, and everybody gets searched. And so the instructions to them were, stop your car, turn off the ignition, open up all your doors, hood goes up, trunk comes up, and we're going to search. Everybody 100%. And IDs. Check IDs, all this other stuff. So we started doing that. A couple of cars are there. And then my caveat to that was, as I see the cars starting parking, and it's maybe half a dozen cars or something like that. As I see them getting, stacked up there, I was like, well, that works for me as more cars in the way for whoever's coming down the road. So I added to and rated my LT, and I said, hey, I'm going to stop these cars and not let them through, because they're helping the barricade this road. And he's like, yeah, roger that. Do what you got to do. And so all these cars, told them to get out, leave all the car doors open, leave your hoods and trunks open, and then sit to the side. You can go back the way you came, but you can't go this, forward. And so they decided to stay there, and I was okay with that. But now as I'm tending to my defensive perimeter checks and stuff like that, making sure guys are ready, are ready to go, 100% now. And this white van shows up, and I see it, but I'm not paying attention to it. The guys are all doing the checks and stuff like that. And I get called on the radio, hey, Sergeant Porras, we need you at the end of the checkpoint. And I was like, okay, what you got? Kind of busy right now, kind of thing. I was working with another gun team, putting them in another position. And I said, I'll be there in a minute. That's the only thing they said. Well, there's however they described it. I need you to come in and verify. These guys, they might be Army. I'm not sure. And I was like, okay, I'll be there in a minute. So as I look down the road, I see the white panel van, and I was like, huh, okay. Well, that's not what I expect to see from the Battalion 2000, like one van, and it was white. I was like, that can't be anything to be concerned about. So as I just make my way down to that spot, there's no windows on the seat except for the front. So it's like a delivery truck looking panel van. And it's not marked. There's no markings or anything like that. There's two guys up front. They're Hispanic. And in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I mean, this could be, it could be a lead element of the assaulting force or something. And I can't remember if he showed me a military ID or not, but they weren't in uniform. And so question them, what are you guys doing? Where are you going? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? All that stuff. You have any ID? All that kind of crap. And do you have anybody in the back? All those kind of just normal checkpoint questions. And at one point, he actually says yes. He may have said U.S. Army. I'm with the Army, and I don't remember if he showed me an ID or not, but he actually said, yes, I do have people with guns in the back, and I need to get to wherever they were going to in town.
It's like the church, right?
Yeah, yep. Papal Nuncia. I don't know if they actually said that, but they said they needed to get in town. I know later that's where they were probably headed, but at the time, they may have just said, we need to get in town like now. And there wasn't enough information. That's why I'm not sure if he showed me an ID or not. There wasn't enough information there for me to be convinced, like, okay, go ahead, right? And I just need to check. I need to check what you have in the back. And he may have said that. He may have showed me an ID. I don't remember that happening. But it was like me and my boy Smitty. He's my grenadier. And I was like, okay, we got to do this search vehicle 100%, right? And so we got to check. And he's on the door. I'm going to go for the cover on the door. And he goes for the door. He slides it open. And as he's sliding it open, I don't think he got it all the way. I was like stop. And face to face with, I don't know how many guys were back there. It wasn't, well, 2 or 3 maybe, but they're in BDUs and bright as day, American flag on their chest. And I was like,
they had guns out too, didn't they?
They were kind of ready, yeah. like so. That's the worst thing you can do. And I faced that in Iraq and Afghanistan years later, with approaching Army guys, and because they're ready to shoot anything. So I know now. I know that what they were feeling like. Okay, even if you're an Army dude and you shoot me, I'll shoot you back. So it was like mixing a standoff, and it's like, Smitty, close the door. And so I tell the guy in the right seat up front, I was like, okay, you guys are good.
I see your guns. You guys are good.
Yeah, you guys are good. I don't know where you need to go, but I'll get you through at least this checkpoint, and then let everybody know. I said, wait a minute, let me tell everybody you're coming through, what you look like, white panel van, 2 guys up front. Let them through. They're Americans. And but then now I have all these cars junking up the street. And then he's like, noticeable relax now, because he's like, oh my God, we're gonna get shot by Americans. He noticeably relaxed. He's like, well, hey, Sergeant, we need to get through here though. You got, we can't get through here. And I radioed on the radio, yelled out loud, hey, get everybody off the road. This van's coming through. Let it through. And then my guy started beating on cars and people and get in your car, get it off the road. That kind of stuff.
Part the Red Sea.
Yeah. Then starts opening up. They take off, and we never see them again.
We'll and we'll come back to that later on in your story. You had another good. You guys at some point you guys started transitioning. We'll wrap up this Panama series, but you guys started transitioning into doing like kind of raids.
Yeah.
And you did one where you guys dropped some ordnance in a house. Man, tell that story. It's a really good story.
Ordnance. It was
you dropped the frag.
You're talking the frag.
Yeah.
So interesting. Leading up to that too, is we did our own a recon the night before to try to identify the actual room in this I call it a storage facility. It looked like a storage facility, And then there was a break in the building on this side. We're going to go positively identify the location, and then I'm finalizing my plan for the raid. So where support positions are going to be, where we're going to be, the assault team, and all that stuff. So when we go up there, there's kids playing in this break in the building, and then there's just high, tall, like elephant grass kind of stuff. That's where we're moving through the back of the building to get eyes on the target. And it was just me and probably Romero, because he was our Spanish speaker. He was actually an M60 gunner. And I said, hey, switch guns with your AG. You got to come with me a lot. And he was probably the one that was out there with me on the recon. And we got to this point where kids are playing soccer, and it's like, and he's in a position where when the soccer ball was kicked at one point, it's almost like right by him. And I'm looking at this thing going, holy shit, what do we do if we're compromised? That was like, oh, maybe we got too close, right? And
what's the ROE, and what was the ROE in Panama?
For that, I don't remember what that was in that situation. Pretty much if you're getting shot at, you can shoot back.
Okay.
Or if you think you're going to get shot at, you can shoot. So there was now kids playing soccer, and now we're getting compromised. And so in my head, I'm thinking.
So you guys are in the elephant grass, and you got everybody's around. You guys are getting ready to assault this building.
Well, I'm getting ready to do the recon to finalize the plan for the raid.
Leader's recon. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, well, if we compromise ourselves right now, it's done. We're not doing the raid. Or it's like, do we kill kids in that situation? I don't know. Maybe we should. Is it that important? Now, these are all the things racing through my head, because we can't get compromised, and we can't shoot them because then we're compromised too. So if we wanted to do that, if we were allowed to do that, if this is okay to do that, and the tactical situation is this, I don't know. What do we do? So huge thing. And I was thinking, do we shoot them? And we don't have silencers or suppressors on our guns. That was not a thing then. We had regular M16E2s, I think, and iron sights, the whole thing. So it's like, well, we can't kill them. Because that's the thing that you say as a grunt, right? I want to be the first one on my neighborhood to get a knife kill, right? It's not that sexy when you're in this situation where you might get a knife kill. And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. So those are the things racing through my head. So I made it a point, because he was doing this. I'm looking at him. He's off, past whispering distance, and he's doing this. And I look at what he's looking at. And I was like, holy shit. I actually saw a couple of adults. I don't know if I actually saw the guy who actually raided his house, but I saw a couple of adults, a bunch of kids playing soccer, and I was just like, just freeze, and then when time permitting, just start backing out. And I just gave him this little rally that way when we're done, and gives me a thumbs up, and we crawl out of there, and it was good. And he's like, he told me when we got back to the fob, he's like he had the same thoughts in his head. He's like, well, can I shoot these kids if they're gonna identify me and compromise the mission, or all this stuff, or do I get my knife kill? And so he said he was doing the same things, and I was like, well, yeah, it worked out, man. We didn't have to do any of that. And then I started asking, hey, if we're in this situation, which was my lieutenant, I think he was his second lieutenant too. We asked him, hey, this is our situation. This is what just happened. Great recon, finalized the plan. I got a plan. It's finalized, but this is what happened on the recon. And he was like, well, you would have had to do what you had to do, Sergeant Porras. I was like, okay, well.
Fast forward now, you do that, you're going to jail.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I don't know if I wanted to hear that, but okay. Well, there was never anything really defined.
Yeah.
Through that whole operation.
Well,
fast
forward
then
to
we go back and do the raid the next day, and it was it was a lot of good stuff. So even just patrolling to get there, we get vehicles at a certain point, and we're walking. We finish it on foot patrol, and there's a casualty collection, POW collection point, all this stuff. That's what we're calling it back then. So anybody we grab, we're going to take them to that spot, and then they get processed from there. So all these things identified. We go on target. They're going on target down this one little in between the storage units. This is the actual room we hit is like about a 10 by 15 size room. It's a small room, and cinder block like things with tin roofs, the corrugated tin stuff that look exactly like a storage facility. And we call out the dude. We get to where all of the, everything's going right. Support's in position, support by fire, and all that stuff. They're all in positions where they need to be. As we're going down to the building, we get in our position, assault position. Everything's working just like we planned it. My boy Meade, about 2 or 3 gunner, he's dropping little HE grenades from his 203 along the way.
They've fallen out of his packet.
Yeah, so the vest that you have, and it's probably still a thing, but the bottom row of that thing, if you were crouched down, walking like this, that's what he was doing. He's like punching out the rounds out of the bottom row of his vest, and but I see that. But we're going. He's across from me. He's lead on the right side. I'm lead on the left side, and as we're going down, it's almost like a large hallway is the best way I can explain it. There weren't any vehicles on this part of the street, and it wasn't really that wide enough to have vehicles parked. And then, so we're going down the side of this thing, and people are seeing us coming, and they're running into their rooms, shutting the doors and all that stuff, which is cool. We're yelling whatever we were yelling. And we get to our assault position, which is the break in the buildings, and we're going to be around the corner. And then I'm going to have my Spanish speaker, Romero. He's going to try to call him out and like, come out or we're coming in. Come out because we're coming in, kind of thing. And that's kind of how I articulate. Tell him we're coming in. So you come out now and it'll be okay, or we're coming in regardless. So a woman and a child, he sends them out, and we grab those folks, take them to the collection point down the street. We get back in there and say, hey, come on out. He didn't want to come out. It's like, okay. Well, onward we go, right? Next step. What's the next step? Around the corner and get eyes on. And so my thing is in the infantry, it's frag out, frag it, follow, and don't follow it in. You wait for the explosion and all the stuff to clear, and then you go in after that, right? That's just military operations, urban terrain, like battle drill, basic stuff. So I got my frags, and it's like, oh, looking around at the support by fire position and our guys and the construction of the building and all that stuff. And I was like, okay, well, I guess this is how this is going to be. And it was the weirdest thing that it was just like, okay, this is how we practice it in training all the time. So I show everybody my frag, and to my guys sitting there, and to the guys in support position, and getting ready to do this, and pull a pin, throw frag. It's like, okay, this is get back around the wall, and then it was loud as shit. But other than the loudness, I don't remember it really being loud, because there was so much flying through the air that it was like dirt, debris, cinder block, chunks, and all that stuff. And I honestly, and we weren't wearing Ear Pro or anything like that back in those days. It was just whatever. I had a hand mic from a radio, the old, probably a PRC 77 or something like that, old school radio. I had that and my helmet. So that was covering this year, but we weren't wearing Ear Pro or anything. And I don't remember anything being really exceptionally loud, gunfire or that. And okay, explosion goes off, and around the corner we go. We get inside, and I decide that I can't see behind this partition.
Well, I think it's at this point of the story that you should also tell folks that you had told your squad when you guys got there that if you see me shooting, make sure you shoot.
Yes, find something to shoot at, right? So that was a thing. So part of that lead up too was, well, what, how do we know if they're friend or foe? What's the rules here and stuff like that? And that was my answer. It's like, well, if you see me shooting, find something to shoot at. So translated to current day stuff, it's like, find work, right?
Yep.
And but how that translated there with the death blossom. So as we go in, it literally is on like a 10 by 15 size room, and there's a partition where the cooking area was, and then there's another doorway into a part of where they use for the bedroom and the I guess you can call it a bathroom. It's like an indoor outhouse with a bed in it, and bed and bookshelves and stuff like that. So we go into the main room, and I see what is on the coffee table. It's a toy gun, but I didn't know that at the time. I just said gun. Gun on the table, and I saw behind the doorway partition to the cooking area, and I didn't want to cross in front of the doorway to clear around that partition. So boot camp infantry stuff, just spray through the wall, right? And hopefully you get who's hiding behind it, right? If there's somebody back there. So as I start stitching that wall, it's like a countertop and a cooking area. I start stitching that wall. Then we're back to back. So I'm pretty sure it was my 2 team leaders in there with me. We're all back to back in this little area. So I'm facing this way, and they were like porcupined out 360. And Romero was near the door still. And he's going to stay there. He wasn't going in until after the assault. So we go in there. I start stitching that wall. And I really didn't think about it at the time when I was stitching that wall that I should hear any of the gunfire. But I heard behind me. You see me shooting, find something to shoot at, and they start stitching walls behind me. And I was like, okay, and then it's like, I can't remember who said that. It was like a clear call, like clear. And then I made it a point to walk around and clear behind the kitchen cooking area, and then into the room we go, right? The little whatever's left. And dude's not here. It's just a table, couch, cooking area, hot plates and stuff. It's not like a kitchen. I'm going into the next room, and it's a small room. I think only maybe 2 of us even fit in there, and the whole place is trashed. And then the air is filled with this debris, and the smell of our shots and all that other stuff, and everything's just jacked up. And so we're trying to look like he's in here somewhere. And there's like I want to say it was a bookshelf, but maybe just some sort of dresser or something, a bed. Everything's kind of just jacked up. Bathroom, toilet facilities, and we're peeling stuff off. There's a cover guy and somebody's peeling stuff. So dude's perfectly fine, laying underneath all this debris of stuff, and kind of just on his back. Well, he was probably that way to begin with, and
probably shell shock from the grenade and shooting as well.
So just on his back, and as soon as we lift off the bed, the mattress or the box or whatever that was, there he is, just like frozen in time. And it's like I'm thinking, what is he fucked? He should be fucked up, right? He should be bleeding out.
How are you
somewhere.
alive, dude?
And, as I'm looking at him, he looks fine. He's got little I don't know, little shorts on and some sandals. And I was like, okay, he looks fine. And so get him up, get him outside. I don't want to search him there. So still got to search this guy. He doesn't have hardly any clothes on. So we take him outside, out front. And, as we're coming out, we're yelling, coming out. And this support by fire position can see us. They know that we're the ones coming out with this guy. Get him out front. Search them. So Romero picks up the language there, and he's telling them, lay down, spread your arms out. You're going to be searched and all this stuff. We search him. Put it's like a canvas bag that we got from inside the house, like a rice bag or something. And we put that over his head, zip tied him, and then ran him down to the collection point. And didn't think about any of that stuff till later about how things are going. And then I was thinking, well, after the frag goes off though too, we're outside this wall. So immediately as I doing this, like, oh my god, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. It's like, okay, let's go. And then it's like, wait a minute, hey, you guys are everybody good? Couldn't imagine if things went that sideways, and I did that, and I screwed up and fratricide one of my own guys. I thought about that later. It was just, oh man, I couldn't imagine. But I did that. soon as it was like, okay, let's go, and it was like, pause for a sec. Hey, is everybody okay? And then, okay, let's go. And then didn't think about it till later. But then it was like, okay, mental note. I'm not going to use frags right now for these 10 by 15 rooms anymore. And
yeah, because I mean, when you have a room that small, plus you got the pressure, like that's like perfect.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking
the pressure
of that.
just from that explosion in that small room. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting story. Anything else memorable from that deployment?
All the raids we went on, yeah, it was a matter of leadership, guys getting scared, literally getting scared. It's fine. I mean, I realized we're exposed to some things, having to take over and then dealing with things like real time. Okay, I was okay, and I was thinking, what I needed to. I had a lot of things going on in my head though, as far as just running the teams and getting the raid going and planning, executing, all that stuff. But the guys obviously had time to think about certain things, and they were noticeably nervous. That's even how that comment comes up too. If you see me shooting, just find something to shoot at. And then when we're going to another raid, my point guy, he actually just stopped and said he can't do it anymore. He's overwhelmed with sensory overload. And so at the time, they didn't have time to say, suck it up, Buttercup. So I couldn't have him up there like that. So I was like,
and that's an interesting story too. And I'd love to touch on that story because I think again, it's one of you guys were getting escorted, I think, by a kid or something to a target.
Yeah.
Kid disappears in the middle of the night, and I remember listening to it tell it somewhere else, but basically, man, your point guy thought he was leading you into an ambush, and it was kind of overwhelming.
Yep.
How did you work through that scenario? This isn't training. You're in the real world. Like what did that look like?
Well, so what I said and what happened, I didn't think about it. I just reacted to it. He stopped, and my initial thought was, "Don't stop. Why are you stopping?" Right? Because I can see the kid, and he ducked around the corner into the shanty village. We were going to raid this little shanty thingy, house, home, whatever it is, and. So for me, when I'm looking out, I'm like, I got the big picture here. And I thought if we got hit at any one point, we were going to hit on the right side or from the right side in the area that we're in. So if I was thinking the same thing he was, but just not in the same spot. I thought he's leading it he led us through this one area. It was kind of a clearing in the jungle stuff. And then the shanty village is in front of us. And when he led us through that, I was already thinking, he's leading us into ambush, into the field that we're getting ready to walk into. So I totally got what he was coming from when he eventually stopped the patrol, but he thought it was going to happen further in the village. And I went through the same process in my head, like don't stop here, whatever you do. And if anything happens right now, I'm already ready to react to a contact right. And then he stops the patrol. So in my mind, I was like, yeah, don't stop here. Like, what's going on? I race to the front. He tells me he's overwhelmed. He can't do this. And so I saw his face, heard his voice, and realized that, yeah, he's overwhelmed right now. And we can't stay here. So, all right, back in the team, what team he was on, and follow me. And I just started walking, go find this kid. And as soon as we got into the shanty village, everybody's back to being switched on, and we didn't have to go too far before we got to the house. That he was fingering the house that we were supposed to raid, and I called that the White House raid because it was all painted white. And the kid walks toward the house, and it's on. So the small kid, this thing's on stilts in this little shanty village, a little creek area, and he was supposed to positively identify the house. And so he gets as he's walking past this house, he puts his hand on the door as he's walking past it and just kind of drags along the side. I was like, all right, that's it. Yep, looks exactly like I expected it to look. And then we raid the house.
I know one of the things you had told me kind of when we were prepping your podcast is that, a lot of the guys in your squad before you guys went to Panama on that trip, they thought you were a real hard ass. I mean, you were definitely into training, and that's something I know that's something you probably carried with you forward from the regiment. And I know you were you know, like you were motivated by war, but not stupidly in the fact like you just want to go, you know, like you I feel like you understood the cost, or at least, you know, the responsibility that was bestowed upon you to make sure you bring your guys back from whatever. When you got back from Panama, did any of those guys kind of understand it? Like, did they get it? Like, man, because, you know, I in talking to you, you're not going to probably say this, but I know like during that trip in Panama, you were probably one of the most squared away squad leaders. That's why your squad got plussed up. That's why you guys were picked for the defensive position when they thought the Battalion 2000 was going to run through. Did any of your squad ever kind of recognize like, hey man, this is why we do what we do?
They never told me that directly, but I did hear some of the conversations in the barracks. And they may have said that at one point. But they were very appreciative of the times that all the crap they went through before we went, and then they're bragging about like, well, we went on, you know, all the raids. You guys didn't do shit, kind of thing. It's all the barracks talk, all the banter between the guys, and I heard it, and so as you're walking down into the barracks, into your squad area, it's a platoon area, and where my guys were, they're bragging about all the raids they were on, and you know, we're the ones who did everything. You guys didn't do shit, and all that kind of, you know, barracks banter. And I was hearing it. I was like, yeah, pretty proud of the fact that they were happy with what had happened, and they in their minds, everything we did prior to that was validated because it helped us.
Well, and for the listeners to understand too, I mean, this was a peacetime army. I mean, you know, other than Grenada and Just Cause, there wasn't a lot going on back in those days, unless you were in a tier 1 unit. But even then, you didn't hear about what was going on.
Yeah.
So this was like, you know, especially for the infantry guys that were in an infantry. And I mean, it was kind of a big deal. There wasn't a lot of dudes getting combat patches back then.
Yeah.
Not till I think Desert Storm, really. So, when you were done with Panama, I mean, did you still? I mean, I feel like you wanted more. Like you really. Did you feel like you thrived in that environment, or like you enjoyed the pressure of being a combat leader and having to make decisions under pressure?
Yeah. Yeah. So for me, that was a validation of I'm in the right place. This is where I need to be, kind of thing. So even not wanting to be in the 7th Infantry to begin with, that you know, then I resort back to, and we've talked about it briefly off camera, like my faith and my beliefs. Right? It's like, well, we're here for a reason, and I'm in the 7th Infantry for a reason. I'm wherever I am. I'm okay. Well, I guess there's a reason for me to be here, right? I don't want to be here, but this is where I'm at. And yeah, for those reasons and the relationships that I got out of that one, huge. So the first group, we didn't go to combat, but did the training and stuff like that. And the second group, yeah, we actually validated everything and combat. And so everything was really just like we rehearsed it and practiced it, and all the drills we did and all that stuff. It was just, so very satisfying to me to hear that. And not that they didn't, I don't think anybody told me that directly. I just heard the barracks banter when they're saying, well, about all the smoke sessions and stuff like that, you know, it paid off. So mentally, physically, and all that stuff helped us, you know, cope with what we were dealing with.
What was the biggest leadership lesson you because you're now a seasoned combat leader? I mean, seasoned, you know, whatever, but nobody was going to war back in the infantry back then.
Yeah.
What was one of the biggest leadership lessons you took away from that trip to Panama?
It doesn't always go as you expect. So the more bravado, false motivation guys back in the rear are not always the guys who are going to perform for you. I didn't have any of those guys that were like, probably just because they're always exhausted, they couldn't, you know, do that kind of stuff. But the other soldiers in the other platoons and the other squads who are like, you know, being, you know, kill coming for mommy and you know, 6 to 9 minute burst, 6 to 9 second burst on a machine gun and all that stuff. Those guys didn't perform like they thought they would. And the guys that were the most quiet, who just, you know, were doing what they were told to do, and, you know, all the stuff I had my guys doing. Yeah, there was nobody, no false motivation, no macho bravado stuff going on with those guys.
So you mean that the most loud and obnoxious guys aren't always the best soldiers?
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Super weird.
Funny how that happens,
Who
right?
would have ever thought? Before we jump on to the next part of your career, let's take a quick break. When you've spent years serving others, it's easy to put your own health on the back burner. At Precision Wellness Group, they are changing that. Founded by a former Special Forces medic, emergency medicine physician, and hormone and longevity specialist, Dr. Bosley's mission is to help veterans, first responders, and motivated personnel nationwide to take back control of their health. This is why I personally trust Precision Wellness Group in optimizing my health goals. With telehealth appointments available in nearly every state, Precision Wellness Group can offer you personalized hormone and peptide therapies straight to your door. Grab Dr. Bosley's top 5 supplement guide in the show notes to start fueling your momentum, and then visit precisionwellnessgroup.com to get started. Listeners, please mention Vanguard 50 for your 50% off your 1-hour in-depth consultation with Dr. Bosley. For our home viewers, you can also scan the QR code on the screen right here to directly lock in that Vanguard wall deal on your initial telehealth or in-person visit. Take a tactical approach to optimize your health at Precision Wellness Group. So we're wrapping up kind of your Panama combat trip. And one of the things I forgot to ask you about before you went to Panama is you started looking at Special Forces. How did Special Forces come on your radar?
I thought that was just a normal progression. So at my getting into the second cohort unit, so 3 years there, and they said, I know guys that had left before their 3-year thing, but they said I'm pretty much whatever they always had this code, and you have this code on your on the system that doesn't allow you to go anywhere until the end of a cycle, which is a 3-year cohort cycle. And so it was kind of demoralizing at one point. It's like, so I'm trying to get back to Ranger Battalion, right? So I'm trying to do that. And they say you can't go till after your first 3 years. So I'm waiting after my first 3 years. Second group rolls in, and it's like, you're still stuck. You still got that cohort code in the system that won't allow you to go anywhere. It's like, what am I going to do, right? I'm trying to get back to Ranger Battalion. And so I was like, well, if that's not a thing, then I'll what's next? So if I can't get back to battalion, then let me try SFAS or Special Forces, and that means going to SFAS. And only because 2 of the guys that I know were in the medical course for my first 3 years there. They were in the medical course, washed out of the medical course, which I think is pretty common, I guess. And
so they went to the 18 Delta Special Forces medical course.
Yeah, and they ended up at Fort. That's how they got there. So when everybody's just shooting the shit around the campfire, they told their story, and that's how they ended up here. And I told my story about how I got there. And so they were on. One was a commo guy. One was a medic. And so that just talking to those guys. They didn't for whatever reason, they weren't allowed to, or they didn't want to, or something. They weren't going back. And so then I started entertaining that thought. I was like, well, that's the next step. So if I can't go back to battalion, then let me try this. And that's a way. So I never had my eyes like career-wise, or even something I even thought of doing, like going to the unit. I never thought of that. I never heard about it. I did hear about it when I was during my 82nd time, because I knew guys who went to selection and then didn't make it.
But you ended up going. You ended up going to SFAS before you even went to Panama, right?
Yep. And I was trying to go. That was my next step. Try the SF route, and so I put in my paperwork for that, and it gets accepted. And when we're rotating back and forth the summer of '89, back and forth to Panama. I think May, June time frame was went to SFAS, Special Forces Assessment and Selection Course. And so all my guys were in Panama. I go to Camp McCall, Fort Bragg to go through SFAS, and made it. That was it was a challenging course in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and it's kind of important to talk about, right? So like you've done a lot of stuff in the military at this point. You know what I mean? You did all the infantry stuff. You've kind of bounced your way. You fought to get into Ranger Regiment. You go to Ranger School 2 or 3 times, get smoked. You never get dropped, but because you can't go TDY, so you've kind of done the things, but you're kind of a physically fit guy. You're, whatever. And how was SFAS for you? And for those that don't know out there, I'm pretty sure most people listen to this channel know, but Special Forces and SFAS, Special Forces Assessment and Selection, is a 3-week course where you go, and that's where you assess to become a Green Beret. If you get selected, then you go to the Q course, the qualification course for the Green Beret. It's an extremely long course, depending on what thing you're in. But SFAS is no joke. It's a tough course.
Yeah, it's a tough course. And again, it was like if there. So my whole mindset and everything that I did, it's like I'm not going to do something and not put 100% into it. So that was just another thing. It's like I don't care I don't care what's going to happen. It's like just bring it. Let me know what to do, and I'm going to do it. And that was different because you're with other people who are might not have the right mindset. So and you see that, and it's kind of good in a way that you see that there in that selection course, and then they either quit or they just think they're going to pass. Like they can do minimum and pass and be okay. But it's all the guys that you're with. They're like, yeah, I don't want to train. I don't want to serve with you if this is what makes it through, right?
Yeah, Ranger School and SFAS, they're two where you can get peered out, right? So you can make it all the way through Special Forces Assessment and Selection and still get, not selected for peer evals.
Yep. And that's a huge part of it. And I don't know the percentage of how much that factors into a guy getting a class date for the Q course. Probably pretty high, but I don't know anybody that didn't make it. There are a few guys that didn't go on and get a Q course date. We don't find that out till way at the end of this thing. Most of the guys that I'm aware of quit, and it's like, all right, good riddance, see ya. Tough physically, mentally, dealing with. So it's kind of a leadership thing too. So if you're in a leadership position and you're doing these odd things, whether it's a ammo can shuttle run or whatever it is, there's some just crazy things you have to do. You have to put some thought into it. Whoever's designated the leader at the time has to organize these guys. There's just, you get like Jeep parts, and then make this thing roll down the road, and it's Camp McCall and Fort Bragg, so it's sand and just not good terrain to walk in, much less have these wobbly wheels, and you're making things. You're trying to think through the situation and make it happen, and you're not given the right stuff to do it with. Moving 5-gallon water jugs from one point to the other. And so there's a scenario that they roll with it. This is why you're doing it, and all you have to do is get all those 5-gallon water jugs from there to there, and then organize your team accordingly and make it happen and go. So it's all decision making and those kind of things. And sometimes if you're the type to say, okay, guys, this is what we got to do. Get those from here to there, carry as many as you can, and then just let's do this. So there was that. So there was, and then if you're given the option to do marginal work, you're going to get marginal results. So you have a guy who's got one, he's running, and he thinks he can carry one and just do it faster, but you can't. It doesn't work out that way. So there's enough distance involved where you got to carry 2 or 3. So there's guys throwing 5-gallon water jugs on their rucksacks, and then they have 2, and they're running with 3, and so 15 gallons of water plus your rucksack and your weapon. So you have those guys who are max performers, and then the guy who grabs one and walks with that one. So then you start seeing a lot of that. Some of those guys that I know of don't make it. They're either peered out or they quit at one point because it's just too much. Talk about this one dude. He should have been okay with the humidity and the heat in North Carolina during the summer. So May, June, July, or something like that time frame. It's hot and humid, and guys are having heat in, that's a concern. Drink water and salt tabs and all that stuff they're giving us, and the guys still falling out because of heat. Or is that just their lack of motivation, right? So in my mind, it's like, I can perform without the same stuff that you're doing, and so you have no excuse other than you just aren't here. You're not in the right mindset. So that was my whole thing about that whole thing. And some of the guys that are there are in the same thing. It's like, but they're coming out of the SF reserves too, reserves and National Guard. So they're not in the best shape, some of them, and they're definitely not ready for that selection course. So that happens too. They're just not physically in shape.
What do you attribute that you did before SFAS that set you up for success?
I'm not sure I did a lot of specific things for that. I thought I was ready, enough in shape, doing infantry stuff, carrying a rucksack and just that kind of stuff to do whatever it is that. And I didn't know a lot about SFAS either, other than that's what you needed to go through.
So do you really attribute it to a mindset? I mean, we've heard it other people on the podcast,
Yeah.
just that no quit mentality. And
Yeah. And that's probably the most common thing that in my mind through everything. It's like, one, I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it enough, and I was passionate enough to do it. And then to do what it takes to prepare for it, and then to deal with it later on. So good or bad, success or failure, what am I going to do? Right. And I never thought I was going to fail anything. Never did till I got to my first Delta selection course and didn't make it. But it was all those things. So in SFAS, there are people there though. You're with other people and you can motivate yourself. And sometimes as a squad leader or a leader in an infantry unit too, you can motivate yourself by concerning yourself with your soldiers. Right. And, so there's that. You can go somewhere else in your head to not worry about your own injuries and pain and all that stuff, your hunger, your cold or whatever, because you're focused on your troops, right? That's a thing mentally that some guys get used to. And so in SFAS, you have that. You have guys that you have to motivate, and there's guys that are there to motivate you if you need some motivation.
what do you think the hardest part of SFAS was for you?
Dealing with the non-performers. I thought everybody was there for the same reason I was. And there's no way they could have been the way they were performing. It's like, or their preparation. It's like, you knew where you were coming, right? You knew what you're getting ready to do. Why didn't you prepare yourself? Whether that was blistered feet, some people just blister straight up. The wear marks, the rucksack, shoulder straps, and back pads. Back pads, and those are the two hot spots that get blistered up, bare skin, all that stuff. Just rubbed raw. And there's a level of preparedness that you can get. There's a level that you actually get to. Like I'll know myself, my body. If I'll get a blister at, like, let's say 10 miles in my instep on my left foot. I'll get a blister at 10 miles into a road march. I'll know that because it always happens. And it doesn't matter what I do, I'll always get that blister at the 10-mile mark. And I know I've gone 10 miles when I feel the blister. Nobody knows themselves to that point. So they haven't done it enough to know themselves. Like, it's going to hurt. Your back's going to hurt. Your shoulder's going to hurt. Your feet are going to hurt. It's just going to be painful. But doing it enough before then, I already knew where those points were. And I already knew to expect it. So I didn't go through any less in any less pain than anybody else. I just was more comfortable with it. I was used to it.
Was there anything that surprised you about SFAS?
The low performance guys.
Oh,
I
guess that's
expected
a
to
difference.
show up with everybody just doing 100% everything. But that's not the case.
Yeah, and that was the difference, I think, between SFAS and Delta Force selection. Delta Force selection is very individual, whereas SFAS is you're in a group.
Yeah.
So you went to SFAS, you get selected, but you end up going to Panama. And then is that when you came back to go to the Q course?
That's when I came back and I thought I was going to the Q course. Yeah, because there's a 6-month window you have to go from your SFS selection passing to your Q course date, and they give you the date that's within that time frame. But then Panama happens, and it was probably at like a December class date I had or something like that, or reporting date, whatever it is. And then we don't get back till probably late January, February sometime. And I thought, well, okay, we'll get back here. download everything. I'll get right back into the SF train. And that's when they said, well, you have to go back to SFAS again because your 6-month window closed. And it's like one of those things. Here you go. The door slammed in my face again. But I was like, well, whatever. Okay. I guess that's what I got to do. Then I'll do it. So I got another class date. And that's even when that's when I finally get exposed to this the Delta Force recruiting thing. And there's guys in the Army who they go through the records and they get a card, they get an invitation in the Army mail system. And it's a it's a mandatory thing you have to go to. So it's a mandatory appointment that nobody can stop you from going to. And that's all written on the letter that they get. Show this to your first sergeants, your commanders, your chain of command, all that stuff. Because this is a mandatory briefing you have to make. And you can't even back out of it for any reason. Come up with another appointment. You got to be there. Even if it's just to be there, sign in and say you're out. So to some extent, I think that's what that letter. I never got one. The guys in the unit, they're like, "Wow, I got to go to this briefing," and they're all humming. It's like, I don't want to do this.
Did you know what the briefing was?
But I have to go. No.
Oh.
And so not until then. So I hear these guys complaining about this briefing they got to go to. And I was like, oh, cool. It's like, oh, I want to go to that briefing. I want to see what this is all about. That sounds cool. And then I saw at the same time frame, they put it out on the, it wasn't the Armed Forces Network. It was the base television channel. So that was a thing. All the activities on the base, road closures, exercises, loud noises, big bangs on the ranges, special events on the base, whatever, Christmas stuff and all that stuff. So the little banner on the 4-door channel was the Delta Force briefing at this auditorium, this date and this time. If you're interested, your only failure is your failure to try, or something like that, in the thing. And I saw that. I might have even seen that before. The guys that I heard complaining about their briefing that they had to go to, but I saw it. And I was like, that phrase right there, your only failure is your failure to try. That caught me right away. And I asked these guys, I was like, so how do you get one of those invites? What did you guys do in your careers to get those invites? And they're like, I don't know. I didn't ask for this. I just got it. And so when they were handed their letters, and they're telling their first sergeants and their chain of command and all that stuff. So I'm trying to think. I didn't think of even doing that ever. I saw the Grenada stuff, all the write-ups, Gung Ho, Soldier Fortune magazine. It's the only thing that was around at the time. I remember reading about those guys and the Rangers and all that stuff, and I was like, I wonder if I can kind of just go. And so I just showed up with these guys. I showed up and they said, who's got a letter, hands raised, and who didn't have a letter. And I raised my hand, like, are you going to tell me to leave now? Or, you didn't get an invite, so get the fuck out of here. Yeah. And they said, well, as long as you sign in. Did you sign in on the, attendance sheet? And I was like, Roger, sir. And he's like, okay, well, just have a seat, relax, and we'll be underway whenever we get everybody signed in. So they do their checks and balances and stuff like that. Raise hands, and then who wants to be here? They said who because the guys that got invites, some of them didn't have any interest, like the guys I came with. They said, who's got an invite? Hands went out. Who didn't? Sign in here. And okay, who doesn't want to be here? And a couple hands raised up. Like, okay, did you sign in? Yes. Do you have a letter? Yes. Okay. As long as you signed in, you're good to go. You can leave. You're free to go. And there was a little hesitation with some of the folks in the room, and a little quiet. And that's all they said. You're free to go. If you don't want to be here, you're free to go. You've done what you've met the requirements that we put out to you, your instructions. And so people are slowly getting up from their chairs and walking out, and they're just waiting. So I didn't know who was who. There's only like 2 people standing in front of the auditorium. This is a theater on base. And So there's a recruiter, and then there's a squadron guy who's an operational guy. So he's there to answer questions. I don't know this yet, but that's they eventually explain what's happening, and they explain all this stuff. And it was very very matter of factish, very it just what they showed me, just the stuff that they were showing on this briefing. And one of the first things was this is our training area, and screen lights up, and it's the globe. This is our operational area. This is our training area, or something like that. It's the globe. So I was like, oh, this is cool. This is cool. And then they end up showing videos, and the video is all the cool stuff. Little birds everywhere, and people assaulting buildings, and all the videos that they had, guys clearing rooms, and it's exciting. And I was like, yes, that's badass. I want to do this. And that's the first time I really actually committed myself to whatever it takes to do that. That's what I want to do. And then, so after all the briefing's done, they introduce the squadron guy that's there, and then you're able to ask questions. And I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about the unit, their daily life, or anything else. I didn't have any questions. And some of the guys are like, "Hey, so what's it like? What's it like?" And then they're asking everybody. I'm just listening to other people asking the questions. What's it like daily life? And I want to say they were allowing spouses to come to that briefing too. I'm not sure. If you're married, you can bring your spouse or something like that. And the questions were, stuff like that. And I didn't have any questions, so I was just listening to what's happening. I was like, wow, cool. And they said, okay, well, that concludes the briefing. If you're still interested, we have the PT test on this date at this field on the base, and show up ready for PT this time, this place. And then that's it. Everybody's okay. Is this over? And we left. And I was like, all right, well, let me get ready for this PT test. And back then, I don't know what they're doing now. It was a 5-event PT test. So push-ups, sit-ups, a run, dodge, and jump. I think
run, dodge, and jump.
2-mile run. Yeah.
What is that?
It was a old school PT test. So they have little pylons, and it's literally like a football drill. So there was things you had to jump through, or kind of
while you're
weave
doing
your way
your
through.
2-mile run.
So you're running, you dodge and stuff, and then there's a little a pit or an area that you had to jump over. So you had to run, dodge these pylons, and then jump over this hurdle, and then or whatever it was just a tape on the ground that marked jump over this, and not the bear.
So that's a part of your 2-mile run?
No, that was a separate event.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the reverse crawl. So
Crab walk? God, I hate that thing, dude.
yeah. So those are the 5 events. I think I covered them all. And so some of those I've never done. I didn't know that until I showed up for the PT test. That's the PT test was. I was just regular push-ups, sit-ups, 2-mile run. That's what I thought. And then you had the other ones. So I did it, passed it. And they told us, okay, you passed the PT test. And for those of you who had letters, so apparently if you get a letter, they've already looked at your administrative paperwork and your Army stuff. And that's all they said. Okay, you've passed the PT test. And for those of you who have paperwork, we'll talk to you later about a class date for selection. And for everybody who this is their first thing you've done with us, then we're going to look at this. We'll get back to you with a class date.
Probably never got a letter, dude, because you've gone AWOL.
If you're suitable, you'll get a class date. And then, so when I left there, I'm thinking, they didn't say it that way, but I was thinking, okay, they were saying, don't call us, we'll call you, right?
Nope.
And so that's what I left there with. I was like, okay, well, I'll feel good about myself and my PT score. Okay, cool. Didn't think anything of it. And eventually, I get orders to go to selection.
How long did that take?
Not very long. I don't remember it taking long at all. And when my chain of command calls me in to give me my orders, and they because I told them I was going to the briefing that day. I went with the briefing and all that stuff. And so to them, it was like, well, of course you want to go, right? It's like, because you get into all that stuff. And then I got the orders, and they're like, well, I guess we're gonna, I guess we're gonna lose you. And so my first one I didn't make. So they thought, okay, well, of course you're gonna pass because you pass everything, and you're superhuman and all this other crap. And they said, well, I guess you're not going to continue with us because they were going to go to Korea, and I guess you're not going to be with us in Korea. It's like, well, I guess, okay, sure, yeah. So they dropped me from roles. They thought I was passing the first time, and they dropped me off of the deployment.
So
roles.
how was the first selection?
Eye-opening. So yeah, it was everything and then that I would ever have thought.
Did you?
I never thought.
Did you try to prepare before you go? Did they give you any kind of like preparation?
They do. So it was more based off of, I think, based off of if you weren't in a hard skill like Ranger SF or infantry guy, then you should probably do this. And it was normal exercise stuff, but also the rucksacking and harden your feet, get used to carrying a rucksack with this much weight and all this other stuff. So I was thinking when I read all this, I was like, okay, well, I'm good. Apparently not. So at that point, we've done 25-mile road march, 100-mile road marches, all this stuff, all this grunt stuff, just in pretty decent shape. And I didn't really know what. So how do you prepare for a road march? Usually, okay, just get your ruck, let's go, right? And so that's kind of the mindset I had. It's like, well, okay, I'm just gonna get my ruck and go, and then stop when they tell me to stop. And where I was in Fort Ord, so our exercise was the Los Padres National Forest or something like that. It's a national forest. It's huge, mountainous. And so I was like, okay, I'm good. I think I'm good. And so I prepared myself. I worked out, did some road marches. I did some short distance road marches, a lot of 6 mile, 2 mile, just to see how fast I can do it. I'm really almost just getting a time reference for me, like 2 miles. How long does it take me to like run 2 miles? And how long does it take me to do 6 miles? So I'm just getting a baseline of my performance. And in 2 hours, instead of doing like a pace count kind of thing, keep track of where you're going, I'm doing a time distance thing. So I'm just, okay, if I run with this much weight in my rucksack, how long is it? How far have I gone? That kind of stuff. But I don't know what's going to be expected of me. So I'm actually jogging or jog walking and all this other stuff and getting those time references down and then feeling all the pains that I'm going to feel, all the hot spots and the blisters and all that stuff. And just get my feet prepared, my back prepared, shoulder, waist, and all that stuff. But apparently it wasn't enough when I got there because however long I made it to, I guess, pretty decent into the course. And at one point, though, I'm told to get on something warm and dry, wait for your ride back, and go to the didn't make it shack. And I was like, huh. So, but leading up to that, though, there were so many things I was like, no way. There's no way I'm doing well enough right now because I was just beat up.
What was the main difference? I mean, again, you've been through SFAS, you've gone to Ranger School a couple times.
Yeah.
What was some of the main differences you saw between, going to Delta Selection and going to like SFAS?
Well, it was more you're fighting yourself. You're competing against yourself. So it all depends on how you think about your performance. So for me and a lot of guys that I've heard that have passed and gone through the course, it was you're never going fast enough. It's like, what can I do to keep going faster? And then something happens, like, oh, I got a cramp, but I got to keep going, right? Because all those things happen. I'm not, or like in my case too, just in navigation, I'm navigating. I'm more or less orienteering, not like any other kind of type of navigation on the ground, right? I'm orienteering. I looked at a map. I got a general direction, and now I'm just terrain associating my way around the mountains of West Virginia and Pennsylvania, Maryland, all that stuff. And I missed this one turn. And if you miss a draw, like a valley, like a full-on terrain feature, if you miss one for me in one of the places I went to, then it means I just added another mountain and more time, which is not good. And I'm running past down this major valley. I'm thinking, okay, there's one, there's two, there's three. I go up this map, the third one or whatever it was. I make a right and head north, and up to the top of the hill I go. There's my point. So I'm running. There's one, there's two, there's three, and I up to the top of the hill, and I get to the top of the hill, and this is a mountain, and I'm fighting all the mountain laurel and all these obstacles because you can't use roads and trails, so you're on the sides of mountains. So I get to the top. I'm thinking, I get to the top. I look up. There's going to be my rendezvous point, my guy that I got to check in with. And I get there, and there's nothing. And I look down the ridge line, and it's a barren ridge line. So I want to say my first one was in the fall time. So no vegetation on top of this hill on the trees. So I can see forever. And in West Virginia. So I'm on the top of this mountain in West Virginia. I can see everything. And I see this one church. I was like, I don't remember a church in my planning route and my route planning thing. And I look across and I see what a orange VS-17 panel on another ridge line not close to me. And looking at my map, I was like, what? I was like, there's no way. This is where I need to be. And I was like, there's no way. There's no way I'm here. And I see the church, and I don't want to see what I see, right? I see the church, I see my location, I see the red getting my map oriented to the ground, and I didn't want to believe the situation I was in. It's like church, me, position. It's like church, me, position, and I kind of tried to deny it at first because there's no way I would have made that kind of mistake. And then I just said, well, I guess I did. And so straight line, the quickest between 2 points, right? Straight line. So I can either follow the terrain and go not straight line and go all the way around, add time, distance, and all this other stuff with my marching, or I go straight line, which means I go straight down and then straight back up. Oof. And I kind of did halfway. I was trying to stay as high as I could on the elevation and go around this big valley, and then I wouldn't have that much of a climb at the end. But because of the terrain, I ended up going around, and then as I'm coming, I'm going right back down to the bottom, and then ended up climbing that mountain anyway. And those kind of things, that's all I knew. It's like I could have taken my time to do that, or in my head, I can't get there fast enough, and I'm already behind. So those are the things that kind of eat at you over time. Little mistakes like that, trips and falls, boom, got my head bashed in on a rock, and now I'm dizzy, and now I'm burning time. I need to keep going, and I got time to get hurt, right, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's all you in your head, and literally trying to do the best you can, whatever is in front of you, and you couldn't go fast enough. You were always going too slow. In my mind, I was always going too slow.
And I know they don't, it's a gentleman's course, but it's also, they don't give you task, condition, and standard per se. They just give you the task.
Yeah, be here, time and place, in the right uniform, and you're good. And so land navigation isn't that hard either. So no, it's not difficult. It's the environment they put you in that makes it difficult.
What after you get told you didn't make it, how did you deal with that mentally?
I don't know, because they don't tell you either, but they tell you that. They said your portion of this selection assessment is over with. You did not make the standards. We understand you don't know the standards, and something along those lines. but you'll be given a certificate for your time here that you completed a course. So something for your records to prove that you were doing something during this time. It's not just void time, a blank space in your records. They'll give you something, a certificate of training to cover that time frame. It's like, okay, and then they tell you that, and we'll talk to you. So you're actually talked to. It's not a board like when you pass, like all the sergeant majors and commanders of the unit. It's the selection committee, and they tell you that collectively they tell you. There's a couple questions, I don't remember what they asked me. Well, one of the questions was, if we allowed you to, would you want to come back? And I said yes. And the questions, whatever they asked me, and like how do you think you did, all this other stuff. And I said, well, there was sometimes there are questions like, there's no way you guys are gonna take me if I'm doing this. Just not a good day. And I had too many not a good days, and in my head. And that, to some extent, to however I phrased that, that's kind of what I said. I was like, you guys said you're gonna have a bad day, get over it and keep going. But I probably just had too many bad days, and I just got too far behind. And I explained that, and they're like, okay, yeah, pretty accurate assessment of your performance, and we will allow you to come back if you want to at some date in the future. You don't have to give us an answer now, but we are telling you you're allowed to come back and try again. And that was enough for me. I was like, well, all right.
Did they give you any assessments of your performance, or was it just like,
no?
So you kind of don't know what you failed at, and you really don't know how to train for it. You just knew you had to train to do better, right?
Yeah. And two guys. So also what I got out of it too, though. So I understood what two guys that I knew that left the selection when I was in the 82nd, like 8 years before that moment, when I wasn't even thinking about it, they came back, and everybody's asking them when they got back after they didn't make it.
I remember you telling me.
Yeah, they like, how'd it go? What was it like? And they're like, well, we can't talk about it, but they were impressed. Like the way it was handled, the way they handled themselves. It was the most professional school we've ever been to, and I don't even know if they were asked to come back or allowed to come back or anything like that. But they said, nope, they're not going back, because they honestly gave it their 110% effort, and they were told it wasn't good enough. And then they said that when I asked those questions to them, and I was like, oh wow, that says a lot. That says a lot for you, but also about the course. And I didn't think I need to go to this thing at the time. I didn't even think about it. I was still trying to get to battalion. And but when I got to that point, and they said, I didn't pass the selection course, so you got your option, window seat or aisle, and you're going back to Korea and all this other stuff. I think that was one of the questions too. That was one I passed. They asked me a question: what I would do if I wasn't selected. What would I be doing? And all I said was, well, I guess I go back and do some more grunt stuff, keep marching forward with my infantry life. And then I'm thinking in my head, though, I'll probably go back to SF selection and try to get the EQ course and all this other stuff. I was like, well, I guess I'll just go back to being a soldier. And I guess that was enough. And that was enough for me, too, to kind of assess. This is not over. So they leave the door open. You can come back. Will it? And I think they actually said that we will allow you to come back and try again. I was like, wow, okay. So for me, that was enough to think about it, what I needed to do, how my performance was. All totally, they're not telling me what I did right or wrong. So it's all up to me to figure out what I did right or wrong, and then come back and try it again. And really, what I changed on the second time, all up here, all mindset. I wasn't even thinking. So when the first one, I was thinking, and like in most schools, I don't want to get hurt, because they're gonna recycle me back to the next class, and it's gonna extend my time here in this course. That's what like everybody in Ranger School fears. It's like, just as long as I don't get hurt, I can just keep moving forward, right? Because otherwise, it's more weeks in this course. So that's kind of the general thought process in any Army school. And I had no, like, so yes, I was doing more rucksack marches. I was in Korea and I was actually doing my rucksack marches in the DMZ in like these minefields, and there's cleared paths through the minefields and they're marked and everything else. And that's where my training ground was. I just thought that was cool. And but I did more of that, did more sprint work, more leg work, joint stretches, and that kind of stuff. And then went back and tried again, and it was really all in my head. I was in a totally different mindset. I didn't even think like preserve myself or if I get hurt. I didn't even think that at all. I was like, you know what? Whatever it is from here to there, roger that. 100%, 110%, just get there. And my mind was clear of any other clutter of that. So for me, that was the biggest thing. A little bit smarter preparation. I didn't hurt myself. I had to be prepared when I got there. I didn't want to be peaked at my performance level. I wanted to be on the way up to my peak when I got there. And then, just mental. That's I don't know how you would get prepared to that really, other than, right there in the head.
What so you make it through selection the second time. Is there anything that you did different between the first and the second selection as far as training? Was it all just mindset?
It was more deliberate training, and I couldn't get distance because I was in the DMZ. So, but I got terrain. It's hilly and all that stuff in the DMZ. And then mindset. I don't know. I didn't do anything for that. I didn't like get all zen and do all kinds of yoga and all that stuff to get mentally prepared. I just was mentally prepared to just
leave it all on.
Just go. Just get some. Just do the best I can and that's really all I did. So just do the best you can. And then I screwed up the same thing because they changed the routes. If you're coming back, especially, there's some of the things that are changed around differently. So when I went back that one day that I screwed up from one ridge line to the next. So I didn't remember the thing. There were some guys there who were like great memories because the other guys that didn't make that class were in my next class too. And they knew exactly what we were doing on a particular day. But it switched up. So I was like, wow, how do you even remember that? And they just took mental notes of what happened their first time. I was like, dude, I don't know what we did from day to day. And then until I got out of the truck, because you're kind of, surprised. Hey, okay, this is your start point. So as soon as I got out of the truck that one day, I was like, oh, I remember this terrain, and I was like, okay, well, I know where the wrong valley is, the wrong draw, so I can't screw this one up. So I started running, and at whatever point I was, it's like 1, 2, 3. That's the false draw. 4. I'm going up the fourth one. Up I go. And I get to the top of this ridge, same ridge line. And so different times of the year too. So I go fall, winter, and then the next one was winter and the fall. So I don't know, maybe that messed me up. I don't know. But I messed up that same draw.
Oh, really?
The same valley, yeah. I get to the top of the ridge line and I look up and I see the church. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, man.
And I was like, reluctantly look over to my left across the valley. Orange BS-17 panel. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And it's like, okay, there we go.
Just beat feet to the next point.
Yep.
What was the final board like? Was it what you thought it would be, or?
Oh, hell no, I didn't expect that at all. So first of all, I was starstruck. So when I go, there's still all these guys are Desert One dudes, and so I don't know.
Because this is what, late 80s, early 90s.
This is 90, 91 time frame. So these guys are all like all the commanders and sergeant majors of the unit now, and the docs are in there and everybody, and the psychologists when I say docs, and then the physical docs, and they're all looking at my physical condition and all that stuff, I guess. But that's all I was thinking. That overwhelmed my thought process when I was sitting there by myself in this chair in this wall of people. And then they introduced these are the sergeant majors and the commanders of the unit and all this other stuff. And all I could think of was like these are those guys. I was starstruck. I was like so like gobsmacked on, dude, I want to shake all your hands right now. But I was like trying to be professional. And that's when I started thinking. I was like, holy crap. It's like, so these are the guys I'm asking to join. That's when it really hit me. I was like, holy shit. And as they're asking me questions, I'm zoning out on my starstruck stuff, right? Like, dang, dude, these dudes are, these are the shit, right? And at one point, I must have had that look on my face, but they said, just calm down, relax, and just, And I was like, okay, what do you see? It's like, I honestly was just impressed with the group of folks I had in front of me. I was like, man, I'm asking these dudes to be on their team. I was like, who am I to ask that kind of question, right? And pretty much they have that attitude, though. Like, who are you? Like, tell me, what are you bringing to this party, right? And so those, if and given those options to ask that, to answer those kinds of questions, and they're I don't remember the questions, but it's more or less that. Like, what are you bringing to this table? And I'm looking at this table going, holy shit, I ain't got nothing. No. There's no way. How am I going to compare to you guys? And I've tried a lot of things, but no way. I don't know. And I just started rattling something off. Something about my engineer background. I got a diverse background, infantry, engineering.
Grenade qualified.
Yeah. It's like, I just knew I had to say something. And so those are the things that are coming out. And everything that I said was just like, that was stupid. I'm thinking in my mind, okay, that was dumb. Those guys aren't going to be impressed by that, right? and they probably weren't. And it was just interesting. It was interesting to me, probably the most memorable. I wish I could remember some of the questions they asked me, but I just remember that being totally just starstruck with these guys. And for me, when they said, because I've heard some of my teammates and guys who were at the unit, they're like, well, yeah, I mean, they were just dudes to me, kind of thing. It's like, dude, not to me. So when they said, for whatever, so you have this little interview and then you go away and I don't know if they actually said it, but it's like, okay, go away so we can talk about you kind of thing. So we can decide your future, something like that, right? And I don't know if they actually say that, but that's how I left the room. It's like, oh shit. Now I'm thinking, oh, that was some stupid shit. Why did I say that? Kind of stuff. And the sergeant major at the time that was running selection, he comes out and he said, so how do you think you did? And I was like, oh, I don't know, man. I came all this way, made it to this point, and I don't remember the questions. I was like, yeah, I tried to impress him with that. Are you kidding me? And he's like, let's calm down. It's okay. You did well. We'll see. They're talking about your future right now, so we'll see. He's like, but he didn't like, wasn't like consoling me or motivating me or saying it's okay. Hey, you made it, just so you know, or anything like that. He was just like, don't worry about it. They'll make their decision, and then it'll be done. And so they kept us in this this little this hot box. It's like the transition point in a building, right? You got an outer door and inner door, and right in the middle, it's like a foyer kind of place. Yeah. So, but for me, it's like, dang, it's hot in here. Yeah. Did you guys turn up the heat or what? So they asked me to come in, and so they're addressing you now. It's the first time they started addressing you by, hey, Sergeant Porras, can you come back in? And they tell you, take a seat. And again, I don't remember the conversations that we're having, and I didn't know anybody in the unit, and I didn't only what I've read and what very few articles I've read about the unit and stuff like that. So, and I've heard some things like, well, in that environment, they're hearing like these stories or something like that. Like, well, in that environment, it sounds like it's like a good old boy network kind of thing. It's like, I didn't know anybody. I didn't know it. I didn't even think about this till the last minute. So no. they're really just picking the right guy, whatever that is. I mean, I still don't know what that is. I know I made it. I know what I went through to get there, but all the other guys are so diverse in their backgrounds and their histories and what they came from, how they prepared, and it's really a full look. So I think that's the huge thing apart, because that's only the formal selection part of it. Everything you did in your career is also part of that, your selection to get there. So that's all encompassing in the decision. That I know, but I don't know what exactly, what the threshold is on stuff, because I got in trouble as a young soldier and all that stuff. And
does your AWOL thing ever come up?
Yeah, that came up several times after then and after that. Yeah. That was the thing even for promotions afterwards. Eventually that comes back to again, and I keep having to explain what happened, and then they're okay, and on to the next thing. They finally were able to the personnel personnel office at the unit who's actually finally able to clear that up. They're finally able to, okay, we got to get rid of this. Otherwise, you're not going any further than whatever pay grade that was, probably E7 to E8. I don't know. I was like, okay, well, I don't know if that's possible, but
how long was your selection for that course?
Well, if you're counting everything before that too, like 10 years. But the actual formal portion is only, I don't know, a month, I think.
Mm. So you get selected and then you go through OTC?
Yeah.
How was that? Was it the same, like, don't give you anything, or is it more formalized, just whereas like you're kind of getting included?
Formal training. Yeah. And probably, and again, from now having a training company, that's, and what I was doing with my troops, it's like, okay, so all you have to do with soldiers is meet these, basic criterias, that's it. So for me, it was always though, and my experience at Regiment for that short brief time is like, okay, well, if you think you're going to survive here and doing minimal standards, yeah, you got another thing coming. So that's kind of where I developed the stuff now. I'm not the training concepts, right? Like OTC, very professional. This is what you got to do. These are the standards.
Is it a crawl, walk, run, or is it a run fast, and run faster?
Depends on what it is. Some of the things that are normal, like, well, I say normal, but like basic skills stuff. But it's, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff involved there, from, dignitary protection to CQB and shooting guns and tradecraft, and everything is involved here. And then physical, mental stuff, hand and eye coordination drills and all these other things that are involved. I mean, you're doing a lot of stuff, a lot of dry fire, which I was fine with.
I've heard that. I've heard that they do up to a month in the shoot house before they shoot a live round.
Yeah, probably, yes. I don't know the exact time frames and all that stuff, but I remember thinking, so a lot of people in the military in general, even if you're issued a pistol, you don't shoot that except to qualify with quarterly or maybe twice a year or once a year, depending on where you're at in the Army. So I had a Beretta back in the day, right, when I was a machine gunner, but I never shot that Beretta except to qualify with it. And so I never really touched a handgun. I had a couple rifles, hunting rifle and a shotgun, and that was it. I took it to the range myself, went out hunting and Fort Ord and all that stuff, but that was it, right? So the basic stuff, the dry fire stuff, that's where I learned the value of dry firing. Like before we got on the range, I remember, oh man, yeah, I remember the conversations in our of all my classmates, and some of the guys have guns of their own. They practice, they train, they compete, and all that stuff. I never did that stuff, and so they were saying, "Okay, enough already." It's like, my God, our hands hurt from dry fire, and it's all just so. I kind of understood the value of it while we were doing it, and so it's all the basic fundamentals, the basic mechanics of shooting, making sure that your stance is good in different environments, how your stance affects everything, your grip, presentation, all that stuff, and this over and over and over and over again. And there are some guys who are like, oh, I had enough already. Let's shoot some real guns, right? And then we do. And then for me, I immediately saw the value of dry firing after that. And so did the guys that were like just impatient and wanting to shoot more earlier. And yeah, all those things, all the basic stuff. So it's like, okay, we get it. You've been here, you've been there, you're coming from here and there, but this is why we're going to do it here. So bring everybody on the same sheet of music. And it was there's no type of so when you talk about crawl, walk, run stuff, yes, sometimes. So it's the crawl and walk portions of that are if you don't get it there, because we're going to start running like quickly. So crawl, walk, and then run, right? And then you better keep up. And it's really just if you're there mentally to do that stuff. And all the guys that I was with did well, passed OTC, went on operational squadrons and stuff like that. So we were all in doing a lot of extra work too, full training days. But let's say if it was pistol rifle or if it was a hand and eye coordination drill or something like that, or combatives, let's roll tonight, and then I got to get this thing down because I'm not getting it. I can't get my arm wrapped around your neck this way or whatever it was, right? Combatives and all the stuff. It was a constant thing. A lot of homework, a lot of extra time put in stuff. So some of the guys were seeking, like if there was a good shooter, as an example. Let's talk shooting for a second. If there's a good shooter and he's getting it, he's better than everybody, then that night we'd, hey, what are you doing, man? How are you able to do this so good? And he'd say, well, this is what I do, and then we practice that. So there was a lot of that too. So there's long days already training, and then there's the after hours after doing other things, doing PT, because there was always never enough PT too. So a lot of times you had to squeeze that in there too. In a full training day, it's like, well, we're not gonna make sure that you do PT. You just, you need to do PT, right? So whatever we do today, if it's not an official event, you better do some PT, because it's going to start showing in performance. So long days, and just expectations. That's where you get the expectation. This is the requirements, and don't seek to achieve these requirements. You better seek. We're going to find out when we get to the squadron. These are like minimum requirements.
Yeah.
Because then it just goes up from there.
How does the squadron selection go? Is it like an NFL draft?
Pretty much. Yeah. I didn't know anybody, and they ask if there's a particular squadron you want to go to. I was like, I don't know one from the other, and I don't know anybody here. So I know the guys I just went through OTC with, and that's it. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that happens, but I was told I'm going to the squadron I went to. I was like, all right, cool.
Were you an A squadron guy?
No, I was in B.
Oh.
So they have different,
yeah, there's a whole different mantra with each squadron.
Different personalities, yeah. And I think, I don't know.
Yeah, because one's Ranger heavy, one has a lot of SF dudes, and then I don't remember. I've heard a couple.
Good
of
hair.
Yeah.
Was the other one.
What was B
I
squadron's?
didn't have good hair.
What was B squadron's vibe?
It was cool. It was total man camp. Man cave, knuckle dragger, just hard asses. That's probably true in other squadrons too, but that was cool. I loved my time there.
One of the things I remember you telling me when we were doing podcast prep is you're going through OTC and now you're at the chow hall at the unit and you're seeing dudes coming back from Desert Storm that were you'd seen dudes were actually injured.
Yeah. One of our cadre in OTC was recovering from an injury too. And so so coming from, been to Panama and all that stuff too, but coming from peacetime army to that, it's like, so it's like, that's what we signed up for. Absolutely. This is what we signed up for. They are in it. They're in the shit. That's what we signed up for. So that kind of adds a little bit more motivation for me and probably my classmates in OTC to say, yep, we made the right decision, and this is exactly where we need to be.
Tell us the van story. How they start asking you if you're in the chow hall, and they start asking, "Hey man, were you in Panama?"
Yeah. So that happened actually when I finished the second selection. They came in and sought me out in the barracks. So we're waiting on our board, and a couple of guys stopped in and were asking, "Hey, where's Sergeant Porras?" And "Hey, Sergeant Porras, congratulations! I said, you were in Panama, right?" "Yeah," and then they leave. It's like, okay, cool. Hey, congratulations, and then leave. And that happened. 2 guys stopped by, I think, something like that, and that happened again when I get to the unit, and in OTC, and like, "Hey, you're that guy. You were in Panama." What? You're in Panama, right? Yeah. And like, okay, cool. Hey, congratulations, you made it here, and then take off. So there's one call out. So when I go to selection, I think it was my first one. Oh, actually, something happened. One probably Desert Storm or something like that, right? So in my had to been my second selection course. So I go through there, and there's the older mature guys are running the course, and they're old and scruffy, squadron guys. And at one point, they disappear, and the new guys come in. And some of those guys were in the previous class that I was in. I was like, you guys are now here. You just passed it. Now you're, however, 6 to 8 months later, whatever it was, you're back here running selection. I was like, I guess that's how it works. But there was a call out, and all those guys got pulled back to Bragg to go whatever call out that was. And then they just took that class to run selection. And I guess that was the decision that was made, because those are the guys I saw. Some guys I didn't recognize, some guys I did. I was in the last class with. I was like, huh, all right. I guess that's what I can get forward to looking at. I don't know what's going on. In our class, actually, when I'm at a selection course during 93. I think that was my first one I went to. We get ready in 92 to go to Mogadishu. Then it rotates out. We rotate out to support, and we're going to go to run a selection course. And so we're at selection. That goes down, and we're called back to.
So you were cadre for an OTC or for a selection course?
Yeah. So we go back. We get recalled back to Bragg, and we're packing bags. We're going to assume the standby squadron while everybody else is going to Somalia and continuing the fight. And then they replace us with. I don't even know who went out there. It had to have been someone like in the selection committee or something like that, and they went out there to do that. And the students that were there then, or the candidates that were there then, said the same thing. It was like, "Hey, what's going on? There's something weird going on," because the older, mature guys were here first, and then they ripped out, and they got these young guys here, and what's going on? So that was when I heard that later, when they got to the guys who made it and went to Squadron. They thought that was kind of a neat thing. But ironically, too, that happened to me. And I think it was a Desert Storm or something like that they had to be recalled.
So you get to the unit, man, and you're doing the thing that you've dreamed about doing. What's a daily life? I mean, what was a normal day as a squadron operator? Or was there a normal day ever?
Oh yeah, it's just fun. You just did whatever you wanted to do all day, every day, all week. There's usually so every week. So they'll also know that you're putting in the time. So you get like extended weekends and stuff like that sometimes. So and that'll even be down to the team. If a team sergeant, if you're running your guys all week really hard, then you're doing that so you can get an extra day on the weekend. You either do Monday or Friday, and give the guys a day off, and you just relax for 3 days, and then come back and start hitting it again. So there was that also. Everybody knows how hard you're going, and so as soon as you show up Monday morning, at one point there's an intel update. What's going on in the world? What do we need to be ready for? And it's kind of how it drives the train for the rest of the week. How are you going to train, and what you're going to get prepared for, types of missions and all that kind of stuff. And then throughout the week, and then definitely at the end of the week, you'll get another intel like, hey, what's going on? What did we tell you on Monday? How's that progressed? How's that degraded? And what's hot? What's hot over the weekend when you're gone? You know, if your pager at the time goes off, what is it most likely going to be? So that was it. And then everything else. Oh man, it could be any number of things. It could be tradecraft, fieldcraft. It could be, you know, definitely team stuff, team PT, log drills, all kinds of stuff. Motorcycles. If you wanted to get better at riding a motorcycle, you're at the motorcycle track with your bikes. Off-road, if you're, you know, in the off-road course on Bragg, you know, going to do that stuff.
Did your squadron have like a training NCO who like puts a training plan together? Or is it just all by like more troop individual stuff?
It's more team stuff.
No.
So team sergeants had total control of how their team was going to train day to day, and it was always something. It was, you know, like even there was always the competition. So they have a huge pool there. It's probably Olympic size, whatever that dimensions of that thing is. So there's always like a physical. At the end of the week, you either do like either collectively or you definitely do it as a team, like a competition stuff. Yeah, it's going to be running marathon, and then it's like not just running. You're going to do a marathon or triathlon. Usually, what it was: bike, run, bike, swim, over the range, obstacle course, over to this range, shoot these guns. You know, CQB stuff. Climb. Not just do CQB, but it's like okay, everybody can blow the door, go through the front door, and you know, start doing CQB. You're gonna have to climb to the roof. So now there's some climbing involved with all your kit on. Get to the roof and start from top down, or any number of different variations of that you can do. If you had helicopters, yep, we're jumping on helicopters and stuff. And on that note too, though, that training alone was dangerous enough. Guys got hurt. And guys got shot, guys got almost killed, and all kinds of. So helicopters, you work with helicopters, they're gonna fall out of the sky. You do it enough, you're gonna be on one that falls out of the sky. I was fortunate enough not to be on one that ever fell out of the sky, but we're getting ready to, as an example, we're doing little bird training, and we're trying to, we're practicing shooting out of the helicopter at vehicles to stop them, and so little birds are taking us up. We'll do some gun runs, and we're shooting things. And I was at the end of the one of our ranges we were on, and we're all waiting in an area where we're just waiting for our time to go on the Little Bird and do our shooting. And Little Bird takes off. It's taking off, and it's getting ready to take one of the guys on one of the pods, and he's going to do his run and shoot something, shoot vehicles. The helicopter was crashing. So what we saw at the end of this, at the big open field that we're at, and we're sitting by the trucks and we're waiting for our time. We're just bullshitting. And helicopter starts coming up, and then they're going to just take off, right? Well, they were having issues. So whatever the issues they were having, the helicopter went up and didn't come off the ground that far. And then it started its forward motion, and it was coming right at us. So we thought, you know, they're going to, you know, throttle out and do some cool stuff and circle around and get this guy some trigger time. And what was happening was they were fighting to get altitude, because the plane was going down. They didn't have the power. And we thought it was just cool because it's coming right at us. We're like, oh, this is cool. I'm on the back of this pickup truck, and I'm waiting for my next ride. I'm just watching, and I'm getting pictures because I'm still practicing my photography and all that stuff. And the helicopter starts coming right at us. So we thought, hey, he's just doing a cool, you know, show off run kind of thing. And so on the back of a pickup that I'm on, I'd jump off the truck and do that. It's so low. And I was like, okay, that was cool, but dang, you know. He swings around really quickly and then sets it down and shuts it off. And we're like, hey, what's going on? Well, the guy that was on there, he's like, he comes off saying stuff like I just almost died, and you almost took you guys out with me. And he's like, so the helicopter's down, end of the training day for us. Something's wrong with the helicopter. They don't have lift. They got to fix it. And then he explains to us that, yep, that the helicopter was crashing as it was coming toward us, and he managed to get enough lift to clear us before he swung it around and put it on the deck.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, especially dealing with, tier 1 special operations, that the job that special operations does is inherently dangerous. So you have to train for those dangerous situations. And I mean, I saw some crazy statistic the other day, but we have lost a ton of people in the last 10 years or 20 years in training.
Oh yeah.
And it's in the thousands.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wild.
A lot of helicopters involved in that. A lot of guys down in the Florida Gulf area, the Pensacola area, and those guys flying around there. There's been some pretty bad crashes.
Did you ever have a mentor inside of the unit that like helped you, or was you just on your own to kind of sort it out as a new guy?
So for me, it was the selection sergeant major who I talked to in Korea when he comes back to recruit us again on another recruiting trip. And that was after I failed the first one. And I have a conversation with him in Korea. Doesn't tell me anything still. He just says, when he's glad to see me come back. You okay? You're physically okay to do this? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay, so good luck again. Do the best you can. And so there was that guy. He was a sergeant major in selection at the time. He is one of the Desert One guys too. And there's several of those guys that I really looked up to. Always kind of resource those guys to ask questions and just be around and see how they acted, right? And then my team sergeants, all great guys. Very, very mentor kind of leadership styles they had, instead of, and there was some of that, like move your ass or, do that shit kind of stuff. But it's like, how do I get faster at this? It's like, well, we'll move your ass faster. It's like, okay, roger that. So there was a little bit of that. Initially, it's like, it's a CQB, holy crap. That was another thing when I first you get the squadron, you're okay, you're at this level now. And then you run through with your team. And it's like, oh, you totally overwhelmed with like newness and you're way behind the power curve. And then it's like, hey, keep up, right? That's kind of the buzzword that was used too about the new guys. Hey, just keep up, throw chem lights. It's like, all right, roger that. It's like, oh shit, you're going to be throwing chem lights. I'm going to be up front, right? And no, that's not the case. But at one point you become that guy. And so my team sergeants, and also, so as a breacher, I have a senior breacher that's coaching me along to be a team breacher. And so those few guys, those are the guys I probably most interacted with early on.
Did you, I mean, I know that the Delta and a lot of other tier 1 units as well, there's a lot of different specialties within the, the squadron, the troop, et cetera. When you first show up, do you like, hey, I want to be a breacher, a sniper, dog guy, whatever? How is that stuff sorted out there? Is it just like, hey man, you're the new medic or whatever?
Yeah. So, you know what? I don't know. Well, so I do know. So everybody knows your history. They know your file and they know what your history, your where you're coming from, what you've done and all that stuff. So even when I'm guessing, even when they select what squadron you're going to, those guys, the commander and the sergeant major, know they've already looked at everybody's file and they know already, they have their mindset on who would be suitable for them.
Based on their own vacancies and stuff that they need in their squadron.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And that even goes down all the way to the team level. I don't know what they knew. Well, so they knew I was an engineer. They knew had all these MOSs in the engineer background. So they were like, you're going to be the team breacher. He's the breacher right now. He's going to teach you everything that he knows. And he was an 18 Charlie, actually, at SF. He was a 12 Bravo engineer, and then he went SF, and he was 18 Charlie, so SF engineer. So he had his shit together. And so that's just snap linked onto him, and he taught me everything I needed to know about breaching.
You mentioned that you had a lot of good team sergeants early on in the unit. What did good leadership look like inside the unit? Calm, violent, surgical, funny?
Yeah, a little bit of everything, really. So everything, and I guess all that, but measured, right? There's a time and place for everything, and they knew how to act in each situation. So from a source of, motivation, whatever that needed to be, it was either, they were just, I'm going to say it's the intelligence level that gets them to this point where they know when to mentor, they know when to coach, they know when to yell at you and motivate you that way, and recognize strength and weaknesses in themselves and the team. And yeah, it's just the next level of leadership that's very common sense, and it never seen that anywhere else. And I've never seen it work collectively in great numbers like that. And I was perfect. I was this is what everything really for me, everything that I was exposed to. It's like, this is the way it should be. I knew there was a place that this is happening. And as hard as I tried to get in Ranger Battalion, Ranger Regiment, and I thought the same thing there at those levels when I'm going through rip rope and there, it's like, this is the way it should be. But that was very like hardcore charging kind of stuff. There it was more measured, I guess is a good, best way I can describe that.
Did you ever run across bad leadership there?
No.
Is that stuff just not tolerated?
I don't know. I don't know a circumstance where there was a bad leader, because there's so much that's decided on whether you're going to be a team leader, a troop leader, all along the way. If you're going to be in a leadership role, there's a lot of thought put into that. And
is that a good old boy network inside the unit?
No, it's really a common sense common sense and measured approach, because they'll tell people too, I know this is what you want, but you're never going to do that. You're awesome where you're at. You're going to stay there. Get comfortable with where you're at, right? Because they'll have that's the difference of like who's getting these positions and who's where. It's like there's nobody, they don't hold anything back. You're either good enough or not. You want to do this? Well, and they'll ask you, hey, where do you see yourself going next 2 years or so? And you say that, and they're like, okay, probably not, right? They'll have those conversations, or they'll say, okay, we'll help you get there. This is what you need to do. This is what I need to see from you to do that. For me to hack off, I need to do that. This is what I need to see out of you. Very, very upfront, very honest. And that to me is like the leadership that I was like, I knew there was a place that this was happening. Like, no shit, good or bad, you're told exactly how they think of you and how you're performing based off of what the overall mission is. And it could be personal life too. They do that too. Hey, get your shit together, or because we need you here. When you're here, you need to be here. Okay, I got it. And they don't do the stupid stuff like, there's some stuff in the Army too. It's like, hey, if the Army wanted you to be married, they would have issued you one, right? That kind of crap. There's none of that there. They're like, we get it. We're going to give you time to be with your families, but you're here. This is the mission. We need you here. As long as you guys get that squared away amongst yourselves, then okay, that's up to you guys.
What did correction look like in the unit? I know AARs are brutal at JSOC. Does that breed, better operators when everybody, because I know in the AARs, man, I mean, you could be one of the newer guys, but if you see something, it's highly valued that you speak up. Was that new to you, or how did you deal with that initially?
Yeah, so AAR is not new, but the honesty, the honest assessments of performance and things going on, yeah, absolutely, that was totally new. Which, you have the placating and the pandering in large organizations, even when they do that in organizations outside the unit. But there was no holds barred. You performed or you didn't, and at what level you were told exactly how you performed, what your performance level. If you were kind of tone it down a little bit, or hey, you're here, I need you here. Straight up honesty, and most of the guys too, even myself included. It's like, okay, yep, I own that. My bad. I'll square my shit away. Yes, but it's also like it literally is a two-way thing too. It's like, hey, and there's been situations where it's like, hey, like, where the fuck were you? Yeah, hey, dude, where the fuck were you? And it's like, hey, I was doing this, that, and the other thing, and that's something they didn't see. So I was like, oh, I didn't know that. All right, good job then, because otherwise I was pissed, right? So there's honesty, upfront, self-analyzing too. And so if you do something, and that was the other thing too, guys own up to shit. Like if you screwed up, and they tell you that all the time, it's like own up to it, take ownership, and don't do it again. Because otherwise, that's now more it's a character flaw or whatever you want to consider it. Yeah, you understand you screwed up, don't do it again, and or you can do things better. Understand, and so everybody's kind of more. They can take it and they can receive it, either way. I've never been anywhere since, and never been anywhere before that. But so to that point too, though, when I was a squad leader, I was just young E6. That's what I held the standard to my guys. It's like, I don't want any excuses. I'm just going to tell you to do something and do it. And these are the standards, and I'm going to tell you where you're at. And I was very few guys that I knew, my counterparts, the other squad leaders that were actually having those kind of conversations with their guys. And I would say to those guys, collectively, you tell, the squad what's the deal, but individually, you counsel these guys individually and tell them exactly how they're doing and how they're going to correct it. And that's exactly what happened there. Everybody, every time, didn't matter what it was. After actions were brutal, right? Depending on how you want to look at this thing, but very honest about what needed to be done, what was done, and what needed to be done differently. If it was good, it was good.
As much as you can talk about what was going on, I mean, you were in the unit for 10 years. What are some of the things that you were a part of? I mean, it's been a long time since you were in.
I didn't do anything.
This is like some funny part of the interview, because when we were prepping this, you were like almost there for a whole bunch of things and like got pulled at the last minute. I know your squadron was on the hook for Mogadishu. You guys trained for it. Talk a little bit about that.
It wasn't meant to be, I guess. Yes. So we were actually the first squadron to get called out for that mission. We're talking in 92 time frame-ish. Totally different mission profile, mission everything. Same mission, get ID'd. Mission profile was totally different when it started out, and we're talking a new administration too, with the Clinton administration, and this new thing. Now we'd been hearing about him and a bunch of other things going on in all of our intel briefs every week, front end and back end of every week, and it's like, okay, I guess, okay, but we've been hearing about it. Let's go get him. And started out, we did all the rehearsals, we did the prep and all that stuff, delay. Okay, let's go back and rehearse some more. And we're refining the mission profile that we had in mind and we're going to execute. And there were some things there, and it was the criteria for a limited visibility thing was the priority there. So as fat as we wanted to get, because we're thinking, hey, so no Ranger attachments, nothing. Which we started saying, hey, maybe let's get a platoon or something. Let's get a few more guys. See if we can expand the actual assault element, because the support apparatus that was supporting that was huge. And we're like, well, let's get rid of some of those seats and we'll add some more, like, either squadron guys, other squadrons guys, or get a platoon from the 1st Ranger Battalion. So we were talking about that. It didn't happen yet. And so by the time we turned over we change into we get to a point where we're just changing mission cycles. And so we come out of that mission and we go into training or something like that. And other squadrons take over. And eventually, by the time it gets around to the guys that deployed, there's Rangers doing what they did. They did all the cordon stuff, which freed up the unit guys to go on target and just focus on the target. So that's how it ended up being. But so in 92, I get there in 91. So all the things I'm hearing in the briefings are weapons of mass destruction. We're going to look for, underground facilities in Iraq and all that stuff. There's still the no-fly zone in Iraq. And hostage rescues in other countries. Embassies are still a thing. There's one taken in Peru, China's embassy in Peru. Oh man, Pablo Escobar was a thing. All these things are hitting the intel updates. These are the things we're hearing about all the time. Normal terrorist activity too. Normal terrorist activity. And we're talking the same guys that are around now, the Hezbollahs and the Hamas folks.
Yeah, there was a couple. I mean, you had the bombings in Tanzania and Nairobi. I don't remember what the other ones. Kenya, maybe.
Yep. So all throughout the 90s, all those things are going on. So in 93 too, there's the 93 World Trade Center bombing, right? So all those things are happening. Oklahoma City bombing, the 2 embassies in Kenya. So, oh man, there's so many things going on. Bosnia it somehow weasels its way in there, and we end up focusing on that one. Man, there's so many things going on so we're talking, unfortunately, we're talking about things that are happening and there's no action being taken. And then 9/11, right? So what I know of the 10 years before that, it's almost kind of where we're at right now. It's like we're our end of the Biden administration, right? It's getting so bad. Like, how can you not see this coming, right? And we're as you know, knuckle dragger shooters, you know, we're seeing things like, man, I hope this doesn't happen like this way. If they only knew this, then they could probably get away with that. I hope they don't know that, right? I mean, that was kind of just the normal team room chatter.
Constant, like, I mean, you guys are always on recall at some point if you guys are the Ready Squadron. So you constantly always spinning up training for you guys trying to get left of bang, like trying to anticipate where you guys might go, type stuff, and then training for those environments. But I can't imagine that they're always changing.
Yeah, it was so random. Yeah, there was nothing like, so the big things, Africa was always a thing. There's always something going on in Africa and the Middle East and all that stuff, Israel and all, they were still messing around over there. Israel's dealing with, so today, when they reference things, that's when all their terrorist attacks are happening in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, and restaurant bombings and all that. So that's when that's happening, and so those are the things globally and the geopolitical space that we're paying attention to, and man, there was so many things going on, but every day you showed up for work, you knew that you had a purpose, and this is what we're here for. And then your training week was just reflective of that.
Did you guys travel a lot for training as well?
Oh yeah. Sought out as much outside influence, and from a CQB aspect too, it's like a different picture. I need a different floor plan. I don't want to know this floor plan. I know all the stuff we got. I know every inch of the stuff we have at our disposal here on our compound. Different floor plans, multiple floor plans, how to use helicopters in different environments, urban, rural, all that stuff.
Did you guys do a lot of ruts while you were there?
What's a rut?
Or you guys would go and train in like the rural or urban terrain, like go to like Dallas or Miami or wherever?
Yep. So a little collaboration with most of the major cities, SWAT teams, and just to see how they were doing business. It's like mixing and matching notes on how you do anything, right? How do you work on a helicopter? How do you do CQB? How do you shoot a gun and all this stuff? How do you guys train? What's your training mindset and all that stuff? Professional shooters too. The Rob Lathams and the burner, Jerry Barnhart at the time. He was up and coming. Then we started with him. Oh man, all the good shooters at that time. The guy who's running the Memphis camp out there, world class shooter, all of them, and just that. So we neck down to like a specific thing, like shooting. That's it's an important aspect of being there, assigned there, but it's also one of many things that you have to be good at. So for those guys, it's like, yeah, let's go shoot with a professional shooter, see what he's doing. Let him tell us what we need to do better and stuff like that.
Did you guys cross train a lot with either like the Rangers or SEAL Team 6 or any other units within DoD?
Not really cross training. We used to have exchanges with our counterparts in the Navy. We'd send the guys there for the summer, and whoever was in it's probably the training cycle, would go there for the summer and spend the summer with them, just see how they do things, and they'd come back and say, give us a briefing on what they did and how things are different, and they'd send 2 guys too. So we had that, and we trained with all the world's CT hostage rescue forces.
Did you ever get to spend any time at Virginia Beach?
No.
I'm assuming that was by choice.
Yeah.
Based on your pause.
So they didn't even want to be in Virginia Beach. The guys that we used to get loved the time at Fort Bragg and all that stuff. Yeah, I never really felt the need to do that. There were some guys who were like, yeah, let me go see what they're doing. I'm interested on what other people are doing. And for whatever reason, there was enough there for me to keep busy. And I didn't see how that was going to be a value. Might have been. I don't know. I never did it. But I was so busy just doing stuff for our stuff. And yeah, I saw that as everybody saw that as a vacation or something like that, which it wasn't. It was just as hard training time frame that they had. But it was focused on their mission. So that's kind of my thing. I was like, well, I need to focus on this because we just got an intel dump on all this crap.
What is the difference in the mission between the 2 Tier 1 units?
It used to be very different.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume they were more maritime and we're more.
Yeah.
I say we, but the Army is more hostage rescue focused. But they like to pride themselves that they're the same. Is that your experience?
Yep. I think everybody's gone back to their own like playgrounds. From what I've heard, even in SF groups, they've gone back to their more traditional SF missions.
FID.
Yeah. So it used to be very defined space, like cruise ships, coastal waters, open water stuff, within whatever it was. I don't remember. Within a mile of the coastline, it's all theirs, right? And everything inland is us. We're the brown water guys, and they're the open water guys. And so they did a lot of oil rigs, cruise liners, all that stuff, because that's what was happening in the Med at the time. They were hijacking cruise liners and taking hostages on cruise liners. So they did that. And we'd be all inland stuff, whatever, embassies or whatever, all inland water stuff. And any water stuff we did was all brown water stuff. It's lakes, rivers, and stuff like that. And we'll stay out of the ocean because that belongs to the Navy. If you were doing that, it was a cross-training thing, and you just had an opportunity to go join them on a mission or something like that. But that was it. A lot of the snipers used to exchange a lot. And that was in between the snipers in the Navy and our guys. They're just, hey, let me see how you're doing. So there is a different environmental consideration when you're talking that, sniping, and effects on ballistics and all that stuff. Saltwater environments, open sea environments, vice on the ground. So that was a valued thing that we had a couple guys with us when I was on the sniper team. Traveling with us just to try to get more data, more dope, right, for inland water stuff, inland waters and inland stuff.
Like inland is like the U.S.?
Yep.
So I thought, and I think a lot of people, I thought FBI HRT handles a lot of the inland stuff. Is there a cross collaboration?
They do in the States. So in the States, that's all them. Us or Navy, any DOD can't operate in the States. The Guard has a separate thing. That's a totally separate thing they have. But active duty can't operate within the States. The end of the Biden administration.
I was going to say, they just signed something right before Trump got in office.
Yeah, and what that was for, that's like somebody needs to check into that. What was the intent of that letter, right? And it was from DOD going out to, it was a human or intel or something like that. Focus, if I remember correctly. It was like we can conduct intelligence within the borders of the United States, something like that. And so you can use forces. That's how it was interpreted. You can use U.S. forces in the States. So interesting when that came out, why it came out, and what was the intent.
Yeah, for those of us that are listening that may not understand, so there is specific federal laws requiring, where U.S. military forces can operate, and there's like Title 10, Title 50, and so for the most part, without presidential approval, the U.S. Army cannot target, collect on U.S. persons or operate within U.S. borders, but and that's mainly the FBI. But there was I have to look into the federal, but there was a federal law that was signed during the Biden administration authorizing the U.S. military to be used inside of the United States, which is very controversial when you start thinking about why and how, and especially since we have so many different federal law enforcement agencies, to include the FBI, the entire Department of Justice. So you got U.S. Marshals, ATF, DEA, and then you got the entire Homeland Security, which is US
and there's already the Patriot Act too, which allows that. So that, again, in my mind, when I saw that coming out, I was like, what was the intent behind that? I guess we'll never know, but that's a shady one in my mind. That's something that needs to be looked into. But why was that even the need for that?
Wow. Well, I mean, you can't help but wonder, man, with as many people as the Biden administration let into this country. And again, I worked on the border in another previous career, and there's this idea that there's a bunch of Mexicans coming into the U.S., but the reality is, I think Mexicans, a lot of them are leaving the U.S., and there's everybody from every other country, most of which, or a lot of which, are not friendly to the United States, were pouring into this country. And I know, because I worked on the border and I worked with Border Patrol and Homeland Security alongside of those, and the stuff that we were hearing was, wild. Iranians, Saudis, Algerians, Moroccans, Syrians, Afghans, all the people that don't like us that have been pouring into this country for years.
China had some folks
absolutely.
crossing. Yeah.
And, we killed, I say this a lot, and, we killed a lot of the dumb ones during the GWAT. I remember specifically a friend of mine who was working the FBI's high value interrogation team. So they would basically travel all around the world and interrogate terrorists, and they do stuff in the States as well. And he was like, "Yeah, there's a lot of them here, and there's a lot of them we have no idea where they're at." And I remember, it goes to the conversation you and I were having last night of why I don't go to football games and large concerts, because man, you just don't know nowadays. Yeah. There's a lot of people that don't like us that are here in this country. They just thwarted a plot. And I know we're going to dive back this towards a little bit later in the interview, but where they just rolled up some Afghans, the Afghan shooter who shot the 2 National Guard in DC, and then they just thwarted a plot in Dallas of another Afghan refugee, planting bombs. And so, to your point, it's been quiet here in the States for a long time, maybe too long. And there's a lot of adversaries that still have a grudge against us. And I know we're going to cover it, especially the Iranian piece when we get to Benghazi. I kind of just want to wrap up your unit time a little bit before we move on to the next thing. Was there ever, I have a couple more questions. Was there ever any Ranger infantry leadership things that you had to unlearn when you got to the unit? Like, anything that you kind of took with you that maybe either didn't apply, or you're like, oh man, that doesn't apply over here. I need to change this thought process, or any of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I guess less authoritative leadership styles. That was not the place to do that. So yeah, you just loosen it up, more of a coach mentor mentality, and there's no. So the infantry also, the basic follow me thing. Yeah, follow me, but everybody's got, and you're constantly training your team and stuff to do everything, even with. So that's a Army or U.S. thing too. You're supposed to train your subordinates to take your job, so you can do your job without you in case you're not there, kind of thing. You're always training up your junior leaders to take your job and all that kind of stuff. A lot of us were already in leadership positions, like myself, and so. And some weren't. Some were like the SF babies who showed up, never were in a leadership position. They're learning also now how to be a leader also. But at the unit, they have plenty of time, 10, 12 years in the Army, but never in a leadership position. That can happen. It has happened, and they're learning how the unit is, how to be a leader, how to be a leader of leaders. That was an interesting thing when I realized that was what was happening. It's like, all these guys already know what it needs, what it takes to be a leader, and how to lead troops, maybe, or how to be a team leader in an SF team or something like that, wherever they're coming from. But now it's like, okay, you're not the only one that knows everything now. Everybody, you're leading a team of,
very accomplished
pipe hitting leaders, right?
Yeah.
And so it takes on even another level of leadership. You can talk to people differently with that kind of a staff, a team. A little bit more maturely, a lot less detail, but because that's already expected, of anybody's performance. So you don't have to get into the minutia of things. Yeah, it's a very adult place to be, both being a leader and then leading. Or what did they say? A good leader was always a good follower, kind of thing. That's exactly. If you were a leader before and you got there and you're not anymore, all right, no big deal.
Yeah, I would imagine there's not a lot of place for. I mean, I'm sure there's ego in the unit, but
Yeah.
it's not a lot of place for that stuff to spiral out of control, because that can be toxic, and especially for small unit cohesion, but also for the mission set that you guys are doing. What were one of my biggest curiosities is what was the officers like? Because in the unit, the enlisted guys, you have longevity there, but officers, man, I mean, they've got a clock. So did you see a lot of turnover for the officer corps that was in there?
No,
Really.
So during my time there too, yeah, which is the other unique thing about that place. And I haven't had those conversations where once you make it to the unit, you try to develop your leadership within, because they know the process, they know the system, and stuff like that. That to me, that was always just a natural order of how business was done. But at the time too, so I made it to 8. That was probably the most I can expect to do, unless I left to do regular Army stuff. Because it's just like any pyramid in any organization. There's only so many slots at the top. And then you're just either waiting for that slot, and you're okay with where you're at, or you leave and go do your time in the regular Army or SF or wherever you're coming from, and then come back. Because you just have to do those things in the Army, right, for promotions. So that was a very common thing for everybody to be in the enlisted side, like E8s forever. It's like you're not going to get your 9 ever, because if you're not going to be in a leadership position. Then it becomes especially if you were infantry and that's your MOS and you're at the unit, or you're SF and that's your MOS at your unit, totally different, because you're competing with your other SF counterparts if you have a 18 series MOS, or you're competing with the rest of the grunts if you're an infantry guy. I did everything there was to do as a grunt as far as my my NCO education, and there was nothing I could do left, and I'm just gonna ride it out. I guess at the time I was E7. It's like, well, I guess I'm gonna be E7 until I retire, right? Which I was. So I go to Q course, and I'm not doing it to get promoted. I'm doing it to just take a break at the time I went to the course.
Yeah, we didn't really cover that. I mean, you lost your sister while you're in the unit, and I know I know you were devastated by that.
Yep, and that's one of the reasons I had to take a break. And how long should you take a break, right? If you lose somebody, that's like kind of enumerated, right? Who knows? And so they said, yes, we'll give you a break. We'll
allow you to go to the Q course. That's how you take a break when you're in Delta Force. You go to the Special Forces qualification course. 'Cause that's pretty hard for the rest of DOD, but not if you're coming from the unit. That's where you go to get a break.
Yeah, and that was honestly thought that was going to be a good time to start getting my head back in the right headspace I needed to be at. And I actually had to. What generated that also the break was you can go to other sections too in the unit, say in the building, but just do other jobs, not non-operational stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to do it for me either. I'm not really, my head's not in the right place and to do all this stuff. And I turned down a couple of missions too. That was the other thing about I turned down 2 missions, and honest assessment with myself: am I 100% here in this game right now? And I wasn't. And I just told my leadership that. I was like, you know what? I don't know if I should apologize right now, but I am not in the right headspace right now. I can't. I'm not. I don't feel I'm focused enough to do this mission. And no questions asked.
Were they real world missions?
Yeah, and there was no questions asked. And I didn't even think, oh, finally my opportunity, right? And I wasn't thinking either that, oh, this is so dangerous, I want to bail out of this one. It was, honestly, I was like, I'm not motivated. I can't get into this. I'm not here. I'm not here. I can't do this. I'm going to risk my life and the life of the guys with me. And they got it. They're like, okay, well, it sounds like it's time to take a break. That was it. And think about it. What schools do you want to go to? I don't know. What training can you possibly plug in here to like literally go to like an outdoor training camp, go camping, or whatever it was. They're like, don't do anything like crazy stuff anymore. Just think about it and come back. And I was like, well, I never got a shot at the Q course. How about the Q course? That gives me like, I don't know, however long that was. That's a long time to take out. And they gave me, I think it was a 6-month window. Think about something you want to do for the next 6 months, not related to operational stuff. That was one of them, took up most of that time. And since I was going to the, I can't remember if it was a common course or the medic course. I was, after selection, SFAS, they were saying, okay, you're selected, you go into the Delta course or the Echo course. I don't remember which one it was. But I was like, okay, so that's where I was headed. That's what I was going to do. They already approved me to do that. So that's where I'm going. But those courses are the longest of all the courses. And they said, yeah, we're going to give you a break, but we're not going to give you that long.
Don't push it, bro.
You got 6 months, buddy. And yeah, ended up going to the Q course. Loved every minute of it.
Did you go to the Charlie course?
No.
Oh.
So I was thinking about that. But really, in the Charlie course, they weren't going to teach me anything I didn't already know from my engineer days. So I went to the Bravo course, which was the shortest, I think. So it met all that criteria. It's like, well, okay, it's going to fit within my 6-month window. And it's a Bravo course. I like guns, so that'd be cool.
How was the Q course for you?
Oh, it's great. I loved it. I would totally recommend that. If you into the guns and into that mission, sometimes it's not so dynamic, but like FID, right? That's kind of exciting, but some guys wouldn't fit well. I know a lot of the guys that came in during the GWAT era timeframe into SF, and they were pretty much direct action and stuff like that. Some FID, and then they're rolling on targets with their guys and all that stuff. It's now it's probably not so dynamic, and a lot of guys that were in got out because of that. They were just used to a certain way of their daily lives, and it wasn't that anymore.
How did you reconcile family life with the need for, what were you doing at the unit? I would imagine, how does the unit treat the family? Is it?
They get treated well. So, yeah, and they in our in brief too, we're told that, and they're told that your families are there, and they're saying, your husband went to selection to do work for us. He needs to be here a lot, and he's going to be gone a lot, and all this other stuff. And we don't owe you nothing, but if it doesn't work out, just raise your hand and no questions asked. You guys can go on your own way. And so even then, honest assessment, honest AARs, and honest discussions with family members even. Your husband's going to do good things, great things, just national attention kind of stuff, and make no doubt the importance of what your husband's getting ready to do kind of conversations. But he's going to put in a lot of time for us. He's not going to be here training. So families don't care either. If you're gone, you're gone. Doesn't matter if it's training or missions or whatever.
Yeah, they don't know the difference. They're just not home.
Yep.
Do they have a pretty good family support group?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Super cool.
I think so. So there's a family support group. That's a thing in the Army that I know of, but usually it's very all the wives wear their husband's rank, and usually if they're a senior officer, then they're in charge of the support group kind of stuff. So it takes on it's a whole nother level there too with even this family support group. But you don't have to wait. You don't have to go to Gen Pop at the hospital for checkups and stuff like that. Our own docs that actually work at the hospital come to the front of the line, right? You get the family the unit family door. Come through this door, no waiting, right?
Awesome.
So those kind of things, absolutely. All kinds of stuff. You get priority everywhere else, and so for the wives that understand that, it's like, wow, this is kind of cool. Get to the front of the line if I go to the pharmacy or whatever, or even just help. They were call somebody if you need anything. Don't be afraid. And everybody that was married when they got there, they were dealing with family support groups in the Army too. They're like, oh shit, I'm not gonna deal with that. I don't want that drama. But from what I understand, that's not what happened there. They call each other, have great, like literally support groups. They're supportive, actually. Doesn't matter their rank, just like us on the team. Doesn't matter your rank. You just got a job to do. Just do your job. My kids loved it. And then as much as they can like interact with you. So we had family days and all that stuff, and pretty cool stuff on our family days that the kids were able to do, shoot guns and and all that kind of stuff. Jump towers. It was fun. My kids had a blast doing all that stuff.
That's awesome. What I don't know that you ever really answered my question, but how were the officers in the unit?
Next level, like everything else. So there wasn't a like I still address most of the officers that I at the unit, and I still interact with some of them. It's always like, hey boss, I'm not, and it was a no salute area that didn't need to be identified, right? You don't have to have, there was some at the front gate because of visitors and stuff like that, where you see the actual sign that says this is a no salute area. But for us, they were just like the rest of the guys. They knew their place just like us, and we have that relationship. Like, this is what officers do. Okay. Duh. And this is what you guys do. All right. Yeah. What's the question?
Did they stick around the squadron for a while? Because most officers, you got your command time, 18 months, give or take, and then they're on to the next thing.
So they still have to manage that. But so back then too. So like for me, the best I can ever hope to achieve was an E8. The best they can hope to ever achieve was a lieutenant colonel, and that's it. No stars. You got to that point, done.
Yeah, because the unit commander's in 06.
Yeah. So it was like that was the most you can ever, and everybody's okay with that. It's like, okay, well, I'm where I want to be.
That's not why I'm assuming that's not why you don't come there.
Yeah. And the most interaction you can have with an officer, because usually your place is over there and their place is over here, right? And you interact when you have to. I consider the guys that I still talk to that now they're, I don't know how many stars they end up having, but they're like 4 stars and all that stuff. I talk to them all the time, like first name basis with these guys. I could be, right? I can refer to them by their first names, but when I talk to them, it's like, hey boss, how's it going? Right? Yeah. And they get it too. I've called them that since I've known them. And it's always that. I still have a respect for them too, and as an officer and all those kind of things, all the guys do. So we still show the respect of the rank and their positions, but they're so it's different because if you go to the regular Army, they expect it, demand it, require it. These guys don't ask for any of that stuff. If you call them by their name, great. If you call them by their rank, great. They don't say anything different. But the interaction is totally different. It's more of like literally a team environment. So it's like, hey boss, we need to, this is what we need to put together. And then you process this thing up the chain of command your way, the way you got to do it. And we'll get ready and we'll do our thing. So, and they stay there as long as they can. or they move through the as much as they can, because it's another headspace thing, through the other commands, JSOC and SOCOM. So, and if they have an opportunity to come back, then I don't know. I'm sure that had to have happened, where they're leaving to do a JSOC or SOCOM thing, staff job, and then come back. I'm sure that's happened. I don't know specifically where that's happened. But usually they're on the rocket ship going up. Now, GWAT, all the guys that would have probably been no more than colonels at the time, or 4-star generals and stuff like that when they retire. All my guys that I know that I even came in at the same time with, they're all sergeant majors, they're all E9s. I made 8, retired 8 months before I was time and grade to retire as an 8. So I retired as a 7. And I was kind of vindictive of me to do that, because I had an ex-wife who was going to assume some of my retirement pay.
Got him.
But I don't. There was really no difference if I retired as a 7 or 8 on benefits and stuff like that. No. Sergeant major, different thing. So everybody's thinking, okay, what do I get as a sergeant major? You get a full caisson at your funeral. For me, I get the graveside dudes with the buglers, and I was like, okay, I don't care. I'm gonna be dead at that point anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was like, I'm good. I'm good with whatever I get when I'm dead. I don't care. That's my benefits. Okay, good.
There's a lot of other things we could talk about, but I'm going to move on because there's a lot more left in your career. But what was the deciding factor, other than your divorce, to kind of retire? I mean, you had kind of peaked. You chased this thing. You found it. I know. I mean, we didn't talk about all the operational stuff you did in the unit. I know you're in Bosnia, and plus all the training and all, the almost deployments and everything else you did in your career. But what was that decision point where you're like, man, I'm on to the next thing?
Yeah. So it was a problematic divorce. So that was
they usually are.
It was just a pain in my ass. Some of the things that she was saying, and probably would deny it to this day, but some of the things that she was doing, very, whatever. I was dealing with it. The unit was talking to me all the time about things that she was saying. I was like, okay, it's not true. All these things. It was messy. So that was one of the things. It's like, okay, this is just uncomfortable. This is just, again, I got to deal with this. And it was just not going away. So that was a thing. Then all things that are constantly gone and all this other stuff. So there was other thing about getting an education in the Army too. So that's becoming more of a priority now too, in promotions. It's like, okay, you guys are doing all this stuff, and you can't get credit. So here's the weird thing about how the Army looks at you. If you're at the unit, you're probably doing like some pretty cool shit, like outside of the box, like way beyond, above and beyond what you're supposed to do, especially if you're an infantry guy. But what the branches look at, how they interpret that is, well, you're not doing grunt work, so these guys are going to jump ahead of you in line for promotions because you're off over here doing cool shit. But what does that have to do with infantry stuff? It's like, yeah, we're doing like next level infantry stuff and everything else, right? But that's not how the sergeant majors that are on these boards, just looking at records, that's not how they see that. They're like, okay, 11 Bravo infantry, and then it's like, well, what's this? What's going on here? What's this? He's not doing his job, and you get in that file. But there are people there representing us though that say, well, yes, he is doing a lot more than your guys over here, so put him back in this file. So there are people doing that. SF the same way, and some of that in both cases, whether it's infantry branch or SF, heard the same stories about little like animosity in those boards. It's like, oh, he thinks he's better than the rest of us. He's going over here, right? And I've heard that happening on the infantry side of the house. And but the way it's structured and the way the positions are in the unit, SF can kind of correlate what they're doing to equating it to regular SF stuff. It's like, okay, I can equate that to sergeant major time as a whatever troop squadron, whatever it is, And okay, that counts. That's all this counts towards promotions. So they're better at, I guess, deciphering that kind of information for promotion. So you can still get promoted when you're at the unit if you're an 18 series guy, but not so much as an 11 Bravo or even some of the other MOSs that aren't hard skill MOSs, because there's guys there too. There's crew chiefs, helicopter crew chiefs that are there that are in operational squadrons. And so it's a little bit more difficult for that group of folks to say, oh, how is that crew chief stuff, right? That's nothing.
Yeah, that's a lot of people don't understand about Delta. You don't have to be an infantry dude to go to Delta. You can be from any MOS in the Army.
Yeah.
But I would imagine, like, as they start climbing up the ranks, it becomes a pain to deal with.
Yeah, and at the time too, it's always been open enrollment. It's always been available for everybody, DoD. But the Navy, the Marine Corps, Air Force, all those guys they would have to be released from their unit to go do something. So that's a numbers loss for them. So that wasn't happening a lot. So what ended up happening for those guys who wanted to come to the unit, they ETS'd out of their branch, wherever they were coming from, re-enlisted back into the Army as SF, and then applied at one point to go to selection. So that's what they had to do at the time. Now it's...
So did you run across a lot of people in the unit that come from other DoD, like Navy, Air Force, Marines? Really?
Yeah. Marines and Air Force. So they were. So the Air Force guys I know, they were either PJs or combat controllers or something like that in the Air Force, and they had some interaction with the unit, and they asked to go to the unit because they could. It's open. It's available, and they were denied because that's what happens when you want to leave an organization, and so they ended that enlistment and enlisted in the Army. Went SF or something. I think they all had to go SF, or that made sense to them.
So, I mean, I think you kind of talked around it, but I mean, you had the divorce. I know you tried to go to college a couple times during, like you would start college and then you would either have to get called out or a training rotation and you wouldn't be able to go. So, from talking when we were prepping for this podcast is, that was kind of a big deciding factor. You had the kind of divorce hanging over your head. And I know like you had been trying to go to college. And one of the things that you and I talked about that I thought was interesting too, is like, you'd kind of done a bunch of training missions and then you'd gone to Bosnia and you got to the point where you're just like, how much more of this can I do? Right. Like,
yeah.
Was that kind of a big part of your decision process?
I'm already peaked. What else is going to happen? Right.
Yeah.
What else is there? So I got to that point, and then so for me, it's like, okay, that's a dangerous place to be at this place. So I guess this is what it's like.
Would you say you were burned out?
Yeah. It's like, so, and that's what I said to myself. It's like, well, I guess this is what it's like because everybody says that when they retire. It's like, oh, you'll just know. It's like, okay. And then at one point I was like, well, I guess I'm at that point.
Yeah.
Because what else is going to happen? We're going to keep doing the same thing. Kill capture missions, hostage rescue, more, and constantly moving and running around. Recently divorced. I keep having to cancel courses. I can't get my degree. So whatever. I was like, I guess it's time to narrow down my focus on something. So I narrowed down on a relationship I was in at the time, and then my education. It's like, so that's where I'm headed, and it's time to retire. And that was all part of it.
You retired in July of 2001.
Yeah.
It's actually funny because, I asked for everybody's DD-214. It's in the military. That comes on the podcast. It's only like one of the few things I can do to try to verify stuff. Not that I think anybody's lying, but there's a person out there whose name I won't say on here, wrote a book, maybe fabricated some things, which is, happens more often than we like to talk about. So it's kind of funny because, Delta Force is this big secret unit. And of course I get your DD-214, which is open to anybody. It's actually open public records. Like it says Delta Force on here. So it's one of the worst kept secrets in the U.S. Army's repertoire. So you get out and you decide to go to school. But before we dive into your next thing, we'll talk about, we're going to talk about you going into GRS and your transition, 9/11 and all that. Let's just take a quick break.
Okay.
So you're transitioning out of the unit, and it's July 2001, and you're going to college in Maryland. What's that like? I mean, you're basically on the party bus steps, and you get off, and now you're back to Joe the civilian.
Yeah, I was pretty motivated to do that, actually. So I go I'm also checking out interviews with this Department of State, Secret Service, and there was one guy in the HRT breaching program I was going to go talk to, and so I was kind of excited to do that. I got a place to go. I'm going to kind of still be in the mix of things, and the outlier was I didn't know how all those organizations were going to be towards, and I want to go to school full time. How does that work, right? So I put that in my interview questions when I got the interview, and I got the interviews, and that's what I was doing week before the planes fell out of the sky. So I went to all these job interviews. So we have also have a new Secretary of State. So Powell, Bush is new also. We got a new president, got a new Sec State, and so when I go to the interviews, they were thinking like, what do you? After their questions, they're asking me, so what do you want? What do you want of us? And I was like, well, I really want to finish school, and I really am motivated to finish school right now. But this is one of the reasons why I'm here. I already have enrolled in University of Maryland, but how can I fit that into this job? And they're like, oh, every single one of them. I didn't go to HRT breaching contact. So I went to State Department first, and they said, well, we got a new Sec Staff. We don't know how busy of a travel schedule he's going to have yet because we don't know his deal yet, how he's going to do that. It's all new to us. So yeah, we'll put you on the stateside details. You'll be his stateside driver. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay, cool. Whatever that meant, right? I don't care. I just want to focus on school, have a job, have another income, and not have to deploy, because I said that too, because I know that all these people are on travel teams, and I said, well, that's kind of what, despite me being asked to go to school now, that's why I'm here. I don't want to do that, so I don't want to be on a travel team. I don't want, you can't throw any shiny penny at me and say you're going to do cool stuff, because I've already done it. So I just want to be here, work for you guys, however that works in for you guys, and I go to school. And both of them, both the uniform division at the Secret Service and the State Department, they both said the same. Cool. Well, okay. Yeah, absolutely. We'll put you in this whatever category. We'll let you do this. This will be your job, and then you can go to school. And when you finish school, we'll relook your career path at that point. I was like, perfect. So I lined up those two, and then as soon as that was done, me and my girlfriend at the time, we're going to take a cross-country trip, do some retirement, enjoy retirement while I got it, because I got to come back. And that January was get back to work, full-time job, school. I'm going to be hitting it. And so we're going to just go screw off, take a long-distance trip all the way across the country, visit her folks, visit my folks, and then just see the United States and all that stuff, and road trip it. And we get as far as, she was from Texas, so we get that far, and we're there this second or third day. Actually, we get in a car accident too. So my truck at the time, gets destroyed, the whole front quarter panel. So it's going to extend our stay in Texas for a little bit. So we're dealing with that. We're like, okay, now we're getting all these kinks in our plans and all this other stuff, and get my truck in the shop and all that other stuff. And we're at her mom's place, and that next morning is when it all happens. And her mom is the one, very German. She's German, very German accent, sharp German accent. So she's yelling whatever time it was in the morning. And she's beating on the bedroom door. It's like, come and look. Bob, come look. And I was like, okay. It's like, oh my God. We were up late, drinking, because that's what we're going to do on our vacation. And, get up and go look at the TV. She's like, look. And I'm looking at the TV. It's like, first plane hit the Trade Centers. I was like, holy shit, what? How in the hell does that happen, right? And second one goes in. I was like, oh shit, this is an attack. And then the Pentagon, Pennsylvania, all the reporting that morning, it's like, holy crap, this is it. Like, there's no way this is not going to end up in some sort of war. But where, when, who knows? How long is it going to take to do that? So I'm thinking, okay. Well, later that day, I called a bunch of buddies back at Bragg, and it's new. It's that day that it happens, and so nothing's going on yet. they're probably getting briefed. And so the guys that I'm calling at the unit, they're still there. They're like, oh, bro, it's the same shit. We're getting called out. We're not going to go do nothing, all that stuff. And then, okay, hey, man, give me a call if it turns into something, because absolutely, I'll come back if you guys want me to do that. I don't know you had to go through some many, I don't know, physical fitness. There's some things you had to do. I don't know. I said, let me know what I need to do when I come back. If I come back and you guys need me, then give me a call. And then at one point, I'm just getting busy with my life, and it's like, hey, we gotta go back to DC, because what's going on there? I'm either got escalated through the hiring process, and I'm going to do something, or what? But I don't know until I'm back there. So we go back to DC, and then they're telling me, well, because of the recent events, everybody's at a hiring freeze. We're not hiring new people right now. So that was kind of, another thing, right? It's like, man, I got so close, and then I guess that's not. So I ended up.
You need a T-shirt, bro. I came so close.
Yeah, and then I ended up working for a company that was. So what had happened at the White House? They started moving people, officers of the White House, outside of the White House into all the outlying buildings in DC and Virginia and Maryland. So I ended up working that's expanding. They're not hiring like agents, but they're hiring the contractors. They're contracting people to take all these other like buildings for security. So armed security. So I was a program manager. That's what I ended up. I ended up being a program manager at a security company who was at one of the offices of the White House that had moved to another facility. And that's where I stayed. I was like, okay, this is fine. I'm getting, okay, it's not as much as I thought it was, but it's like GS7 stuff, right? And I still get to go to school. So, okay, I'm good with this. And that's what I did for the whole time, the first couple of years. The 2 years I was able to manage to stay in school. That's where I was working. And I don't know what, September, October, November, what time I call back. I'm keeping hey, you guys doing anything? And at one point, no answers, right? No callbacks. I was like, oh, what the hell's going on, right? And maybe they're doing something, maybe they're not. I don't know. Maybe it's just a deployment, because you can't, you can't have that kind of conversation even if you're just doing a training mission and you're in isolation or something, right? So I'm thinking, okay, I guess nothing's going on. And then I start hearing all the other stuff that's happening. I was like, what the hell? And now I know why they can't call me, because they're on a ship somewhere.
Yeah.
Going in and out of Afghanistan and infilling all these places and doing all this good stuff. And
what was that like in your head, man? Like, you spent 10 years over there waiting to do the shit that now that they're all doing.
Well, I still didn't know what they were doing.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not televised. It wasn't being reported. I wasn't able to talk to anybody. I just know they're doing something. I don't know other than what's being reported, right? When they started doing stuff, really it wasn't like all the initial stuff, like all the guys up north, the 5th Group team that comes across the border and all this. That doesn't hit the news right away. That's like later on. Same thing with Tora Bora. You don't hear all you hear they're dropping bombs in the Tora Bora Mountains. It's like, who's doing that? I know somebody's on the ground controlling that stuff. I don't know if it's our guys. I was like, well, who's doing that? Or are they just randomly picking, select targets on the ground and just dropping bombs? But coming to find out, this is the unit guys just running around the mountains.
Yeah.
Chasing bin Laden. Yeah, so I'm still kind of in the dark, and I'm not talking to anybody. Nobody's calling me. So it's like, okay, well, apparently they don't need more people, and so off to school I go back to work, and I just kept that. So for the next 2 years, I finally get back a year and a half later. So they canceled for the next unit anniversary. Every year you have a gathering, and they canceled the first one. And then the second one they ran was like in 2003 or something like that, a couple years into it. So Iraq is now part of the equation now. Afghanistan's already started, underway. we're in Iraq now, and then that's when I even get involved with the whole triple canopy thing. So I go back to the unit with kind of the intent to say, hey, you still need people. Put me in, coach, right? And but other guys are there. The issue they're having at the unit at the time is so one of the guys I talked to at the unit, he's one of the founders or two of the founders of Triple Canopy that was there at this thing too, because they're trying to recruit guys to go to Triple Canopy. And that's when I even heard about that. And so I said, well, you got enough guys here, you got enough guys at the unit, and you guys are getting into it. So, okay, I can contribute that way. And that's when I got into the whole Triple Canopy thing. I didn't actually feel I was missing out on things. I probably did. I was having an issue too during those 2 years, transitioning to civilian life. So
Yeah, how was that?
super
transition?
fast train, and then I jump off, and college life and regular 8-hour 9 to 5 jobs and stuff like that. That was the total shift in environments for me on all aspects. I wasn't having an easy time dealing with it all. So University of Maryland, great school. And I had gone through the University of Maryland while I was active duty. It used to be University of Maryland University College. Now it's something else. I was taking courses through them while I was active duty, and so I figured that was a natural progression. Just laterally transfer. I don't know whatever that was called, over to full-time university. And then there was things there that were happening that I just was it didn't equate in my head that I should be seeing this stuff. So there were protests on the University of Maryland. They were there, and they were always designated areas. So at the time, it was Palestinian protests, I guess. They were, they had a little courtyard that they were allowed to put up all their posters and all that stuff. And I was just walking to my classroom, so from the parking lot to the classroom across campus, and I crossed this courtyard. I was like, "Oh, what is this?" And I started reading some of the stuff, and I was like, "Are you kidding me right now?" It's like, how are you able to do this? And they were all students, and some adults. I don't know if they were part of the like professors or something, but there were some adults there, but most of them looked student age. And I was an adult looking person too, so I was like 38, 39 at the time. And so all the students, they were, normal college age, and Palestinian, this, that, and the other thing, and Israel, and anti-Israel. And it just hit me wrong. And I was like, what is going on, and how are they allowed to do this? I get it, free speech and all that stuff, but why are you here doing this, right? You have no business to be here doing this. And very, very offended by all the stuff that I was seeing like that. And I made my opinion known, writing to the college administrators and all that stuff. It's like, how is it, what's going on here? Is there somebody telling them the real story and what's happening over there? Because they're not kids that came from Israel, and they've never been there, and they just hear what they hear. And I asked them, some of them I stopped, and I'm looking at their stuff, and I'm reading things, and I was like, so have you ever been there? And they're like, well, no, but this is what I hear. It's like, where are you hearing that? And so I did ask some of those questions of the people at this thing, and none of them had been anywhere outside of their little, like, Maryland. So that some of the things that were happening in some of the classes, having to write. So I know now I'm more adult about seeing the concept of, like, and everybody has this story. It's like, I'm going to write this paper. This is what I have to write a paper about. I'm going to write it. And so this is what I know. This is my research, and I'm going to write this paper because this is whatever. I'm going to get graded on this. And how well it is was determined on whether you wrote to the professor who's providing you the task, right? So if he was a liberal, then you had to write it from that perspective. Because if it was a conservative like me, and I'm writing a paper on something, it's going to come out sounding like that. And I didn't take that into consideration. So I'm getting all these just
just great, papers, formatted and content and all this stuff, and not a stranger to writing because I'm used to writing, but I didn't put that in the equation. And one professor actually said that. He gave me like equated to like a D on a paper. It was a pretty big one, I thought, a pretty important subject, and it had to do with the Middle East and our involvement in wars and stuff like that. So I had some background history on knowing what happens from the operational side of things. And I've been involved in a couple of things myself during my Army time. So I wrote the paper, and based off experience, my experience on the ground over here and the people I interacted with and stuff like that, the professor was like, no, look, I got 70 something, 71 or just passing. And I was like, well, okay, tell me, how did I get this? And this dude over here, who I knew, plagiarized his paper. He's got like a top score on his. It's like the example he's going to show off. And he started explaining to me about my paper. I was like, no, but firsthand experience. I'm not. So yeah, I did some research and other things too, and I have some other references in here, but some of that's firsthand experience. And he's like, so who am I, right, to him? He's like, he goes, were you ever over there? And I was like, yeah. He's like, that whole conversation about now he's offended that I might know something, firsthand information. I've been somewhere, I'd been, to the places that I'm writing about, and I'm handing my paper in based off of my firsthand knowledge. And he's like, no, you haven't. He's like, I'm a whatever academia, scholar and all this other stuff, and I have not heard this stuff. I was like, I'm just telling you that's what I've seen when I was there. That didn't go over. He's offended now. He's like, no. He's like, you student aren't, you don't talk to me like you know things. I'm the professor. And so that whole dynamics there was like, all right. Then I got back into my whole knuckle dragger thing. I was like, oh, how about I just punch you in the face?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, all these things are like, oh, yeah. It's like, okay. And then it's explained to me in a group study session afterwards that they have other beliefs too. My other students were with me in these study groups, and we're getting ready for the next paper and the next group assignment. And they're saying, yeah, well, my mom, my dad, they told me that this is what I have to do while I'm here. Doesn't matter what I think, I have to write my paper to appease the professor in order to get good grades here. I was like, no, that's just wrong. I was like, that's not the way it should be. Because I'm a parent myself, right? And that's not what I would tell my kid. But that's what he had to do to pass, cooperate to graduate kind of thing. And I was never that way. That was contrary to what anything I believed in to do anything. And there's all that was happening. I couldn't adjust and I had to do that. In order to pass those classes and get good grades, and I wanted to get, so they were telling me at the State Department and the Secret Service that like your GPA is gonna matter where we're gonna end up placing you. So just do well in school, concentrate on that, and do well. Try to get a 4.0. If not, it was like I think 3.2 or something like that was like the minimum that they would accept, and then place me somewhere. So they were going to hire me. Now all I have to do is get a 3.2 grade point average, and that's minimum requirements. It's like, okay, but shoot for 4. It's like, okay, always, of course. And in order to do that, I had to do a lot of pandering and placating and just randomly, so we didn't have chat GBT and all that stuff back in the day. So it's like literally research libraries and writing stuff and those kind of things. So yeah, that was just something I couldn't do it. I couldn't. So to me, I was like, I don't know, I'm compromising my integrity is how I took it. It's like, I can't do that.
Did you really feel like you had the skills too to go back into the civilian workforce to do something different? I mean, you've lived this life where you're at the tip of the spear, man. It's really hard to, some people have a hard time letting that go.
Yeah, no, I thought I still had something to offer in another capacity. I was still, time to make a life change for me, physically, mentally, and everything else.
Oh.
So that's where I was. I was really in a positive headspace for that. It was just my the transition itself. Like, okay, this is so, and I didn't remember 20 years ago what I had to do in my Toys R Us time frame to pander, placate to the bosses and all that stuff to get through the management training program. So that was just like a slap in the face to me. I was like, well, I don't know if, I mean, it's my character, my integrity, all that stuff at risk here. And no, I'm not willing to do that. But if that's what it takes, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to try to figure it out or graduate with an extremely low grade point average.
Did you end up finishing college?
Nope. Nope. So when in 2003, when I had the opportunity to get back into the mix somehow with Triple Canopy, that's what I decided to do. I was like, I'm with like-minded people again. I'm back in my comfort zone and stuff like that. And I know what I need to do there a little bit more, my environment. So it was good for me in that regard. So it was good for me to get back out there and do stuff again. And it really helped me out, actually.
So you get on with Triple Canopy. You're doing like a dignitary protection mission, really for DSS. Was that a state mission?
Yep, it was called the
WIPS
Coalition WIPS? Provisional Authority. Were the State Department folks were those guys at the time. But yeah, it was straight up diplomatic security kind of stuff. I'm with like-minded people again. I'm back in my comfort zone. They said something about motorcade operations, something on the protective side of the house. And I was like, wait a minute. What do you guys do? What are you asking me to do? What's the job? They said, oh, no. Then they explained, this is the protective operations, protective agent or something like that, global response staff. That was almost the end of my GRS career in the training because I was a safety violator. This is the most important elite stuff that there is. Guys not stepping up and actually, I'll call it cowardice, turtling up, not engaging in a firefight and an attack and all that stuff. We call it turtle up. So they were getting shot at and then they ducked behind cover and didn't come out. But the guys that did, awesome. It was a complex attack. It was the worst situation you can imagine. They get out and then they start shooting at him. And then they all start getting out of the vehicle. So there's all 4 doors open on this Land Cruiser and 4 people are getting out of the vehicle. And one of the guys was wearing a suicide vest. It was kind of funny, but he goes up to the gate, cracks off his vest, hugs the fence, hugs the gate, poof, dust cloud, right? And dust clears, the gate's still there. So little score marks and everything, but that gate's not going anywhere. Blowie was going there to kill Americans. Just that's what he was getting ready to do. This is the performance standards, and if you don't meet that threshold, then I'm going to send you home. And I actually got some responses like, well, you can't send me home. Like, okay, keep it up. You'll be on the next thing smoking.
Sean Ryan said it, though. You were probably one of the most respected supervisors at GRS.
Yeah, because of that. I was in hate mode for a long time because that's how I needed to be, I guess, to do what we were doing. I was angry, hateful, just, let's do this, right? Kill. But I think that was more of a, protective mechanism. I had to be in that space to do what we were doing. Because some of the guys that I talk to now, they're like, wow, you're totally different than when we worked together, wherever, X Warzone. And more calm, more like faith and family. I understand who those people, what's been in my life the whole time, and just didn't pay attention to it. Get your face out of your phones. There's no call, there's no phone call, no text important enough to risk your life over, and that's what you're doing when you do that.
Freedom's not really free. Somebody has to sacrifice, right? And you're a perfect example of, you were the best at what you did, but it came at a personal cost that often isn't talked about.